Welcome back. It's about 7:15 here, the Hotel Orloff. We're going live. Ooh, the camera is the wrong direction. Hold on a moment. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's better. All right. Well, we're in the middle of something here at the Hotel Orloff in Rural Retreat. We're trying to organize Blu-rays and DVDs and VHS and get it into some sort of organizational pattern, alphabetized, that kind of thing by category. So it's a project I began yesterday. I was only able to work on it for about an hour and a half. If you watched yesterday's show, I think it was a pretty good show, but not many people have watched it because it was only like an hour and a half because I had to stop to help my wife and people don't like it when shows are that short. I don't know. Some people like 15-minute shows, but it just seems like it's always been I need to make my shows about I don't know, about over 2 hours, or I don't get as many viewers. So that's how it seems to be. All right, so who cares? Let's get down here and alphabetize. It's about 7:15 in the morning on probably August 11th, 2024, and we've got a mess that we will hopefully fix today, and then as soon as my wife wakes up, I'll have to end the stream. My wife has not been doing too well, and I really can't do a live stream unless, while she's awake because I need to take care of her. And for that reason, there is let's see. I've tried to start a GoFundMe just to kind of help. There it is. And whatever. Um, if you could see it in your heart to donate just a little bit, it could really help us out. Let's see, where is that? Come on, man. It's this one here. You can click on it in the chat. Also, if someone wants to come on the show as a guest, let me invite you. Copy. Anyone wants to come on and comment on the movies that I'm showing? That's something you could do. This will be a movie centric and cartoon centric episode. There's not going to be any comic books shown today. So if you only like comic books, then you can buzz off and go somewhere else because that won't happen today. Maybe soon we'll see some more comics. But when I started my channel 5 years ago, I was organizing comic books, and now I'm organizing movies. And, um, I mean, I've shown you every single comic book that I own at some point over the last 5 years. I mean, so yeah. Okay, so my goodness, it's a Planet of the Apes thermos. It's This is not the one I had from childhood. It's got some rub from a little metal holder. My lunchbox is my childhood lunchbox. It's almost mint because I never took it to school because I bought it to put it on a shelf because I love Planet of the Apes so much. But the thermos disappeared over the years. This is one I bought secondhand at a later time. So I'm putting it over here next to this lunchbox. Put it right here in front of Baron Karza. Will protect it. This is a display I started yesterday. Took it down from the third level. This was left by the previous owners. I just had some cardboard boxes on it, and I thought this would be a good way to display toys and things. So, how about that? Um, okay. So, how are you guys doing on this wonderful Sunday? Sunday. Watch Karate Organized DVDs at 6 in the morning. Anyway, and on a serious note, God bless all of you that have sent donations to us. I think about 11, 12. Well, there's a few people that sent us, well, a couple people in Florida that sent us a check in the mail. That was nice. Um, but anyway, it's a GoFundMe, whatever, how that works. I guess you click on it and it's easy. And whatever. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, so, got stuff to do. Okay. Should I do this? Oh, how was I doing this yesterday? Oh, well, I don't know. We'll see. It's, uh, anybody watching? One person's watching. How about that? I'm probably going on a little too early. That's okay. It's the only time I can go on. Maybe there's some people in foreign countries that are actually up at this hour. Who knows? Uh-oh. What did I do? Okay, fine, fantastic. So, all right. Okay, so let's organize. It's the ultimate edition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so let's get that under T. There's Sound of Music. Wait, Sound of Music's in the wrong place. What? Oh, all of these are in the wrong place. Okay, that's great. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Those are the John Wayne movies. There's Tales of Terror, Titanic, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. One of the great films, The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. That will go. I've been creating little mini sections like John Wayne, Marilyn Monroe, Dirty Harry, James Bond. Should I make a Harryhausen section? I've got a King Kong section. Will that be too confusing? Um, I even have a John Michael McCarthy section. Um, I'll tell you what. Yes, Ray Harryhausen, and I've got a Hammer section. So after the Hammer section will be a Ray Harryhausen section. That way I can monitor and make sure I have every Ray Harryhausen film ever made. Thank you for the one viewer that's watching Rock and Roll High School. You know, obviously it's a wonderful poster. I actually have this movie poster upstairs. It's made to look like the Animal House poster, obviously. Okay, Rock and Roll High School. Thank you for the nice comments on the last video. I appreciate that. Those of you that did watch it. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. This novel that this is based on is written by Ian Fleming. But I'm not putting it with the James Bond section, but it's going to be pretty close to the James Bond section just because it's right next to B in the alphabet, C. Okay. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang goes between Bullet and Dazed and Confused. Okay, oh, my goodness. This is hard. Oh boy, did I make a Clint Eastwood section or was I doing that separately? The only one I found so far is the Gauntlet. Uh, it's okay. It's not this is something I got like at Dollar General or something, and it's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and the Magnificent Seven for $7. That is uh, fantastic. No, I'm not going to make a Western section. I'll just put it under B for Butch. That would be after Butch. Bullet, Butch, Shitty. Okay, it goes there. Straw Dogs. I've got movies that I've seen these movies in the past, but I've never taken them out of the shrink wrap since I bought them at the Dollar Tree. Straw Dogs. Straw Dogs goes Ugh, before Sucker Punch, a terrible movie, Sucker Punch. Don't recommend it. There's the original Terminator on Blu-ray. I also have it on DVD and probably Laserdisc, I think. Great film. My friends and I were blown away when we watched this movie. That was probably early 1985. Couldn't believe what we were seeing, how great it was. I bet it's still just as great today. Road Warrior, one of the great films. When I watched this with my older brother, I said that's the most close to the experience of reading a comic book that I can remember, and it's great. You know, it's fantastic. I mean, he's not based on a comic book character. This movie just feels like a comic book. The Road Warrior, the best, in my opinion, of the whole Mad Max series. Should I file it under M for Mad Max? No. I'm going to file it under, of course, every other country that's known as Mad Max too. Here it's called The Road Warrior because no one remembered Mad Max. Mad Max was just a film that played in drive-ins here. But Road Warrior is the one that was a huge hit. Here's a steelbox version of Scarface. We were just watching Godfather Part 2 last night, my wife and I. And, my wife has family members that are Cuban, and apparently, you know, they always made fun of Al Pacino's accent in this movie. Apparently, according to people that are Cuban, his accent is actually pretty authentic. So, believe it or not. What is this? What? What? Okay, I guess I have another Ultimate Edition of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. How many times am I gonna? This is this is a 2 disc, and this is a 1 disc. That was this is why organizing is very important. I purchased it twice. A friend of mine back in Texas, he passed away, but he owned the grandmother prop that was used in this movie. He bought it from Ed Neal, the guy that was the hitchhiker and who was a friend of his. He had saved it since the original film. The grandmother that was kind of mummified, sitting in her chair. The main thing that kind of ties it in was Psycho. You know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho are both based on Ed Gein, who was a real life guy that did some of those kind of things. And so both movies have a mummified either mother or grandmother in that case. Just Sound of Music. So my DVD collection is very diverse. I showed this to my wife. She thought she didn't like musicals. She really loved it. I showed her Singing in the Rain. A lot of movies that I convinced her, no, you just are ill-informed. You just haven't seen the right musicals. Sky Captain. Having to make sure I use my alphabetizing skills here. But because I watched Sesame Street very often as a child, it's all coming back to me. A little bit of, when you pull the stickers off, sometimes it leaves all this gummy glue residue and it sticks. This is Terminator 2 Judgment Day. A lot of fun. Came out in, that was 1991, right? Summer of 91. Great movie. So that'll go next to the other Terminator. Very good. This was the Rambo when Stallone brought back Rambo in modern times. Like 20 years later, it seems like this was an ultra violent movie. We had so much fun watching this. We were laughing so hard in the theater. Okay, so that goes under R for Rambo, which is before Road Warrior. Okay. Should I put Star Trek over with the TV shows over here on the corner, or should I don't know. I guess I'll just file Star Trek here because There's also Star Trek movies, but this is Star Trek, the first season. I've got all the seasons on DVD, but on Blu-ray, luckily they give you the option of seeing it the original way, or they, I don't know, about 20 years ago, it seems like they went through Star Trek and they removed a lot of the original real special effects and put in CGI to make it palatable to modern audiences. And of course, that CGI hasn't aged that well. And I don't know, in my opinion. Some of the effects are okay. It just, I want to see it the way it was when it aired in the 60s. I want to see Star Wars the way it was when it came out in 1977. I don't want to see a bunch of CGI stuff added in. Okay, so there's going to be a big Tarzan section. I've been talking to Meyer Greenblatt about all these Tarzan movies, and I didn't realize how many I actually own. This has got 5 movies: Tarzan and the Trappers with Gordon Scott. You got Tarzan the Fearless, which is Buster Crabbe. You got Tarzan of the Apes with Elmo Lincoln. That's got to be public domain. Tarzan and the Green Goddess. Tarzan's Revenge with Glenn Morris. All right, so we're starting a Tarzan section. That'll be after Tales of Terror and before the Terminator. I've decided to put DVDs and Blu-rays together. I'm not separating them. That will make it a little easier. JFK. I was there November 22nd, 1963. I'm older than I look. No. When they were filming JFK in Dallas, I went down there to Dealey Plaza, and it was the night before they were going to film. They were going to recreate Kennedy's assassination, and they had everything altered. They had, the Texas School Book Depository. They put up the Texas School Book Depository sign. They had all these 50s cars all parked. The whole area was made to look like it did back in 1963. Because 50s cars, think of it. If it was 1963, is every car on the street going to be a 1963 car? Is that the way it is when you go to the supermarket? Is every car in the parking lot a 2024 car? No. And that's the mistake filmmakers sometimes make. The movie takes place in 1977. Let's get a bunch of car collectors with 1977 cars and we'll make it look authentic. No, because in 1977, you're going to have cars in the late 60s, because people drive older cars. So they had all these car collectors, shined up their cars, brought them to Dealey Plaza because they were going to be in a movie. And then they came along and dirtied up all the cars because it had rained earlier that day. And all the cars that were there earlier that day on November 22nd, 1963, and Oliver Stone wanted to make that movie perfectly accurate historically, even though you wouldn't have ever been able to tell that watching the movie, just the brief scenes they show of the recreated shooting. The cars got all muddy. Of course, I'm sure they cleaned them up before they returned them to the owners. They were borrowing them. But anyway, so the cars were all made to look dirty. And, your car looks right after it's rained a little bit. Yeah, it was interesting. Friend of mine was one of the musicians, and there's a scene in one of Jack Ruby's clubs, and a friend of mine was playing piano in that scene, and then the girl that was playing one of Jack Ruby's strippers was a girl that I knew that ran a retro clothing store down there in Fair Park. I knew some people that were involved in the production of that movie. But anyway, you don't care about that, do you? Of course not. Let's get this show on the road. I appreciate the one viewer that's been watching this all along. A couple other people tuned in. Oh, he's not showing comics again, Martha. We got to tune out of this brought to Orloff show. Movies. What kind of guy shows movies? This is supposed to be. I signed up for a comic book channel. Hij. I've got a Jerry Lewis. I have this tendency to say Jerry Lee Lewis because I am into obviously rock and roll music. Why is that obvious? Well, I don't know that that is obvious to you, but I have other interests other than comic books, and one of them is definitely rock and roll and rockabilly and garage rock from the '60s and punk rock. And plus, I love all kinds, well, almost all kinds of music. JFK would be after Jerry Lewis and before King Kong. Oh, speaking of King Kong, here's the wonderful Blu-ray version of King Kong. Uh, Also in this section, I'm going to count this as a King Kong movie, Queen Kong. Oh, this is a fantastic movie. Targets. It's about a elderly horror movie star. Boris Karloff is basically playing himself, and he's going to a drive-in to make an appearance. And this horrible guy, I shouldn't show that image, but he's is like a sniper, goes to the drive-in because he's a crazy, killer. And so anyway, while those horror movie stars there, real life horror happens. And he has to deal with, I've made these horror films all my life, and now I'm confronted with real, true horror. That kind of. It's a fantastic film. It really is. Peter Bogdanovich directed it. Yeah, he's in his directorial debut. Peter Bogdanovich. I can't read this. See, the problem is when they put red lettering on top of blue, it's hard for me to read. Peter Bogdanovich weaves two disparate storylines into a terrifying moment of confrontation. In seemingly unrelated events, aging horror film star Orloff, Boris Karloff, announces his retirement, and an apparently average young man accumulates an arsenal of rifles and handguns. As the pace thickens, O'Kelly, that's the killer, turns into a murderous sniper showing up at a drive-in theater where Orlock is making his final personal appearance. It's an R-rated film. I didn't really remember it was R-rated, but I suppose it is. Okay, targets. I'm not going to make a Boris Karloff section. If I divide into too many subsections, then I'm going to make a mess of this even more than I did of my comic book collection. This is Raiders of the Lost Ark. I hate that they changed the title for the Blu-ray to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. This is the only really, truly great movie in that series. The second one, Temple of Doom, was not as good. The third one was kind of more of a rehash of this one, but it had Sean Connery in it. But it was good too, but it was not as good as this one. Was almost perfection. This is perfection. And then everything after that, it's I don't even remember what they were. Let's see. I think there was one about UFOs, and then this last one where they made. I didn't even bother watching that because I heard that all they do is humiliate Indiana Jones throughout the whole movie, and I don't have any interest in that. So this goes before Rambo under Raiders. I don't file that as not going to file that as Indiana Jones. Okay, here's Super Bad. I remember that was a funny movie. I don't have tremendous memories of it, but I remember laughing at it. Sucker. Okay, here's Tarzan cereal. We'll put that under T for Tarzan. Okay. Here's Plan 9 from Outer Space. I wonder, do I have Plan 9 on Blu-ray? I don't know. The world may never know. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. As soon as my wife wakes up, I'll end the stream and you just, what are these books? Never heard of this in my life. Oh, maybe this isn't mine. The Science of Sleep. I don't remember this. Maybe this is my wife's movie. What? I've never seen this movie before in my life. I think these are actually part of my wife's collection. Yeah, I think these are movies that I need to. What is this? Oh yeah, this is one of hers too. It's a Disney movie. She wanted to watch this movie Oz. It was kind of great. It was just a wonderful movie. I just loved it. Okay, hold on. Let me move these aside. Uno momento, por favor. Okay, fantastic. All right. Raid on Rommel. Raid on Rommel goes between Plan 9 from Outer Space and Rambo. It's Olympia about the 1936 Olympics. It's a beautiful movie. The problem is obviously it's a movie that glorifies Hitler, but Leni Riefenstahl was one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. They used to teach her work in film school. The problem was she, you know, made movies that glorified Hitler, but if you can get past that big elephant in the room and look at her actual filmmaking techniques, they influenced filmmakers for many years. And she really, if it wasn't for Hitler, she'd be regarded right up there with all the great filmmakers instead of just being someone that people in film school know about. Um, she invented a lot of film techniques. I mean, remember in Star Wars, the 1977, the real Star Wars movie, how magnificent that final scene was where they come to get their medals for blowing up the Death Star. That's right out of one of her films, Triumph of the Will. But anyway, so that'll be under O, Olympia, Olympia, OP, Raiders. Oh, wait, I got Plan 9 from Outer Space after PQR, MN. In OPQR. Yeah. Plan 9. Okay, so Olympia would be after Night of Living Dead. Yeah, make it a Night of Living Dead section, I think. Where am I? Night of Living Dead. I was wondering if I should file. I was thinking I should make a George Romero section. But no, I think I'll make a Night of Living Dead section, and then I'll put Dawn of the Dead and any other Living Dead sequel under in. And I got all these different versions. This is the special collector's edition of Night of Living Dead. And this is the Millennium Edition. There's so many different editions of this. This is this is the remake that was directed by Tom Savini. It's in color. It's really it wasn't bad. This is a colorized version of the original. And I might have other ones somewhere. Those are all DVD. I probably have a Blu-ray version somewhere of Night of Living Dead. Uh, Night of Living Dead is like a feature length. If you think about it, it's like a feature length EC story. It even has the twist ending, where after the whole mess, they come along and shoot the hero. You think, not spoiler alert, because they think he's a zombie. It's like you didn't expect that to come, but that's just like EC. They would always. This is a Hammer film collection. Creatures the World Forgot, Never Take Candy from a Stranger, The Revenge of Frankenstein, The Snorkel, Maniac, and Die Die McDarling. I got this. I believe this is the one I won in a contest, Captain Strangelove contest. I also won a Haunt of Fear EC comic from that last Halloween from some live show that was co-hosted by Horror Mike. This I have been creating a Hammer section, so I'm going to put this right here after Dracula has risen from the grave. Yeah, all right, fantastic. All right. Well, this is not Monster Squad, the movie. It's a TV show, and I've been putting TV shows, TV series over there in a separate section that we'll look at in a little bit. Depends on how long we're here today. We got 3 people watching now. Hello there. Why don't you guys put Oh, I don't know if people are commenting because I'm not on the comment section. And people are not commenting. Okay, I was on the comment section. Frankenstein. This is a little book version. Has this got more than one movie? I don't remember. What? This one. This two. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll put this on. I'm filing this under Universal. Um, just a minute. It's the most wonderful time of the year, ladies and gentlemen. Christmas is coming, and this would be a good time to make a donation to Gratu Orloff GoFundMe to help out with my wife and some other financial problems we've been having. This would be a fantastic time to relieve yourself of the burden of that you haven't been donating to the great Gratu Orloff enough because of all the entertainment he's provided you. You just are feeling really guilty about it. Okay. All right. All right. But I'll forgive you if you donate. Or, in all seriousness, just say a prayer if you can't donate anything. I know these are tough times. Um, believe it or not, Joe Biden is still the president. You don't ever hear from him anymore, but it didn't matter because he never ran things. It was really Obama. Actually, there are much higher people than Obama that have really been running things, but that doesn't matter. Well, this isn't a political show, and we don't want to talk about politics here. No, of course not. Universal. There's Tarzan, there's John Wayne. What is this? That's Bride of Frankenstein. Okay, that's Universal. Okay. Oh, it's my Jodorowsky set. El Topo. It's got Holy Mountain. A lot of these. Jodorowsky he's a comic book guy. He almost made a version of Dune. There's a whole movie you can watch about that. He was originally going to make Dune before they gave it to David Lynch. So this will go under J for Jodorowsky. Let's see. J. Where's the Jerry Lewis? Okay. Jerry Lewis, JFK, Jodorowsky, King Kong. I wonder how many people has there ever been a human being on the planet Earth that said Jerry Lewis, JFK, Jodorowsky, King Kong? Sometimes you wonder, am I the first person on the planet Earth that's ever said those words together? Okay, J.J. Abrams did the Star Trek movie, which I remember liking, and then he did a second one, which I remember, and then he did a third one, which I don't even know if I saw. and then he stepped in to ruin Star Wars, and now he's apparently ruining the 1990s Batman the Animated Series because, they said, well, Bruce Timm's working on this new Batman show. Yeah, but he was just, yeah, that's why the show looks good, but it doesn't have the original writer who is, Paul Dini? That's why the show is something horrific now. Okay, wow. What do I do with movie serials? I'm gonna have a separate section of movie serials. There's Tiger Woman. Yes, indeed. Okay, here's The Killer. Here's Kill Bill, Volume 2. I'm sure I have Volume 1 as well. That wouldn't make any sense. King Kong. Okay, Kill Bill. Should I have a Quentin Tarantino section? No, maybe. No, I don't think so. That would be showing. Never mind. I was going to say that'd be showing him too much respect. I don't. I have nothing against. Well, little. He's kind of an annoying person when you, but he's all right. I mean, it's like when you go into that's why people hate to go into comic book stores. Is you're confronted with people like Quentin Tarantino. If you're lucky, people that's spouting off about all their knowledge about things. You know how Quentin Tarantino comes across on interview shows. It's horrifying. Um, the Killers, The Killer. This, I believe, this movie was heavily stolen from for Quentin Tarantino, as I recall. I mean, he was playing tribute to it. This is some weird documentary about Charles Manson. Should I have a separate section for documentaries? No, I don't know. I don't. What do you guys think? All two of you. Do you think I should make a separate section? You guys need to contribute to the show. That's why help me. Oh, wow. This is the Killer Barbies. This is almost like a Beatles movie or a Monkees movie because the Killer Barbies are a real band and they're in this horror movie. And the theme song, it's a Jess Franco movie. There's a theme song, and they're a cool band. You look up the Killer Barbies. Actually, the real band I think is spelled like the Barbie doll, IES instead of Y. Look them up. There's a song, I think it's called Love Killer or Lover Killer, that the Killer Barbies do. That's one of the greatest songs you'll ever hear. They also have a song about comic books. So they're a good band. Killer Barbies. I think they're out of Italy. I think it's an Italian band, and I think the singer is this girl singer is German. So it's a multicultural band. The Killer Barbies. Anyway, this is like they're fighting vampires, as I recall. We'll put this under K, which will be before King Kong. Let's move King Kong to the next level. Oh, man. Pumpkin. I don't remember anything about this movie. I think I got it because after Adam's Family, Christina Ricci seemed like a really cool new star. And so I kind of followed her career. I kind of lost touch with all that. Okay, so this goes under P-O-P. When, yeah, I've got to just file. Do you guys file your DVDs and Blu-rays together, or do you have them separate? This is another one of the second movie, Killer Barbies versus Dracula. This is again, it's a real band that's in the movie. What are these? Oh, okay. It's this will go in the Hammer section. It's a double feature of The Curse of Frankenstein and Taste the Blood of Dracula. So this goes with the Hammer films. This is all working out pretty well. I'm pretty happy with this. Another Hammer film, Count Dracula and His Vampire Brides. This is very late period Hammer, as I recall, when they started to make R-rated movies and push the level a little bit. Um, Hammer almost made a Vampirella movie, but there's another Hammer movie, Rasputin the Mad Monk. Rasputin, however you want to say it. I always said Rasputin. I guess because they always talk about Putin, Vladimir Putin. I was wanting to call him. I've always called him Rasputin, and now I'm calling him Rasputin. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. Putney Swope will go under P. Where was I just had a P? Okay. Pumpkin. Putney Swope. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Brain damage. Should I have a Frank Henenlotter section? No, I'm gonna just put this under B for brain damage. He's also the guy that made Basket Case. What happened to Frank Henenlotter? Is he still around? Did he retire? He was um, he was always fun. Brain damage. Brain damage. There's Bullet, Bond, James Bond, brain damage, bullet to the head. Well, that all. It almost sounds like James Bond has done that to someone. Let's see. Okay. What is this? A double feature of two movies. Bloodbath and The Witch Who Came from the Sea. And they're bound together like so, with this little cardboard. I guess most of these double feature movies I've been putting over there, but I guess I'll file this under B for Blood. Blues Brothers, Blood goes before the Blues Brothers. What is this? Oh my gosh. It's Roger Corman's Cult Classics All Night Marathon. I didn't know Roger Corman had anything to do with Lady Frankenstein. That's a great movie. Velvet Vampire, I forgot I had this on DVD. I was trying to get Velvet Vampire for years. That has Celeste Yarnell, who I've got an autograph of her up here. She was in Star Trek episode. Here's Strange Brew. Everyone's forgotten this movie. The Bob and Doug McKenzie were real cool there for a little bit. They're playing two Canadian guys doing a public access show on Second City Television, SCTV, and culturally in the early '80s they became kind of a big hit, and they put out a record, and they had the guy from Rush. The singer from Rush sang a song, "Take off to the Great Wide North." They had all these catchphrases. Take off. Eh? I still have a Bob and Doug McKenzie shirt I wore when I was in high school upstairs in the attic. I'm sure it's highly valuable, collectible. Strange Bruce, Straw Dogs. Okay, that goes between Starship Troopers and Straw Dogs. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll file this with my double features over there. Poseidon Adventure. There's got to be a morning after if we can hold on through the night. Let's see. Patton, Pyre, Poseidon Adventure. Prehistoric Women. This is an old movie. This is not the Hammer movie. This is older. This is from probably early 50s. I don't think it's late 40s, probably early 50s. That goes between Poseidon Adventure and Quova. I guess there's some alphabet. Oh, here's the Hammer one. I'll put that under H for Hammer. Yeah, there's some alphabetization already going on down here at this lower part. So, so yeah, so yeah. Isn't that how? That's the new way to say. So yeah. I need to learn to say so yeah more often because I tend to just say I need to really to sound like an intellectual. I need to just say so yeah, so yeah, so yeah. Okay. Should I put these rock and roll movies together? Well, they already will because they'll have rock at the beginning. Rock, 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 Alan Freed. So they're gonna fall naturally, and this is another Alan Freed double feature. I'll put these. I'm just gonna put all these movies under R for rock. Rock and roll, dude. Let's see. Jerry Lewis R. Patton. Sound like a pirate. R. Oh, there's people here. If you want to sound like an intellectual, you need to start saying indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. I do say that a lot. Indeed. And also the word like. And then she was like, blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, totally, like, yeah. Indeed. All right. And what's it? There's some other words. Moreover. Moreover. That's the word that you got to add to your vocabulary. Rock. What time is it there in Portugal? There, Paulo. Rock. Rambo. Runaways. Road Warrior. Rock. Rock and roll yourself to death, baby. Let's see. This is a bunch of music from Saturday Night Live. That needs to be in a separate music section, I believe. Why, it's the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. I wonder if I don't think I have this on Blu-ray. Why, Paula's saying, no, like makes you sound like you're from California. I know that. I was joking about it. And California Gratu doesn't have the same ring. I should just start calling myself California Gratu, man. It's just past 2 p.m. Just had lunch. Yeah, I haven't even had breakfast yet. I woke up, fell out of bed, dragged a comb across my head. Oh, I took a shower and came down here and started filing because I'm eager to do this. It's an exciting new project. And then at some point I'll go eat. Why am I? Oh, I'm trying to file this under B for Beatles. Should I? Yes, I should. Because then I'll file the other Beatles movies, even though you'd think you'd file this under Y. That's just how I'm doing it. It's Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Russ Meyer movie. Maybe I should file. Should I file it under R for Russ Meyer? No. Okay. Oh, and look, another Beatles movie. Help. We'll put that. Now, where's A Hard Day's Night? I know I must own that. That's a great film. Um, the four complete historic Ed Sullivan shows. I guess I'll put that right before Help. What the heck? What is this? Okay, this seems to be a music section. These are Beach Boys. I was just thinking this morning I was just thinking, God bless Brian Wilson while I was showering. How great he's been around. When I first discovered the Beach Boys in like 1973 from my older brother playing Endless Summer on his 8-track in his Ford 1972, 71 Maverick. Um, Brian Wilson's great. Ramones Raw. Get, get the music. What is this? Badfinger. And then this is a Shadow. The Shadow Strikes was a film, not a serial. So I'll put this with the movies. Oh, here's my DVD version of Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and I had made a Harryhausen section. So now I'll see that I probably have this on DVD, Blu-ray, and I probably have a Laserdisc version in the closet in the other room. But because that was a movie that really made an impact on me in second grade when I first saw it on this right before dinner on a Saturday night, second grade. This movie was on television. I couldn't believe how great it was. Hammer. No, not Hammer. Harryhausen. Where's Harryhausen? Ugh. I'm probably making a big mistake making these sections. Uh, Dark Shadows goes under TV shows. That'll be over there. Um, oh, it's a Hammer collection of Horror of Dracula. Dracula has risen from the grave. Taste the Blood of Dracula and Dracula AD 1972. My wife really likes this movie. There's some girl in a blonde in this. She really loves the way she wears her hair. She loves this movie just for the fashion and the hairstyles. We'll get that under Hammer. What is this? Oh, it's a whole bunch of episodes of the 1990s X-Men cartoon. Put that over there with TV shows. It's the Elvira movie. That would be under E. Dirty Harry, Elvira, Evil Dead. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. Should I have a separate Christmas section? Yes. I think I should have a separate Christmas. It's what this apparently is. It's a Christmas section. I already have one down here. Oh, okay, here's a movie. King Sol- King Solomon's Mines will go under K, F, H, I, J, K, H, J, Jodorowsky, the Kill Bill, King Kong. King Solomon is after King Kong, and then you got Kingsman. Oh, another version of King Kong. Oh no, this is the remake of King Kong, which was pretty good, but it was not the 1933 King Kong. King Kong. It suffered from, well, if King Kong fought a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the original King Kong, let's have him fight two Tyrannosaurus Rexes. And okay, so we'll put that there next to the original King Kong and before Queen Kong. What do we have here? The Killer Shrews and the Giant Gila Monster. These were both made by, let's see what it tells you on the back. So you can see what information they give you on the back. Where is my magnifying glass? Anyway, I guess I'll file this under K for Killer Shrews. Um, there was a guy that owned He owned a gigantic radio station in Dallas named KLIF. That was the station that invented the top 40 format. And every station all throughout the country started to imitate his format to try to sound like KLIF with the jingles. And they would hire the same people that sang the KLIF jingles from, what is the name? Yeah, I'm trying to blank on names. There's a jingle studio that recorded jingles there and for commercials and radio stations in Dallas. Pam's Jingle Company. They would hire them to sing the jingles for their radio stations. They would get tapes of KLIF and try to imitate it. And so he invented the he also had a chain of drive-ins and movie theaters. He diversified radio stations, drive-ins, movie theaters, and he was looking at the crap that was coming from Hollywood, and he said, I can make horror movies better than them. So he's the guy that produced the Killer Shrews and the Giant Gila Monster. They were made in the Dallas area, the homemade movie. Well, not homemade, sort of. They were his idea. I'll make my own movies. So that's the story behind that. Killer Shrews, Killer Barbies, Killer Shrews. Scared Straight was more of a TV show, so I'll put that up here. Not a feature film. Okay. What's down here? Martial arts double feature. All these double feature things. It's like, how do you alphabetize it? Because there's two movies. Do you file it under M or B for bloody? So I'm putting the double feature ones back there. One that you haven't seen yet. This is someone made the Call of Cthulhu like it's a silent movie. They tried to make it look like, okay, if during the silent movie era, when H.P. Lovecraft actually wrote this story, what if Hollywood made a movie out of it? So they make it in black and white and try to make it look authentic, like it's a long undiscovered H.P. Lovecraft movie. You heard of this? I don't know. Do I file it under? I don't have enough H.P. Lovecraft movies to have an H.P. Lovecraft section, so I'm going to file this under C. There's another one like this I've got somewhere. I'll file this under C for Call of Cthulhu. Okay, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Charlie. Okay, that's Butch Cassidy. Butch Call, that would go there. Okay. Here's two shadow films. Where did I put the other shadow? Oh, it's still in my lap. So I can put these two shadows under S for shadow. Star Trek Sound of Music, Shogun Assassin. Oh, some movies I filed yesterday after I ended the stream, so I didn't show you this. Shogun Assassin is an Americanized. They took these. Baby Cart was a Japanese comic book, and they made these great movies. But a guy that's pushing a baby cart. That's kind of what they're trying to do with the Mandalorian and the Baby Yoda. Anyway, great movies. But what this did is it took the first three movies and it took all the action scenes out of it, so it's almost non-stop action. And then they put this great American soundtrack that is by who did it? Was it Mark Lindsay? I don't remember, but it's a really cool electronic. It turned into something completely different, and well, not completely different, but it's a usually American studios ruin the Japanese source material, like Power Rangers. But this is an example where they took it, made something a little different but wonderful out of it. Let's see who's in the chat here. Why, it's Paulo. Hey. Hello, Paulo.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
can you
Hey
hear
there.
me? Yes, here we are.
I can hear
Yeah.
you. It's very dark there. You would think it's midnight where you're at.
No, no, I have the blinders down. I'm at my parents' house, and the living room faces west, so we
Oh,
got the sun over there coming in.
I see. Here's I think I made a Clint did I make a Clint Eastwood section? I think I did. Let's see, where did I okay, but no, because the gauntlet is after Gamera. Should I make a Clint Eastwood section? What do you think? Or is that too
Well, that
confusing?
depends whether you want to keep if you want to keep the cop movies and the westerns all together or not.
Oh wait, here's the Dirty Harry. No, I haven't done it. Okay, that's probably I'm probably going too overboard with dividing. So I will just put this Gran Torino under. Do you have much of a collection of physical media, Paulo?
No,
So,
probably have about a dozen DVDs.
yeah, just see when comic books got really terrible, and then these started coming out, and what would that have been? Late '90s. Just like a lot of my insane collecting went into this. But I'd still keep going to comic stores looking for stuff and buying older
Mhm.
comics. But I that's why
I
I have
still have a bunch
absolutely
of
no knowledge of,
CDs.
huh?
I still
CDs?
have
You
a
bought
bunch of
CDs?
CDs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I was buying them too.
100 years ago, 100 years ago, about 20, 25 years ago, I used to buy a lot of dance music compilations, and
Oh
that's why I
yeah,
have what I have the most. But I still have over 100 CDs.
yeah. Okay, Godzilla. Gran Torino would be before Godzilla, well, no, after Ghost World. And that's, see, it's Godzilla. Oh, okay. Godzilla, Hammer. Okay, Gran Torino. Yeah, yeah, they want us just to not own anything now. You'll own nothing and be happy. You can just download all, you can just, there's some,
Subscribe to a
yeah,
service
really.
and pay a monthly fee, and they tell
This
us you
is,
can watch whatever you want, and then there's nothing good to watch.
yeah, really. This is Rolling Stones live. Um, this is The Residents. Um, what is this? The Sargosa experiment. Okay, yeah, that goes under S. So what articles are you working on now? Anything?
Nothing. The new magazine is in the stands now, or at least being distributed to the digitally to the subscribers, because it's not really available on most newsstands.
Yeah.
And probably next week I'll be starting. I'll be starting on the new stuff.
There's really only one store in the United States that still has a giant magazine stand, and you go in there and you weren't even aware that many magazines were still actually being produced. It's a bookstore called Barnes and
Hmm.
Noble. Um, but but it's in a mall. They're always in malls usually, and so I don't go in there
Hmm.
very often. And plus, there are no new malls near me. but well, an hour drive. But even then, I didn't go into malls when they were 10 minutes from my house, and avoided that. Okay, all
I
right.
used to, I do miss going into newsstands and seeing all the stuff that was available. You had a real sense of discovery. No, it was
Yeah,
the new issues and going over the stuff.
yeah, it's pain in the neck. The internet's cool and everything, but I mean, you get the information. It used to be, I was interested in upcoming movies, and I'd get Starlog and in the late '70s, and it would say these movies are in production. It's like wow, but I was actually getting news that was a month or 2 months old when I was reading Starlog. Now when I first discovered the internet, there was a website out of Austin called Ain't It Cool News, and I was fascinated by that because the guy had spies in Hollywood that you would get news right as movies were even being thought of. It's like Hollywood's discussing making a John Carter movie, or that's how you found information like um, Robert Rodriguez was going to make a Red Sonja movie, and he had Rose McGowan was going to play Red Sonja, and because I think he was having an affair with her or something. He was married, but he was going out with Rose McGowan, and he was going to have her play Red Son. That never happened, but I remember reading about it, was thinking that sounds interesting. Rose McGowan could be a cool Red Sonja. She has the fierce eyes and everything. My friend that went to Hollywood for 20 years and worked making horror movies and everything, but he said that Rose McGowan was one of the good ones there. That there were a lot of that was she's actually a good person, and by that he means like aligned with him politically and philosophically, which I mean scary things about Rose McGowan, but it's all right. Okay, so I have a Godzilla section going. So this DVD, I'm putting DVDs with Blu-rays. That's my bold new experiment. Poltergeist, the movie that everybody's forgotten about, but it was a good movie. I haven't seen it in years, but I don't know why people have forgotten about it. Police Swim. There was a big controversy about that because it was a Toby Hooper movie directed by Toby Hooper, but everyone thought, oh, he didn't really direct it. It was really directed by Steven Spielberg, and I don't, that'd be kind of a punch in the gut to a director for people to say that about you. I mean, Texas Chainsaw Massacre was great, but then has he ever been able to match that? Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 was nothing like the original, and he's done other movies. I like Life Force, but everyone else just laughed at it. But gee, I wonder why I liked Life Force. But to me, it felt like it was a little dopey, yeah, but it was kind of like a Hammer movie. Plan 9 from Outer Space, another cop. Oh, they've colorized it. Why did I buy? I guess I thought it would be interesting. I was buying everything. Where's my other Plan 9? Let's see. PLJKLNMNOP. I'm having to channel my memories from Sesame Street to remember the alphabet here. Plan 9. Plan 9. Plan
Yeah.
Pirates.
There are a bunch of old movies there are a
Yeah.
bunch of old movies that I watched for the first time recently, and so but you can tell they're colorized. It's if you maybe the new kids they don't know because they never watched a black and white movie, but if we watch black and white movies, we can tell when they were colorized, even if we've never watched them before.
Yeah, yeah. What what movie are you talking about?
Well, every once in a while, Fox does a 2 week long Western marathon, and it's
Yeah.
usually the same movies, but you can if it stars Randolph Scott, you can tell that it's been colorized.
Yeah. Man, I've made some mistakes in alphabetizing. Raiders of the Lost Ark is after Rock and Roll High School.
You
I'm
better
trying to
keep all
remember.
the Indiana Jones movies together.
Yeah. I don't think I have all of them. To me, Raiders was the perfect one. Nothing else, okay, was perfect. I, the second one had this
Hmm.
screaming, annoying, not that attractive female lead because she was in it just because she was dating Spielberg at the time. And then I didn't. And then he had a little kid sidekick. I think that's kind of what. And the third one I thought was too derivative of the first one. I don't know. That's how it struck me when I was watching it in the theater. It's like, oh, you're gonna have a chase with
Well,
Nazis
the
again at
second,
the end.
yeah.
Good.
Well,
I'm
the
sorry.
second one's also derivative in the sense that it uses a lot of the same gags, and so the plot to the third one is closer to the first, but the gags and the action scenes are totally lifted from the first on the second.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost like it's not made by the same person. It's almost like it was, yeah, like some. It
There
almost
were
seemed
a
like
lot of
what.
leftover scenes from.
Yeah, it's sort of the feeling like at the end of Return of the Jedi, it's like, oh, they're doing the Death Star again. I was hoping to see something cool and new. Like the second Star Wars movie introduces the lumbering, uh, uh, the
Mm,
whatever you call him, AT is the dinosaur walking. The man, my mind's gone. That
mhm.
that was something you didn't see in the first Star Wars movie. But. Oh well. Oh, Horror of the Blood Monsters. This is a little bit altered. I mean, they've retouched the art, but that's Neil Adams' art. And my friend owned this
Yeah.
original Neil Adams art. It was framed on his wall. It's probably still framed on his wall, except he passed away. But his brother kept his house like completely. He just kept it. He didn't. It's probably still exactly like it was when he passed away 6, 7 years ago. He just keeps it there. It keeps his phone going. It's like a shrine to him. Horror of the Blood Monsters. Uh, Hammer. Okay, horror. Uh, yes. Okay, movie serials. I've got a special section for that, or I will soon. Curse of the Demon and Night of the Demon, same movie, different version. One's the American release, Curse of the Demon. Night of the Demon, you don't see the demon at the end, as I recall. But a lot of people consider Night of the Demon, the original British version, to be better. But I'll file it under C for Curse. I don't think my wife's seen this yet. I think she'll really like it. It goes before Dazed and Confused. The hell? Ugh. What are okay, music? What are some of the DVDs you got?
Not that many. I wanted to have the when I found the first Star Trek movies for $1, I bought the first six, which are the ones that
Okay,
are important.
right. Yeah, I can't imagine
Apart
anything
from that,
after that.
I once bought a boxed set with the six Marx Brothers movies.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
But yeah,
This is all music down
because
here. It looks like.
everybody kind of likes people like watching the some of the gags on YouTube, but it's actually a lot of fun to see an entire Marx Brothers movie because it doesn't stop. They had an amazing sense of movement, and I don't know who directed that thing, but you keep and did all the cutting, but it doesn't stop. It just keeps going throughout the whole movie, and you don't stop laughing.
Yeah. Okay. Howard Stern goes after prehistoric women. Yeah, definitely. I I need more Marx Brothers. Yeah. I'm not even sure if I have any. And why is that? Let's see. Bronco Bear says, "Hey, Craw 2 and everyone else." Imp says, "The brain that wouldn't die." Yes, I have that. Um, I haven't run across it yet. Here's a set of something weird movies. You got Night of the Bloody Apes, Feast of Flesh, The Beast That Killed Women, The Monster of Camp Sunshine, Mighty Gorgo, 1 million ACDC, and the extra weird sampler. I'll put these over here with my something weird movies. Um,
Bronco is asking if you have any Hitchcock movies.
yeah. I mean, I'll run across them at some point, and that would be a section. Where is he saying? That would have to be. I'll file those under H. Imp says, "Not of this earth." Paul Birch, Beverly Garland. Yeah, I'm not of this earth. Um, it's American Werewolf in London. Um, this is going to take a long time. This is a project that's going to take a while, but when it's done, it will. This will avoid. You know, my wife wanted to see They Live because it's kind of politically appropriate now, and she had never seen it. And it's like she wound up, you know, it's like, where is it streaming? And it's like, I'm pretty sure I have that downstairs, and I do. I just found it, but you know, this is a Hammer movie. I have an H Hammer section, so there it goes. Put it right here. Here's The Plainsman. This is a good Western. I mean, I have all kinds of stuff. Imp, you should come on sometime. I keep forgetting what IMP stands for. He's told me before, but you know.
The link should still be visible, so.
Oh, yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know. Is it? Yeah, because hardly anyone's commented. This is the GoFundMe, so you can send me money, gosh darn it. And this is the way you get on the show. Plainsman. Plainsman. Oh, Plainsman. Kind of embarrassed to have this Pirates of the Caribbean set here, man. It's, ugh. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's just one of those loud, screaming modern movies. Shit.
Yeah, the first was fun, but I didn't bother with any of the following ones.
No, it must be something I bought for a couple of bucks or something. Yeah, Let's see. The one with the whales, was that Star Trek 4?
Yep.
I think. There was Star Trek the Motion Picture, then there was Wrath of Khan, which I thought was the best of the movies, and then there was The Search for Spock, came out in '84. I remember that because I was working in a movie theater playing it that summer, um, and then after that, I think was the whale one, where they went back to San Francisco in modern times, and then after that, I have a very, I don't remember any Star Trek movie after that. With the next one, was it directed by Shatner?
The fifth, I can't remember. The fifth one is the one where Kirk gets framed for the attempted murder of a Klingon ambassador, and he has to escape prison. But turns out it's a plot from a faction with factions within Starfleet and the Klingon Empire who both wanted the war to keep going.
Oh, that really sounds
And
very.
the sixth one, and the sixth one is the one where they go where Spock's brother gets his emotions back, and they go find God, and God is some being that's stuck in the center of the galaxy.
Oh my gosh! Who was that one direct? Was that the one directed by Shatner that everyone hated, or a lot of critics hated?
Maybe, yeah. The story's not very good.
I think that I'm wondering if I even saw that one. I may have heard such bad things about it that I just skipped it because that doesn't sound familiar. I know that there was a Harlan Ellison script written where they met God that never got produced. Obviously, J.K. Okay. King M. Marilyn Monroe. Okay. Okay, I have a Marilyn Monroe section, but it's M.O. for Monroe. So Midnight Cowboy goes between Mad Monster Party and Monroe. This would go in the Universal. I have a Universal section. And so, there we go. Universal for the Universal Horror. Not all Universal films from the studio. Okay. Some more movies. Oh boy. Okay. There's Blazing Saddles would go under B. I'm not going to create a Mel Brooks section. Blazing. Bond. Blues Brothers. Bloodbath. Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Beatles. Wait. BL would be right before Blood. Oh, these are already. Oh, this is the Blood trilogy.
My favorite
from
line
Herschel
from
Gordon
Blazing
Lewis.
Saddles.
What's that?
My favorite line from Blazing Saddles. My favorite line from Blazing Saddles. A lot of people, everybody likes to quote the movie, but my favorite line is not is not one that usually gets quoted. When Sheriff Bart just spent the night with Lily von Stupp and he's leaving the room, and she doesn't want to let him live. She doesn't want to let him leave, and she says something. She whispers something in his ear, and he says, "Baby, I am not from Havana." That's my favorite line.
Here's the Wild Bunch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mel Brooks originally wanted John Wayne to play the Gene Wilder part. That would have been fantastic. But John Wayne said, I read the script, but I can't say some of these words. I can't be in this movie, but I'll be the first one in line to see this movie when it comes out. But this is not good. This is not good for my reputation. But that would have been so great because it would
Yeah.
have. It just would have been great. And then he was going to have Richard Pryor play the other part, and just imagine an alternate timeline where it's Richard Pryor and John Wayne. That would have been mind blowing.
Well, the the insurance people, they would not sign.
They wouldn't what? Your phone cut out. Is he still there? Let's see. He's gone, man. He disappeared. He'll come back. This is We Were Soldiers, Vietnam movie, Mel Gibson. Okay, I've got a John Wayne section here, followed by The Wild Bunch. We Were Soldiers would go before that. He's probably saying they wouldn't sign, the insurance company wouldn't sign off on Richard Pryor if it was pretty much known at that point in the early 70s about his drug use. Then yeah, you don't want the lead of your movie having a drug overdose. But I'm not sure what was known about how bad, I don't know, his addiction was at that point. Blade Runner. Double feature of Galaxina and the Crater Lake Monster. It seems like, didn't I file Galaxina yesterday? And I haven't even had breakfast yet. What did you guys eat for breakfast? All five of you. That's ridiculous. Well, I'm also doing a live stream at a ridiculous hour. Galaxina. Gauntlet. Camera. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Galaxina would be before that. Fury is a World War II movie. Oh, that must be Paulo trying to come back on. Are you there? No, I didn't get him. Add to stage. There he is. What were you saying? Were the insurance company, were they not going to let Richard Pryor on in?
Yeah, they wouldn't sign off on it, on the movie, if Pryor were to star. But even he himself acknowledged that it wasn't a good idea because he was supposed to be on set one day and he called Mel Brooks and said, "I'm in Cleveland and I have no idea how I got here."
Oh, okay. So he was he was bad at that
Probably
point.
very, very high.
Here's Frankenstein's Army. This goes under F for Frankenstein. Fury, Frankenstein. This is a movie a friend of mine told me about. I think it's set in the 70s or something. It's the FP. Right? It's some strange film that was entertaining. FP. Okay. Oh, this is a good one for you. Ford versus Ferrari. What did you think of this movie?
The personalities are right. The history is wrong, and the cars make no sense.
Okay. I have like comic book movies over there. Shoot, I have comic stuff divided, so I guess I'll put Dread with. This was a good movie.
Is that
Okay,
the good? That's the good one, right?
that's the good one, not without Stallone.
Yeah.
Although there was some good stuff in the Stallone movie, it just he took his helmet off, which is he's not supposed to do. But because it was Stallone, he was a big star at that time. He had to show himself. It seems like there was some good production on that movie. Like it looked good visually and everything, and
Hmm.
it just didn't ultimately work, and it just didn't. It wasn't a hit. I think that was maybe after Stallone's peak of his popularity. I think by that point, Schwarzenegger had taken over Stallone's
Hmm.
audience.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Dirty Harry.
Schwarzenegger always had more of a sense of humor than Stallone did, because he was willing to take part in stuff like Kindergarten Cop and Twins.
Yeah, yeah. Dirty Harry District 9. I don't even think I've ever watched this. Or why do I own this? It's a sequel to Death Race 2000. I think it's probably terrible. The original Death Race 2000 I loved. Is this any good? I'm sure. Have you watched it?
I have no idea what that is.
Well, it's a sequel to Death Race 2000, but made not long ago. Probably not long ago. It's probably 15 years. You know.
Looks like a National
This is
Lampoon version of Speed Racer.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This is some Japanese the Pinky Violence collection. Well, I
Okay.
guess I'll put that under P. I don't know. There used to be some weird stuff that would show up at Best Buy, which was there's an electronics store in the United States called Best Buy, and they used to have giant sections of DVDs and then later Blu-rays that would cut the whole front of their store in CDs, and they were what they call lost leaders. You'd go in there to buy a DVD, and they'd sell them to you cheap, and they had everything, including obscure stuff like this. And then the thought was, while you're buying the DVDs, you might like go and say, "Hey, I also need a refrigerator," or "That big screen TV looks great to watch my Pinky collection," and it was a way to lure you in, which is, I think, one of the reasons that comic books stayed at the 10-cent price point for so many decades, is it got the kids in, and then the parents would buy something that actually cost some money while they were there, and would lure the parents in. But yeah, anyway, Best Buy stopped carrying Blu-rays, and I mean you can't find Blu-rays, DVDs anywhere. One of the last holdouts was a chain called Target, and I don't know, they might just have a tiny section smaller. I don't even think as big as this section right here. This is more than they would have, and
Yeah.
so
There's
now
a
I
French
think
chain
it's
called Fnac,
yeah.
and they stopped selling DVDs 3 years ago.
Yeah, they want you to just what it was COVID that killed everything. People just started streaming, and then Hollywood started just giving you movies because they couldn't play them in theaters. And so I don't
Well,
know.
even in 2017, the DVD section, you could tell it was smaller than it used to be in 2011.
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, people still collect them, but you have to buy them mail order through Amazon. Should I start a B for beach party? I think I'm going to do a beach party section, because otherwise you're going to be scouring all through for I'll just put the beach party movies together. I don't know. It makes sense to me somehow. So beach party would be before the Beatles, literally and alphabetic. Here's Hell's Angels, Howard Hughes movie. This movie he was watching while he was in bed with fingernails curling around with a long beard. You know, sanitized room with aluminum foil on the windows in Las Vegas in his latter years. He, you know, I wonder if they ever did a, because Tony Stark, Iron Man, is based on Howard Hughes. What if they, maybe they've done this, but if they, but they do, you got the Dark Knight as Batman as an old man, and they did the Old Man Logan series at Marvel. What if they did an old man Iron Man and Tony Stark is turned into Howard Hughes, the germ freak with the long white beard? That, I don't know. Have they already done that? Maybe they did that in the Old Man Logan stuff. Is that, or is that a brilliant idea I just came up with? Hello? Is he still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Have they ever done an Iron Man as an old person?
Not as its own series, but I think you do have a old man Tony Stark in one of the Old Man series.
In the Wolverine series where everyone's old?
Maybe in the Peter Quill series, the one with Star-Lord.
I don't even know what that is. There's
But
the
I
Peter
haven't read it,
Quill
so I don't.
series.
Yeah.
What happened in that?
I have no idea. I didn't watch it.
It's a comic series?
Yeah. They took advantage of the success of Old Man Logan and did an Old Man Quill.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay. Figures.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sure it was complete garbage. Let me grab some more movies. Okay. All right. All right. Oh boy. Has anything interesting been happening on YouTube? Any new cool videos put up by anybody?
There's mostly I've been following the riots in the UK.
Oh, is that what's going on? Like last weekend, someone was like all upset, calling my wife and saying there's a civil war in England, and is it that bad? How bad is it? Would you say?
Well, the police made sure that everyone forgot that there was the murder of 3 children stabbed to death by a 17-year-old kid
Right.
whose parents came from Uganda.
Right.
So anyone who showed up to protest how there's any lack of oversight of how people adapt to British culture, anyone who complains is being arrested as an extreme right-wing sympathizer. They've been going to people's houses and arresting them for doing mean tweets, while letting Muslim gangs in some places go around with machetes. The thing is that they were trying to protect the identity of the suspect because he was a minor. And even though it got out pretty quickly that it was a 17-year-old of African origin, a lot of people started saying that it was a gang of Pakistanis, which wasn't. But add up to the fact that there were the Pakistani grooming gangs in Rotherham for years and nobody did anything about them. Plus Anjem Chowdhury going around saying that they were going to conquer England and nobody, and it took them over 15 years to deport the guy. People got fed up.
Yeah. Well, I hear this going on all around Europe, and of course it's happening here, and it's all part of their plan to create one world government, which is, always been a science fiction utopian dream. Star Trek, everyone's working together. There aren't any wars. You've got a crew made it, you got a Russian on the bridge, and it was during the Cold War. It's like, oh, everyone's getting along now, in this future world. But they still had their individual identities, their cultures were still something they were proud of. Scotty and everybody still held on to their culture. It seems like they're trying to erase a lot of that. I don't know, but one thing that's interesting, when someone commits a horrible crime, even the guy that shot Trump, they always show a picture of them when they're like 13 with braces, and anytime someone,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, they're just an innocent little kid. And they
Mhm.
make it seem like, oh my gosh, it's just gosh darn little kid. And it's a bunch of just about every one of these. It's always the same. You couldn't find a more recent picture. He hasn't been photographed at all. No, he has no social media presence. That's BS. What kid in their early 20s is just, well, he's just never been on social media? Maybe if he was a 70-year-old guy. I mean, even then, there's very few people that don't have. If they don't have any social media presence, there's something suspicious about them. It's like, or they got something maybe to hide. Force 10 from
If
Navarone.
you ask, oh yeah, if you
Um,
ask ChatGPT about the Trump assassination attempt, ChatGPT will tell you that Trump has never been shot in his life.
yeah. Uh, yeah, that was real.
Hey,
I saw that happen
mm,
live. I mean, that was real.
yeah,
But what's magical is there was a press conference the other day, and people asked him, "Well, could we injury to your ear? Could we see it?" Because his hair always falls a little bit over, and he showed it's like, he says there's a little bit, but then I saw his other ear. It looks about the same. It just looks like a guy who's
mm,
almost 80's ear. It's like, he says, "Well, I heal really quick." I mean, it's like, that's magical. Like someone upstairs is looking out for him, because he was hit. That bullet did graze him, and he was bleeding a lot. But somehow you really can't see it. It didn't take a big chunk of his ear off. That's just fantastic. Let's see what these humans in the chat are saying. Plague of the Zombies is superb, as is Horror Hotel. Yes, Imsh, you are correct. Apex says, "Happy Sunday, everyone." Yes, indeed. Here's Forbidden Planet. Yeah, anyway, so it's
I haven't seen Forbidden Planet in like forever,
yeah,
and
I know.
I only saw it because I used to many years ago. We used to have TCM on cable, but now it's no longer available in Europe.
There's the Alex Ross painting for Flash Gordon. Alex Ross always talks about this as his favorite film, that it inspired him completely as a kid. uh, or however old he was. He's is he how old? He's probably my age, maybe a little younger. I guess I
Yeah, it
would
should
have.
be about
This
60
came out in
right now.
1980, so I would have been 15 when this movie came out.
Yeah.
Was it 80? Yeah. Okay, so this came out right around the time as Empire, and before Return of the Jedi. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty great. This is a great movie, Excalibur, I thought. Hacksaw Ridge. I think this is the one where the hero is like a Seventh Day Adventist that can't fight, according to his religion, but he can be a medic and help people. Yeah. Actually, I forgot. It's Doctor Strange, isn't it? Uh,
Mhm.
the guy that would later play Doctor Strange. Let's see. Hammer. Hacksaw would be before Hammer. Sounds like I'm in a hardware store. Well, the hacksaws are over in the hammer section. Hammer, Gran Torino, hacksaw, hammer. This is Gamera. It has several Gamera movies. This will go under G for Gamera. Is that a microwave sound?
No, I was turning on the air conditioning.
Oh, all right. How hot is it there?
Probably about 105 today.
Oh shoot! Yeah, you were telling us the other day that it gets pretty hot there. I have no idea.
Yeah. Officially, it's going to be about 95, which means in reality, it's 105. But the thing is, it's the hottest summer ever. When I was 7 years old, there used to have several days in a row where temperatures reached 105.
Yeah,
That was in
sure.
the 80s.
Yeah, it's like they want to convince people it's global warming. You need to pay this extra tax whenever you breathe. It's just no, it's always been hot because it's summer, for crying out loud. But you're not supposed to
Stop using
say
cars.
those
It makes
politically
Greta.
incorrect thoughts.
Yeah, stop using cars. It makes Greta Thunberg sad.
Yeah, we need to just kill every cow on Earth because they just keep passing gas to kill a mockingbird. And we'll kill the mockingbirds after we kill the cows. Let's see. Matey. What the hell is this? Oh my gosh. What is this? I don't even know why I own this. I must have gotten it at Dollar General for $1. Rampage, Capital Punishment.
Who stars in
Oh,
that?
jeez. Huh?
It looks familiar, but it
Well, yeah, I think this is
looks
what
familiar.
the Democrats want you to think January 6th really looked like. But
Yeah.
but I don't know why I own this. I've never even heard of this movie, and yet it's in my collection. It's almost like someone snuck in and put it here to frame me or something. Yeah, I have no recollection of buying this movie, man. This must be what it's like to have Alzheimer's, man. It's kind of cool. Wow, I've got a movie. I didn't even. Every day is Christmas when you have Alzheimer's. It's like I didn't know I owned that. I really, there's been comic books I've been looking for. It's like, I wish I had that. And then I'm flipping through, oh, I already have it. I've had it for years. So that's why it's good to look through all these things. And then I understand what I've got. And then you appreciate what you already have. And then maybe you're not as desperately, because I watched, man, what happened to all the comic book shows? There's no comic book shows anymore. It's like Captain Strangelove posts every month and a half. I know he's busy, but I think there were a lot of comic shows I used to watch, and then I've forgotten about them because YouTube is not notifying me of them or is unsubscribed me from them. But a lot of the people I
Well,
used to watch on a
I
regular.
still everything that your boy Zach does, I still watch. Plus, West from
I
Thinking
forgot
Critical,
about
I
that
still
whole
watch that.
section of the internet. I forgot about
Yeah,
uh, uh, the cyber fraud
Ethan
guy,
Van
and
yeah, Ethan Van
yeah, I
Sciver. No, I
forgot
stopped
about.
watching his show because it's gotten repetitive and quite frankly, he should have evolved into something else, and he didn't. Uh,
I was watching him a lot
well,
when he was going on a crusade, making fun of this. There was this kind of ugly girl they put into Star Wars that was Asian, and he was like he was really going on about that. He was going to the stores buying up dozens of action figures of this ugly squat girl that I
yeah,
don't
but
know her.
that was 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's the last time I was really watching him. I've never even read his. I've got one cyber frog that a friend sent me. I mean, he's a decent artist. I don't think I ever read any of when he was working for DC, any of that. Um,
His Green
but
Lantern's pretty good.
yeah, that's what I heard. It just it wasn't that wasn't a time period that I was really um, reading the comics, you know. But I've
Howler
heard
Mouse
that.
is live. Howler Mouse is
Oh, is he
live right
live?
now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well,
The thing
I
is,
won't be offended if
he
you
has
go
to
over there and
decide.
watch that. What?
Yeah, I'll watch later because it's been live for 15 minutes and I don't want to catch it midway. But the thing is, he doesn't do a show regularly. Well, hopefully he'll start doing one because apparently
Well, he usually is
his
on
stepson
Sunday
has
morning.
just not always. He hasn't been on for like 3 weeks.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes life gets in the way.
yeah.
Um, he's he's younger than I am, and he appreciates the 1990s a little more than I do. So sometimes, but he likes the good stuff too. He
Well, the reason when I first started trying to find YouTube channels about comic books, the first ones you
yeah
find are the ones that you don't want to watch because they're the ones tell, well, you should buy this comic because it's going to be worth $100 and it's the first
yeah
appearance of a character you'll never hear from in 5 months. And and then I found the guy's like comics explained. Yeah, well, you don't. You should. I should be watching this. I should be explaining to comics explained how he's wrong about most things. And I
what's
had a
one some
conversation.
give me an example of something he's wrong about. I don't even know the guy.
Yeah, here's the thing: he just reads the comics, and he thought it was acceptable that Thor became known as Odin's son, and he was referring to old Thor stories as Odin's son. It's not Odin's son; it's Thor. It's his name. He's called Thor. His mama named him Thor.
Yeah. So he buys into all the new
Yeah,
stuff they've added into the stories. Okay.
yeah. Yeah, and he had a few. It was a network of friends, and sometimes they all got together and going through previews and saying and telling everybody how excited they were about the new Marvel comics. There was nothing exciting. That was 5 or 6 years ago, and there was nothing exciting. But
Yeah.
I found Howler Mouse. And Howler Mouse is a guy that enjoys going over the comics, and he has an idea of what's quality and what's bringing the medium forward, and other forms of and exploring other forms of storytelling, and that's
Yeah.
exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah. He's good. He yeah he yeah yeah um he's a little more appreciative of comics in a time period that I despise than but
Hmm.
he's a good guy. Um, and he's very proud of how long he's been on YouTube and stuff, and mentions that a lot.
Hmm.
That, that's how long you've been on YouTube. I guess that's good, but really, it's how long have you been collecting comics is what I want to know, and it's like,
Hmm.
but I don't.
The way the things he talks about in videos, doesn't matter how long he's been on YouTube. He keeps attracting new people, and people leave comments, and they find always something that they like. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter if he's doing comics from now or from 50 years ago.
yeah.
It's a good idea
Well,
to have at least a sense of history of the whole comic medium.
yeah. Blood of the Vampires would go in the blood section. Um, Towering Inferno.
Towering Inferno, that's old.
this is going to be a major. I can already tell this is going to be a major. This is going to be horrific. This is going to take probably months to do. I just don't have any idea how. Oh man.
I
Oh
always got the
man.
impression that you never, when you moved to when you moved to where you were, that you never got the everything out of the boxes.
Everything's out of the boxes. Well, for a while that was very true, but now um oh wow.
But I understand
Um
not wanting to take everything out of the box. You may not remember what you have, but at least you know where that everything's filed away someplace because they're inside the box.
well yeah. I don't know, man. Um I may actually give up on this project pretty quick. That is also very possible. Okay, here's a bunch of movie serials put together. Um, maybe. Um, okay, I may leave those alone. See, I've got this. You don't even know. I've got all this here and this here that I'm alphabetizing, but I think I'll go this way with my alphabetizing, possibly. So that means I need to start clearing out this stuff here. Um, yeah, I'm trying to
Movie
think.
serials were never very popular here. I think even most movie buffs are unaware of. They're probably they. I'm sure they've heard of movie serials, but they've never watched one.
Yeah, probably. What serials have you seen?
Mm, I don't think I've ever seen any. I've seen scenes from serials, but not. I've never seen a complete one.
I would recommend Flash Gordon because it's
Hmm.
very close to Alex Raymond's story, and there may not have ever been someone that as closely resembled the character he was playing, other than Christopher Reeve, um, in movie history. And and then there was a great one also based on a comic, Spy Smasher. That's where the flying wing that was in Raiders of the Lost Ark came from that. Um, and Bloody Pit of Horror. That's Jane Mansfield's husband there. Bloody Pit of Horror. There's going to be a lot of movies in the blood section here. I mean, there just are. Um, oh well, but there were move these Christmas move these Christmas stuff out of here. This is just a bunch of commercials. I got this from eBay for Philco television.
Yeah,
Um,
we
it,
used to have something which was the advertising night, which was it was a show that was broadcast in a cinema once a year, and
uh-huh.
they only aired commercials, and a few of the commercials weren't actually real, but most were, and we would go there and laugh at how silly they were.
There's a collection. I don't think they're from Russia, but there's some place like Russia, one of those. And there was this guy that made commercials, and they were really funny and suggestive and insanely crazy, and there were whole collections. I wish I could remember this guy's name. I think if you type in "crazy Russian commercials" on YouTube, you'd probably stumble on them. See, there's a whole lot more in here. That's why I'm saying this is going to take a long while. Let's see if there's anything in here I want to pull. Um, the But movie serials are Republic serials. You know, they're a lot of fun, and they're very close to the feeling of reading comics. And man, just the other day I was
Yeah.
thinking, I actually own this. I own the Superman cartoon, Saturday morning cartoon from Ruby Spears. I was just thinking, how do I get to watch that again? I think I'd like to watch that again, and I own it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I hardly remember those.
Um, they were the ones that actually used the kind of the John Williams theme. Um,
Mhm. I do miss the Filmation cartoons. They were,
Filmation was great. Um,
yeah.
it's really hard to find. Well, some of them are out on disc. What's hard to find is Superboy. And usually when you find a lot, you find them because in the 90s they aired a lot of that Filmation stuff, but with new opening credits. But the music, the opening titles on those Filmation were great, and, you know, and another thing cool about the Filmation Superman is they had the original guy from the radio series doing his voice. Um, let's see. Wow, insane. This is probably a project I should never have started on. That's what I've been saying for the last 5 years about my project where I started separating Silver Age and back from my comic collection. So I didn't want comics from before like 1971 to even touch something from the 90s. So I started this project that took years. Okay, what are people saying here, man? Apex says I watched Excalibur 11 times. Excellent movie. Okay, yeah. Emsh says, do you have the BBC DVDs of the Tom Baker Doctor Who series? No, I don't. I'm not. I don't know that much about Doctor Who. Um, that's that's something that Howler Mouse is really into Doctor Who, as I recall. I don't.
Hmm.
I mean, growing up, I would have. I was a book I got in third, fourth grade called Monsters Who's Who, and it was from England, and it was like an encyclopedia of monsters from movies and TV shows, and it had them from comic books too, you know, and from Spider-Man and stuff, and but then there were these things called Daleks and stuff. They were talking about in Cybertrons or something, Cybermen and stuff that was from. Yikes! Whoa! I'm oh, that's not good. I got the camera up on top of a bunch of milk crates and almost fell. And I didn't really know anything about that because Doctor Who was not shown here, and so and then it wasn't until I was in college that the local PBS station started to show Doctor Who, and I think it was the Tom Baker show, and I was and they showed it on Saturday nights. So, you know, that's when, okay, do I stay home and watch this TV show or do I go out with my friends? And, you know, but my impression of, I had a bad first impression of Doctor Who just because it looked cheap to me. It's like, man, this is shot on videotape. And then they go outside and it's all of a sudden film, but that's how they do it in England. And and it just looked cheap to me. I was thinking, oh man, I was thinking this is going to look like at least like Star Trek or something, but because I'd heard about it all my life. But it turned out, but I never gave it in other words, I never gave it a fair shake. I understand it's fantastic and everyone loves it, but I don't know a lot about it. But I know the theme song's great, and I know there's been tons of Doctor Who's. I understand that Tom Baker, most people think he's the best. I stopped liking Doctor Who once David Tennant left. I just That's something that I don't know anything about. It's real hard for me to comment on. It's real easy for me to spout off a bunch of bullshit about, oh, Doctor Who. I'm a comic book person, but at least I'm not a Doctor Who. I used to say that back then because to me, there's levels of hell and there's levels of nerddom. And I say, well, I'm into comics, but at least I don't play Dungeons and Dragons like some of my friends all weekend. And it's like that's even worse. Those people never shower and they smell like shit and they're horrible. And I mean, but I'm friends with some of them. But it's like, oh man, it's like, people say, well, I don't know if I want to go
No,
down that rabbit hole. And it's like, well, Doctor Who always, it
the
seemed like,
the problem with D&D is trying to get everybody together and then getting
well,
everybody to agree on moving on.
the
You can
thing
do a
is,
2 hour you can do a
it's
two
like
hour campaign and you're still in the starting place.
it's kind of like, okay, do I want to join the priesthood? I mean, I love God, and do I want to become a priest and to never marry and never have a girlfriend? It's kind of like that when you're confronted with Dungeons and Dragons or Doctor Who. It's like, um, okay, I collect comics. If I take this step and begin to play Dungeons and Dragons, I will never have a girlfriend, and or be there will be no chance that, but I'll have these friends that will be fun to hang out with, and at least I'll have some friends, but I don't have a girlfriend anyway, so I might as well take this step. And I don't know. That seems to me the way that it came across to me at that age, that if I get into this, it's over. I'm already hated and despised and picked on by everyone at school. If I get into Dungeons and Dragons, that's the worst thing. Um, then there was another thing. There was in the United States in the '80s, the military was not looked upon very well because I guess the Vietnam War or whatever. I don't know. So if you join the ROTC, the Reserve Officer Training Corps, in high school, you were like, usually you were like, you joined ROTC so you wouldn't have to have PE class. Because PE class, with the way they used to do it here, is the coaches would, after you finished in PE, physical education gym class, you had to take a shower. And it's like, and so he'd run into the shower as quickly as possible and out. And then the coach would look to see if you had wet hair. If you didn't have wet hair, he might, so come on, he might give you a lick, which was the expression for, he had a wooden board that he would hit you with for not showering. But if you join ROTC, then you have to wear a uniform every so often, like once a week, but you don't have to go to the torture of gym class. And so it's like, boy, the people that were in Air Force ROTC, they were like despised by the school. It's certain things, that I don't know. It just was horrible. It really, growing up, was pretty horrible. Um, I hated the town I lived in, the school. I'd look at old yearbooks of my high school from the '50s and thought, boy, it probably was great back then. In reality, it was probably just as horrible. It just, they had better music and cars back then, but I'm sure it was just as bad. Who knows? Here's the Ice Pirates. But I don't know. In other words, I got off on this
Ooh,
spiel because I've
my favorite Star
always
Wars movie. Yeah.
I just never got into Doctor Who,
The
and
Ice Pirate.
it might be too late to get into Doctor
Yeah,
Who. I don't know how to do
but
that.
the Ice.
Do you think Ice
I
Pirates
always joke
is?
that Ice Pirates is my favorite Star Wars movie.
Yeah. I mean, do you like it, or are you being sarcastic? What do you think of
I do like it. I
icebergs?
mean, it's silly in a lot of places, but I guess it takes itself seriously where it needs to be, and doesn't take itself seriously where it doesn't need to be. And it doesn't come with a fandom attached where they think all of Lucas's farts don't smell. That's the problem
Well,
there,
Ice Pirates,
because George
well, it came
Lucas.
out. There were a bunch of movies like that around that time, Metal Storm 3D, and Ice Pirates. I remember kind of liking it, and when I saw it at the movie theater, but I don't think I've watched it since I saw it in the movie theater. I bought that disc, but I don't think I ever put it in the player. But in all
Yeah, when I
full
had
disclosure,
TCM, yeah, it was on TCM a lot,
okay, I actually
so I
saw
always
it in the
watched it.
theater. Yeah. Um, I don't know. Bedazzled's a good. This is the original Bedazzled. It's a good movie. There's a remake that I don't know anything about. This is a Doris Wishman movie. But let's see. Hideout in the Sun. Okay. I don't know. What do you think of Doctor Who, Paulo? Did they show that in
I never
Portugal?
got into it. I mean, no, but I have BBC on cable, and some every once in a while they go back to the original series. Although in the last few years they've tried to avoid showing the original series, because they want to convince us that the new ones are better, and they're not.
Yeah. Isn't that
But
funny?
yeah, it was
Yeah.
usually the Tom Baker episodes that they showed.
Yeah, I think there are some early episodes that don't survive. Doesn't that show go back to about 1961 or 62?
Yeah, something somewhere in the 50s, I think. Was the first 2 or 3
Thought it
years.
started
That
like
thing was
during
not
the
a science
Kennedy
fiction show.
era.
It was it was an educational show. Because Doctor Who was supposed to show you how science worked and stuff.
Oh, really? Is that
And
right?
a few years ago, they, yeah, they discovered about 75% of the missing episodes, because the somewhere in Africa they had stored the tapes, and
Oh,
they got the tapes back, and now they could show them. But
okay.
they're still
Yeah,
missing about 30 or 40 episodes.
yeah, that's what they're always hoping, that they'll find some of those lost silent movies in places like Cuba or places that have been shut off, and maybe they
Mm.
survive. Movies like London After Midnight and the Theda Bara, most of her movies don't survive. Cleopatra, there are a lot of important silent movies that are just gone. And okay, this goes with the John Wayne movies. This is Dan Curtis's Dracula. It was with Jack Palance. It was a made-for-TV movie, right? Not long after he did finished with the Dark Shadows soap opera, he had a TV movie of Dracula. This is probably from about 1972. Um, Dracula. Okay, more for. I've never watched this. This is something I got for a dollar store. Frankenstein versus the Mummy and the Frankenstein Theory. I'm sure it's unwatchable, but I guess I should give it a shot sometime. Okay. we have 9 people watching all of a sudden. Here's Yongari, Monster from the Deep. There's something about this. It's made it's made somewhere else, not Japan. I think it might be Korean or something. It's an off-brand kaiju movie. Let's see. Wild Bunch. Okay, that goes after Witch Tales. Oh, and then these are in alphabetical order. Yokai Monsters. This is the kind of stuff that would be at Best Buy. They used to have obscure stuff like this, and now they haven't had Blu-rays or DVDs in years. This is a movie I've forgotten about, but I remember liking. I don't know what happened to Richard Gere. I think he's disappeared off the face of the planet. There was a rumor spreading about him
I think he
when he
may
first
have
became a
retired.
star. When I was in junior high school, there was a rumor we won't talk about here on this family program about him and gerbils. Okay, I guess I'll make a Pam Grier section. Why not? I guess that'll be G.
Yeah.
Godzilla, Gran Torino, Grier. The Brainiac is one of the best movies to ever come out of Mexico. This is the American version. You ever see the Brainiac?
Never heard of it.
Oh man, you got to see this. How close is? I've asked you this a bunch of times, but I'm old. Spanish and Portuguese are close enough that you can understand it, or no?
Yes. We can understand them better than they can understand us.
That's the
But
way
if
to do it, you know.
but if we're talking reading, it's pretty easy to read. I mean, that's why I can read Italian, but I
Yeah,
can't have a conversation in Italian.
yeah. I had this student that came from Italy, and he was like a 7th grader, and he every day he just was trying to figure out a way to pretend to be sick to go home, because I guess his family was still in Italy. He was living with an aunt. He'd come to the States, and I was teaching a class for newcomers that were brand new to the country. Some of them knew English better than others. He didn't know really English at all, but there were a lot of Spanish speaking students in the class, and so he was doing this thing where he was like calling home secretly with a cell phone. They were coming, the aunt was coming to get him. And then a week or two passed, and I guess he listens to the people in the class and realizes, I can understand these people, the Spanish speaking students. And he starts talking to them, and then before, it seems like within a month, he knew English pretty well. And then you couldn't shut him up. He was raising his hand to answer every question. He was like the most popular guy playing basketball, just because he realized, hey, I can understand these people. And he must have been really smart, because he caught on. I think when you're younger, you can catch on to new languages quickly, especially when you're really motivated. And yeah, he was a trip. Yeah, I'll never forget him. That was in the later years, not long before the pandemic. Brainiac, yes, this is a good movie. And by good, I mean a lot of fun. I mean, people are gonna have to understand what I mean by good. I mean fun. Fun movie, like Plan 9 from Outer Space. I call it a good movie. People always say, well, it's so bad it's good. No, well then that means it's good. So why say so bad it's good? Just say it's a good movie, because it entertains you. Therefore, you're having fun. So therefore, it's a good movie. Um, I don't know. The Eagle. Oh, this is a recent movie. Eagle, Elvira, Dracula. There it goes. Here's Halloween. I don't have many slasher movies, but this was the original that started that whole trend, and this was the good one. And I'm not even sure if I have any of the other Halloween movies in the series. I might have maybe Maybe I do. Gran Torino, Hacksaw Ridge. Wait, yeah. Halloween Goes Before Hammer. Enter the Dragon. That was something, man. This movie comes out right after he dies, man. It was unbelievable. Um,
I
and
love
he's
that
all of a
movie.
sudden he's the biggest star in the world, but he's not around. I don't think he was there for the premiere of the movie. I
Okay.
could be wrong, or maybe he died right after it came out, but it was real close. This was a lot of fun.
Do you have Entered the Ninja starring Franco Nero?
I've never heard. Who is it starring?
Franco Nero is an Italian guy who did Italian westerns, but he moved to the United States. And Entered the Ninja is one of those Globus Golan productions, like those guys that did the
Oh,
American Ninja
Golden
series. They
Globus.
used to do
Yeah,
a bunch of B movies back in the 80s. Yeah,
right. Well,
yeah.
I bet it came out here because Golden Globus that they just overwhelmed in the '80s. And everything was Golden Globus.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't
So,
know if
and
I've seen that. Is it pretty
yeah,
good?
uh, well, I mean, you can watch it and it's fun. The 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 special effects to simulate the deaths are okay. The plot and the dialogues are terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually Golden
it's
Globus
Franco
movies were.
Nero and yeah, and Sho Kosugi, who did some of the other martial arts movies for Golden Globus.
Yeah. Usually Golden Globus was the sign of absolute excrement. And when you saw their names on a movie, it's like, oh no, Golden Globus.
uh, yeah, but the first two American ninja movies were very popular on video rentals here.
Um,
For about 2 or 3 years in a row, you couldn't go to a rental place and try to get the American Ninja movies.
really? Well, yeah, I don't know. Golden Globus might have been the company that launched Jean Claude Van Damme or something. It could be. I don't know.
Cyborg, was it theirs?
Could have been. I remember that name. Was that like a Terminator imitation?
Kind of. It was set in a post-apocalyptic future. There was no time travel involved, and there was and Van Damme played the cyborg.
This is a great TV show. Have you ever heard of Diver Dan? It's a
Nope.
black and white kids show, and you got this diver. It wasn't in color. That's deceptive. And there's a mermaid, right? But all the fish are puppets. So they film it, with the fish floating by, but they're like puppets that talk. And one of them has always got a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. It's really cool. You can probably tune in some Diver Dan episodes on YouTube. I recommend that. Diver Dan. There was even a Diver Dan comic book from Dell. But yeah, it was basically a puppet show with puppet fish floating around and a human mermaid. And Diver Dan, as I recall, was the hero, but I don't think he ever talked because he was down in a diving helmet. But I think maybe the mermaid was his girlfriend, something like that. Okay, here's Josie and the Pussycats. Putting that over here with the TV shows. Y50, Howdy Doody. Um, what was really good was this. Oh, Shiza. Yeah. Whoa, this is not good. Dang it. Um, 9:43 my time, and I still haven't had breakfast. Um, Josie and the Pussycats goes before Kolchak the Night Stalker. Oh, this is I've had this guy on my show that made this movie, Space Disco 1, the movie, in 8-track quadraphonic sound. This is a Damon Packard movie. This is his. He's you gotta. I don't know if you subscribe to Damon Packard on YouTube, but he's a tremendous filmmaker that makes these hilarious films. A lot of them are 70s tributes, like this is. But his latest thing is he's really gotten into, for humorous reasons, making videos with the AI technology that are hilarious. He's completely because you let AI do it, eh, you can create hilarious stuff with AI. Just which is also, you're like doing a parody of AI by using AI and showing how horrific it is. Really, it's, and there's something about AI that's really almost evil. There's just there's something about it that just it reeks of evil. It reeks of like this is really wrong. Like demons are making this stuff. Okay, so I guess I'll file this under P for Packard. Damon Packard. Everyone subscribe to him, all 7 of you. Yeah, this is really not a good time slot to do a show early Sunday
Mm.
morning. That's not a lot of viewers. Um, Packard. You know, one time there was a mall back in the late 70s, a mall that they've since torn down, the Six Flags Mall, and they filled the whole mall. They with Packards, the car. It was a car show indoors, and it was all the Packards were parked right there where you're walking, and all the shops around you. Those cars were gigantic, man. I maybe they were like tanks. Have you ever seen a Packard in
Yep.
person? They're just immense.
No, no.
Or was that just how big cars were then? Maybe. I don't know.
Well, the Packards were supposed to be luxury cars. So yeah, that's why they were pretty big. They also had very, very large engines, which were not normal for the U.S. industry at the time. Only Cadillac did the engines as big as Packard.
Huh. Well, so Packards and Cadillac were kind of rivals, basically.
Competitors, yeah, yeah.
Competitors, that's the word. Yeah. I remember liking this crazy movie, The Boys Next Door. It's about 2 serial killers, and this was directed by Penelope Spheris. So they go to a party and there's Cramps music playing because Penelope Spheris was a punk rock. She did the what were those, that series of movies about music, the decline of Western civilization. Anyway, Charlie Sheen and Maxwell Caulfield. This was a, it's kind of a comedy, and it's a sick comedy, and I remember really enjoying it. That might be a movie I should put on. I remember my friends and I, when we saw that, it was from the 80s, we were really having a good time watching that movie, and I was just really thrilled to hear music by the Cramps in a Hollywood movie. So I was really into the Cramps at that time period. Boys Next Door, Brainiac. Okay. All Quiet on the Western Front goes before American Werewolf in London. Oh, it's the complete Pebbles and Bam Bam. So that goes down here. That's an important thing to have. There's Land of the Lost. Okay, we'll put that there. Um, Mark of the Devil is a really sadistic movie from early 70s, 1971 probably. Um, let's see, that would go under M. JKLM Monroe. The more movies you file in, it's easier to do it once you file more movies in because you can recognize the patterns in the alphabet better, especially when you're doing weird shit like creating sections from Marilyn Monroe and stuff that confuses you. Duel to the Death. There was a time period, maybe late 90s or right around 9/11, around that time period, that I was really buying a lot of these Chinese martial arts movies. What got me into it? It was the 90s. Man, well, you know what it was is I really liked the first season of Xena Warrior Princess, and then I heard that it was kind of based on a Chinese movie. What was it? The Bride with White Hair or something. So I looked for that movie, and then I thought, man, these movies are amazing. All these people flipping around on wires and stuff, and I started buying a bunch of these. But I'm thinking I should keep them all together in a section. So I'm going to create a section for these Chinese kung fu crazy movies over here. Um, okay. Coal Miner's Daughter is a great movie. Oh, Mystic Mars is here. Good morning, everyone. He says. Friar Tuck says good morning. Friar Tuck says, I stopped liking Doctor Who once David Tennant left. I think I already read that comment. Coal Miner's Daughter. I've got a very diverse collection. It's not all one thing. That was, I mean, it's incredible her performance as Loretta Lynn. I mean, she sings her own music. She sounds great. I mean, the soundtrack with her singing is legitimately good. It's just, I mean, she really sounds like the real person. There's been very few cases where people are able to pull that off. You know, they tried to make a movie about Hank Williams with the guy that plays Loki, and and just looking at that guy, whatever his name is, I forget his name, that played Loki. He looks a lot like Hank Williams, but he's a British guy. How's he going to play Hank Williams? And he couldn't sing, and it wasn't a good movie from what I hear. I was wanting to see it, but everyone told me it's total garbage. And
British guys are usually very good at doing Southern accents.
yeah, but there was something with that movie that was off that everyone's complaining about. I mean, they can do it. I mean, like Doctor Strange is a British guy. The new Spider-Man's a British guy. Both the last two Supermans have been British. Whatever his fate, whatever Henry Cavill, and this new guy. I haven't seen him play Superman yet, but I mean, he looks the part, but he's also British. Xena Warrior Princess sounded completely American. She's from New Zealand. So
Yeah,
they can
she's
do it.
playing a wine mom in
She
she's playing a wine mom in a New Zealand detective show.
To explain this expression "wine mom," I've never heard it before. Now they're comparing Kamala Harris. They're saying she's a wine mom. Does that mean like an alcoholic older lady or a woman that's always going out drinking? What does it mean?
It's like rich suburban, housewife who can work, who has time to work. So she gets to spend. So she can afford frivolities like red wine, and like drinking
Ah,
red wine fun.
I see. Okay. It's a new expression that just popped up out of nowhere. This is probably not how they market
Well,
movies
technically, she's
over
not
where
a
you
wine
live.
mom in the show. She's a wine aunt.
See here, here they look at this. Euro fiends from beyond the grave. They don't probably market movies that way over in Europe. It's the redheaded corpse,
No,
faceless monster, and satanic. So, so over here, it's just like Euro fiends. You should start calling yourself a Euro
yeah,
fiend.
yeah, but we don't have
What's that?
a problem with the expression Euro trash. We don't have a problem with the expression Euro trash,
You don't.
especially because we can shift it. We can shift it to the next country. Oh, it's not us. It's those guys. It's the Germans. It's
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
Austrians.
yeah.
It's the Greeks. Something like that.
Well, Euro fiend is even next level from Euro trash. Euro fiend.
But we
That's
like the idea that we are always the villains. Whenever you try to have an intelligent villain, he has an accent and he comes from somewhere in Europe. So that means
Yeah.
we're
Someone once
smart. We're
said.
just evil.
Someone once called it the Johnny Quest, whatever the Johnny Quest villain accent. It's like you can't really tell what country they're
Mm,
from, but they're from some country where
yeah,
everybody's bad. This is
yeah, yeah.
was
I mean,
later a TV
Blofeld
series.
is not from anywhere in particular. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
of it.
Well, it has Glenn
And
Ford and everything. It
there
has
are constant
Stella
remake.
Stevens. Huh?
There are constant
I'm
remake
sorry.
attempts for that. Usually as a movie, or there are constant attempts at remaking The Courtship of Eddie's Father, usually as a TV movie.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, this says Ron Howard, but the thing about this original movie version is there's a long sequence where Ron Howard goes into an arcade, and I guess that's when his dad meets Stella Stevens, maybe. And there's beatniks in there, and it's before computer video games, but it's all the old. It's like a real arcade circa early '60s. When did this come out? But it's got all the shooting games, and it's like a really great sequence if you like old electromechanical games. I was told about that sequence. That's really why I got the movies for that sequence. But it's a great movie, but I recommend it if you want to see an arcade from the old days. Courtship of Eddie's Father, Coal Miner's Daughter, and then the movie Crumb.
Yeah, the closest we had was that is cafes where we have a foosball table. Even yeah, it was the cheapest. It was the cheapest that you could have, especially because both kids and grown-ups could play either between themselves or together. You usually, hey son, let's speed up that father and son team and see who plays this better.
Well, when I was in elementary school, video games were just starting to be invented. Like they had Pong, but I remember next to my brother's high school, I was in third, fourth grade. There was a place that had a big sign, "Foosball," and that was and you could tell it was kind of a seedy place, you know. But it was, yeah, there was foosball and there was pinball, and uh, and then there was
Pinballs
actually
did not
pool.
get popular. Yeah, yeah, but pinballs did not get popular until the 80s. I suppose that the
Really?
machines were expensive to do the upkeep.
Yeah.
Pool tables, usually, if you had a pool table, they didn't let anybody. They didn't let little kids go in. They had a sign saying nobody under 16 allowed.
Yeah.
Because there was there was gambling. I mean, it was forbidden to play for money, but everybody did.
Well, pinball was considered gambling there by the authorities there for a while in the 40s, 50s, because you could win something. You could win an extra ball or something, so they considered that gambling, and that was just a way to control it. There was also, I think, what it was is that a lot of the machines are owned by the mob, and so you can see footage
Mhm.
online where they're rounding up pinball machines and smashing them. They were just considered. It was a really forbidden thing. Um, yeah. Let's see, what time is it, man? 9:59. I think might need to make sure my wife's awake here in a minute because she starts a shift. She works from home at 11, um, and then she'll be working till 8 my time. Um, okay. Okay, that goes here. Um, you ever see the Japanese Spider-Man
No.
show? Yeah, it's really interesting. Um,
But one thing that they used to do over here, I suppose it was how they did movie syndication. Yes, in some countries, they would get the Spider-Man TV show from the 70s, and they would splice two episodes together to make one and show it in
yeah,
the movies as a full feature.
yeah, I've seen that how they released him in theater. Boy, that must have been a rip off. But anyway, the Japanese Spider-Man is it's actually he moves more like the real Spider-Man than the American version, but he's it's the whole origin is really more of an some kind of spider. It's he has a giant robot in a car, and um, it's a completely different version of Spider-Man, but it's a cool as hell show. It really looks a lot better than the American version. And he actually does stuff. He fights monsters and stuff, giant monsters, and then he summons a robot, to attack the monster. Just like they would later the five-man team shows that people in the United States know as Power Rangers. Danger Diabolique. That will go under D. Oh, that's easy to file. Okay, I Drink Your Blood goes after Hammer for Jerry Lewis. Ice Pirates, I Drink Your Blood. This is a great film. Frankenstein meets the space monster. I'll put this in the Frankenstein section. Frankenhooker, Frankenstein meets the space monster, Frankenstein's army. Okay. This is Horror Mike's movie.
Gotu, are you there? Whoops, we lost you for a moment there.
Oh, am I still here? My wife is calling. I thought I could answer the phone. I guess I can't.
Ah,
I'm gonna be back. Let me just go up and see what she needs. And she might have been just calling to tell me she's awake. But I'll be right back. You can.
Okay.
Oh, you want to show any? You have anything to show or anything?
No, because I'm at my parents' house. I don't have anything here.
Well, you want to just. Do you want to just talk to them about life or about
Yeah, yeah.
philosophy?
I'll talk to the people. Yeah, while we go check on her. Anyone still here, guys? I think we still have some people watching. You haven't commented in a while. What are you doing? What do you guys do on Sunday mornings? Sunday mornings over here usually pretty boring unless you have to go somewhere. Because sometimes usually we go to visit some relatives, and we have a 2-hour drive is like 100. It's about 150 miles away, and then you get the little kid syndrome. How, are we there yet? Especially because the way that our that European cities are built. You go to one city to another, and you have to go through a dozen different villages, and they're all small, and the main road goes through them, and you have to go down to 30 miles an hour, and then you get stuck behind a tractor. And then you can't find a place to overtake, and you have to wait for the tractor to turn somewhere, and all of a sudden you just lost 15 minutes of good time. Then you start looking for the local radio stations, and they have the worst programming. Of course, over here it's already in the afternoon. So the Olympics are over today. The women's marathon must be on right now, which is the last final game. Soccer season has started in Europe, which means no other sports exist. And for me, it was always a problem. I was always into Formula One. I only had sports every 2 weeks. Then I managed to find we got satellite TV in the early 90s, and on Eurosport they had a auto racing magazine, and I could finally find out about other forms of auto racing, which led me on the path to one day becoming a sports writer, which now I am not, because nobody's paying anybody to do any reporting. That's why journalism sucks. Everybody expects it for free. All those guys doing terrible newscasts on television. They're not actually paid handsomely to lie and misinform. That's just natural. They were never properly trained, and then they get convinced at age 21 that what they're supposed to do is take the money and spew the official story and don't investigate. Also, I think that the movie about Watergate with Robert Redford and Dusty Hoffman, all the presidents, man. That movie convinced a lot of people to go into journalism school, and they thought they were going to be activists and save the world. Journalists are not meant to save the world, and they're not meant to be activists. Journalists are meant to be iconoclasts. Everything goes down. And we hear Gratu coming back.
I'm
with another pallet of DVDs.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's never ending. I just found this as I was coming down the stairs, just piled up. Uh,
Mm.
yeah, she was just calling to tell me she was awake, so I don't need to bother to wake her up. But anyway, so that's cool. And now she's watching the show. Should be, yeah, it was 9, now it's 10 people. What are people talking about in the chat here, man?
Nothing. I was editorializing for 3 minutes and nobody responded. Missing Mars only noticed now that you were gone.
Oh, well, Gotham is here. Kevin Johnson, he's closed today, but he's contacting us from his home. He says, hello, good morning. And my wife says, I agree, Paulo, but I have no idea what she agrees
well,
with because I missed that.
well,
I put in a meal
I
for
was
her. I'm
I was
cooking her a meal. What were you
no, I was
saying?
ranting about journalism. I was ranting about journalism, and apparently she was the only one watching.
Or commenting. I mean, there's other people watching. And now we got another
Yeah.
human that's here, 11. Okay, it's some movie about Marilyn Monroe. I'll put this with the Monroe movies. That is down here. Okay, Marilyn Monroe. The M's are already down on the third shelf. So we've got Some Like It Hot, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, a Blu-ray version of. I've got a DVD and a Blu-ray of Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. And then it looks like I have another copy of The Eagle. So this must have been something I bought for a couple of bucks at Dollar General, not realizing I already have it, which is part of the reason why I'm doing this. Um, yeah, I have 2 copies of The Eagle. Yeah, wow. And this
Yeah,
I
Donald
got.
Sutherland in that movie. I think
Uh,
that's. I think that. Yeah, I think not that one on the Eagle,
oh, I
because
know.
it's set in. It's set during the Roman conquest of
Yeah.
Britain, but it doesn't. It's not designed like a blockbuster or a sword and sandal movie. It's more like it's very feels very low budget, but it works.
Yeah, this is another Marilyn Monroe movie that goes with Point of No River of No Return with Robert Mitchum. Put that here. Let's move these movies down to the next shelf. Make room. Oh. So, what are people saying here? Missing Mars. I'm doing chores. Yes, I am too here. Right on, Missing Mars, says my wife. Then Greta says, morning, Kevin. I have an hour and 29 minutes before my nightmare begins, lol. Gotham City Comics. I see Piggly Wiggly, the new show sponsor. When did the change happen? Well, I just this morning actually. But if you need to give me a Gotham City Comics circular logo, and I'll put it up there. I'm glad to see we have 3 Maryland movies. We've got more than that, though. I'm coming across them as I go. That they're okay. All right. Oh shit. Jackass Forever. We started watching it, and my wife got disgusted with it. Although I've always liked Jackass, but now that they're all like 60 years old, and it starts to be a little depressing when they're doing major damage to their body. In the
Mhm.
90s or whenever show was on around early 2000s, it was more, just I've
Yeah.
never laughed as hard in my life as
Yeah.
some of
Also,
those
the people who used
episodes.
to we used to laugh at that 20 years ago now understand the concept of physical pain a lot better.
Yeah.
We don't actually want to
Yeah.
watch them.
Yeah, that could possibly be it as well. Um, yeah, we had this out. My wife has really been on a Godfather kick lately. We were watching
Yeah.
that last night.
Yeah, I bought I once found a new edition of the novelization, and then might as I never actually saw the movie. Might as well see if they have it here. And I bought a 3-pack with the 3 movies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Gentlemen. Okay. That's Monroe, Godfather. Ghost World, Gods and Generals. Okay, Godfather goes after Ghost World. You've seen Ghost World,
No,
Paulo?
it's
You
been on
seen
TV a few
Ghost World?
times, but I haven't really bothered.
Oh no, you got to watch it because it has the best depiction ever of weird collector, a record collector, and yeah, it's Terry Zwigoff that made the Crumb movie, and he's a friend of Crumb, and this yeah, it's a great movie. It's based on a comic book or a comic story in Eight Ball.
Yeah.
Jupiter Ascending is a movie my wife got. I'll put that under J, so she'll be able to find it. She Kill Bill Jodorowsky has a section, so Jupiter Ascending will be after the Jodorowsky section. Okay, this is Funny Girl and Funny Lady. Funny. Story of Fanny Bryce. Funny, that goes after the Frankenstein section. I don't have a high opinion of Barbara Streisand, at least the modern Barbara. Okay, what the hell is this movie? The best zombie movie of the year. Again, some of these movies I get at the dollar store, I don't even know what they are. The Dead. I don't know what this is. I assume it's a zombie movie. I never actually took it out of the package. Okay, so I'm now moving stuff to the next uh, shelf over here.
My parents are home, so we're probably gonna have to sign up because my mom's gonna watch TV.
Oh, that's cool.
And Portuguese TV is loud and obnoxious.
Oh, is it?
Okay,
Well, that's cool. I sure appreciate you dropping in. And
yeah. So if somebody else can tag in,
yeah,
come
if
and
anyone
help
wants to
Ratu
come
out.
in that wants to comment on movies or make fun of the movies or show some of their own movies, that's fine. But yeah, I'll be seeing you soon on some stream or other, Apollo.
Yeah, yeah. I'm probably moving to the chat. I'll just keep watching and have
Okay, so
my
sounds
headphones
great.
on.
Cool.
Okay. Okay.
All right, take
Bye.
care. Bye. There's another copy of The Killer Shrews. Again, I was telling you about Gordon McClendon, um, the guy that owned the chain of movie theaters and drive-ins that funded the production of this, The Killer Shrews, um, and the giant Gila monster. The original movie poster was just this image, this shrew tail, and the high heel. It was really effective. The shrews are played by dogs that they put on. They just hung up a little costume over the dogs. So so that means I have two different versions of the killer shrews. That's very important. What are people saying here? What is going on? Oh, all these people. I'm glad to see we have three. Marilyn, I wonder what else you've got. I used to love it all, but not that last one. I like Piggly Wiggly, says Kevin at Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. I like Piggly Wiggly. There's rumors they are taking over a few stores here. That is something to be excited about because I love the little pig guy. I always have. And Piggly Wiggly, I have good memories of that. Of course, that's from the 1970s. Greta says, "Did you all hear about the ex you see you're going to get me in trouble with YouTube. The ex YouTube CEO, let them take over. LOL. I hope Piggly Wiggly comes here. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I like Piggly Wiggly, and you got to see it, Paulo. Got to see it, Paulo. See Piggly Wiggly? I don't know. I got Jupiter Ascending because it has lizard people in it. Yeah, that is correct. Lizard people rule. I think we got Jupiter Ascending at the dollar store, but we haven't put it into the player yet. Because last few years we've been doing nothing but watching the disintegration of society on YouTube, and Um, Never thought I'd live through such weird historic times. This has been a real trip, man. Do you remember when politics was boring? Do you remember it was like watching Meet the Press or Face the Nation? It's like, who cares, man? Who cares if a Democrat or Republican becomes president? Now it's like an existential, you know, who will win? Well, the whole country depends on it for them and for us. And it's just unbelievable how. I guess this is what it's like for those other countries that have gone communist and Marxist have taken over. It's just a matter of, will it happen here? This is the killer shrews. I already said that. Okay, so I have these two editions. This one has the giant. This one has the giant Gila monster on it as well. Okay, incredible. There's a whole set of Betty Grable movies. How should I do that? All right, I'll use these sets. Okay, there's a set of Jane Mansfield movies. I'll put this under M, Mansfield, and that'll be probably right before Marilyn Monroe. Um, there was Marilyn Monroe, and then there was Mamie Van Doren, who was the B movie version of Marilyn Monroe. And then there was Jane Mansfield, who was the insane out from outer space version of Marilyn Monroe. So crazy, she was actually a genius, intellectual, an actual member, genius level IQ, but she was playing dumb, Jane Mansfield. I don't like that she joined the Church of Satan, but so did Sammy Davis Jr. hanging out with Anton LaVey. Anyway, Jane Mansfield collection, Girl Can't Help It is a great rock and roll movie. That's where you can see some of the greatest 50s rock and roll musicians actually in color in CinemaScope. Okay, so this is going to be under M. Mad Monster Party. Okay. And then, so there was Jane Mansfield, there was Marilyn Monroe, who was the main one of the blonde bombshells, and there was Amy Van Doren, and then out of England there was Diana Dors. And I'm sure I'm missing some. Then there were some of the ones that were in the 50s monster movies types, Beverly Garland. One of my favorites from that era was Mara Corday. She was in the Giant Claw. She was, and then the first friend of mine I always talk about, went to California, to Hollywood for a couple decades making movies. He became friends with someone that was on the set that was actually the son of Mara Corday. So I think he actually went to their house a couple times. He was like, someone that was on the set, like one of those people who does something you don't even know what it is, like a key grip or something, like that kind of stuff. But my friend was a movie buff, but knows all the obscure stuff, like Quentin Tarantino was. So my friend would go into a 7-Eleven or some convenience store there, and he recognized all the people. Oh, he was in the Monolith Monsters. He was in House on Haunted Hill. He recognized all these guys there buying beer that were, because all these people that had been in movie, they're all around you. And if you know old movies, you can spot them. My friend was coming out of a liquor store and saw Roger Corman going into the liquor store. He says, "Roger, could I get your autograph here?" And my friend, of course, just happened to have an insert, one of the tall, skinny movie posters for Attack of the Crab Monsters in his 50s Cadillac that he drove around. And so he had Roger Corman sign his name on, and then my friend later sold that insert to me. I've shown it to you before, but anyway, so I've got an autograph by Roger Corman. Then Roger Corman also had an option on a script that I wrote with my friend and I wrote. He had an option on it. So it seems like maybe that's why my friend was able to just call him Roger. Jane Mansfield's collection. Okay, we got room for that now. I don't know. I can't ask him those questions because he's not around anymore. He's passed away. Okay. Marley and Me. Marilyn Monroe. There we go. Midnight Cowboy. Mansfield would be before that. Matt Helm. I don't know. Some of these people that do shows about DVDs and Blu-rays, they have tons of subscribers. Maybe I need to get out of this comic book racket of just showing comic books all the time, because I've shown you all the comics I've got. And, um, you know, um, maybe get a new audience. Let's see. What are people saying here? There's a Lizard People movie with Asia Argento in it, and I must access it. Yeah. I was saying that Paulo needs to see Ghost World because you are like Seymour, LOL. Okay. Yeah, that's what I've been told. Um, Charlton 66 says, "Hi, Gratu. I hope all is well. And my best to Greta. I hope she's feeling better. Been enjoying the videos." Thank you, Charlton. He's one of the few people that watches every minute of every show, even the 6-7 hour extravaganza. My wife says, "Don't forget Diana Dors." I said Diana Dors, but maybe you typed that before I said Diana Dors, who was like a Ghislaine Maxwell, unfortunately. Was she? I think you were telling me that the other day. Sometimes there's stuff I don't want to know. I don't want to know that Diana Dors was like that because Charlton 66, hello there. I'd really rather not know the bad stuff about people. I'd really just continue believing everything that I believed in fourth grade about how Stanley was such a great, I just want to believe. I don't want to know the bad things people do because then it takes away from. That's why I don't want to meet these people at conventions and get in lines and sign for them to sign an autograph, and then they're a-holes because I want to keep liking them. Anyway, this is a Betty Grable collection. It's got some really great stuff on it. So I'll file it under G. I keep wanting to show, I may have shown this already to my wife. I want to show her Moon Over Miami. And some of these, I haven't seen all these, but I got it from Moon Over Miami. And I want to watch these with my wife. Betty Grable, Godzilla, Hammer. Let's move these Hammer movies down to the next shelf. And I can fit Betty Grable next to Godzilla. Betty Grable was kind of, I'd say, the generation before Marilyn Monroe, but it really, no, Marilyn Monroe kind of was, they were kind of the, they just missed each other by a few years, not a whole 20-year generations, like 20 years. Betty Grable was like World War II, and Marilyn Monroe kind of came along in the late 40s. So they're pretty much in there. In fact, Betty Grable and Marilyn Monroe were in, what movie were they in together? Was that Gentlemen Prefer Blondes? Maybe. Grable. Gran Torino, Godzilla. Grable goes between Godzilla and Gran Torino. What are people saying here, man? How dare you comment them off chat here? Yeah. Missing Mars says, Charlton 66, hello there. And Paulo says, is Argento as Anthony Bourdain's second wife, yes? And then Gotham City Comics says, the new subscribers from Toddy Walnut should enjoy this episode, and I invite them to stay for other shows too. Then Greta Orloff says, read me all the Grable titles. Okay, it's Moon Over Miami, Down Argentine Way, My Blue Heaven, and The Dolly Sisters. How about that? Incredible. Okay, The Warriors Ultimate Director's Cut. How about that? That would go under W. I think I've already moved the W's to the. Yeah. That's going to be over here, man. We got 12 viewers. Everybody's waking up or getting home from church or something, man. Please comment down below what were you guys talking about in church today? What I hate churches where they just talk about one verse in the Bible and they have a whole sermon just over one verse. I want to go to a church where the guy that's up there on behind the pulpit is actually like an historian that will just talk. I want to be lectured to like a college class. Yeah, I don't, and I want to cut the music and just hear a lecture and learn. I think I'm totally opposite of the way most people would be in a church. They just want to be, they want to sing and they don't, I want it to keep going like 4 hours, just lecture. I want to know about that time period. I want to know, but, so I don't know. You guys can tell me down below the best church to go to for that kind of experience. The Warriors, yes indeed. So how are you guys doing this wonderful Sunday morning? Hopefully you're all well and drinking enough water because, yes, indeed, indeed. Here's a whole, this is hard to alphabetize because it's a whole six pack of monster movies. So I'm going to put this with my double feature stuff down here because it's impossible to alphabetize. Um, Here's Von Ryan's Express. You know something on this? There's the movie poster. There's a giant. There's a giant flag with a swastika hanging right over here, and they cropped the art so that the swastika wouldn't be visible on the front of a. I mean, you're watching a movie about World War II, but you don't. They don't want you to see the flag of the enemy because it's just. Let's see, Wayne, John Wayne. V V comes before that. So Von Ryan's Express goes before John Wayne. Here's Spider. Whoop, shit. Here's Spider Baby. This is a fun movie. Lon Chaney Jr. It's weird how after a while they just started referring to Lon Chaney Jr. as Lon Chaney. I think that was not that was false advertising. Okay, Lon Chaney, Spider Baby. Okay, that's M for John Michael McCarthy. Never-ending story. What? Where's all the P's? Something's screwy here. Why is this shit down here? Oh, I put it on the wrong shelf, didn't I? Oh boy, I'm screwing up here. Okay. Hold on a moment. Technical difficulties. What are these people saying in the chat? Charlton66 says, "Hey there, Missing Mars. Hope all's well with you." And Missing Mars says, "Doing well, Charlton." And then Missing Mars says, "My hunt is on for an old spinner rack for comics, apparently very rare and starting at a few $100s. They make fake ones that are probably a few $100s that aren't. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I can't really give you advice on that. They're probably going to cost you $600-700, I imagine. Then you got to have the price of shipping. I stumbled on my spinner rack. They were trying to get rid of it from, remember when, uh, uh, which was a store in, but it was in the 90s, mid 90s. And my friend Joe Riley got another one, number two, of the, "Hey kids, it's comics spinner racks." In that store, they put the new comics when they arrived on Wednesday in the spinner rack. And I guess some of the collectors kind of objected to that. So they got rid of the spinner racks and had no idea that they would have value. And I, of course, got one. It was hard fitting it in the car at the time. And so that's why I have the spinner rack. But yeah, I understand. What did I do wrong here? Uh, Midnight Cowboy, Olympia, Night of the Living Dead. Oh, is that the dog coming down the stairs, man? That dog sounds like a human being, man. Mike McCarthy. Okay, yes. McCarthy goes after. Okay. Shogun aside. Uh, what the hell? Thank you, Charlton, by the way. I had my hands tied. What is she talking about? I don't know what she's talking about. Miss Orloff? I don't know what people are talking about. I have no idea. Shogun Assassin. Oh, Shadow movies. Yeah, something weird's happened. I've been putting, I did some weird thing with the alphabet here. Okay. Spider Baby. Sucker Punch. Boy, Sucker Punch is a terrible movie. Strange Brew. Starship Troopers. Shogun Assassin. Scott. P. Okay. Teenagers from Outer Space. The, Damn it. Terminator. Oh, Teenagers from Outer Space would be before Terminator. Blackboard Jungle. I have a poster for this hanging up in the kitchen upstairs, which probably needs to be moved because it doesn't make much sense hanging in the kitchen. But Bond Blackboard Jungle. This is a surprisingly horrifying movie. This is kind of where this one had Rock Around the Clock by Bill Haley and the Comets as the theme song. And then later American Graffiti had that as the theme song. And then Happy Days in its first season, which was, of course, imitating American Graffiti, used it as its theme song. But this is kind of how rock and roll was introduced to a lot of kids in 1955 through this Black and Board Jungle. And of course, comic books were kind of forced to be tamed down right around that time with the Comics Code Authority. And then, right when comics, the rock and roll spirit coming through comic books was knocked down, I've always said it's like whack-a-mole, then it popped back up through rock and roll. And so they weren't able to tame the baby boomers completely. Okay, what are people talking about here in the chat, man? Let's see, man. Gotham City. I only kept one when I moved. They retail for $399.99, I believe. These are new ones, right? I mean, are you talking about one of those new ones, newly made? Ones from the 60s or 70s. He's not talking about that. He's talking about the newly made ones. And he says, that's ridiculous, Kevin. I could buy a lot of comics for that. Yeah, and they're not even authentic. But you could go back to the 1990s and pay $25 for one like I did. But you'd have to invent a time portal. Missing Mars. I must start calling on antique stores to see if they know what they're worth. Yeah, usually, yeah, but people know what they're worth. Missing Mars. Yes, I believe so, Paulo. About Asia Argento, at least a girlfriend, I think. Okay. They used to be 50 to 100 at some antique stores, but that was before 2010. Yeah. What happened in 2010 that was what do you think happened? Why is To Kill a Mockingbird still out? Titanic? I wonder if I have the Titanic movie from the 90s. I don't even know if I own that. That's a different Titanic. Okay. These are Universal horror movies. I'll put that there. Shit. Pull this. Yikes. Well, Towering Inferno will go here. Taking a Pelham, 1, 2, 3. It's a Pelham, rather. Taking. How about that, man? Okay, indeed. Uh, Spartacus. Okay, so I said, what happened in 2010? And Kevin at Gotham City says MCU got people back into collecting comics, maybe. Or thinking that comics were, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe Disney's helping by making really bad movies now, and it'll help us weed those people out. I already start to see the attrition happening. A lot of people on YouTube saying, "I'm getting out of this," or I'm all the people that were just buying up slabs. They it's, um, it's like the Beanie Baby days when everybody was buying Beanie Babies to put their grandchildren through college. What are some other things that? Oh, sports cards for a while. There was people buying a million copies of the Death of Superman because they really thought Superman was dying. Okay, okay, or maybe that show Big Bang Theory. Oh yeah. Ugh. Then Paula says, then it was Asia Argento who did a Courtney Love number on Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay, man. Yeah, I see what you mean. I get you. I get it. The Manster, half man, half monster. Yeah, I just looked up on Diamond. They are $400 retail. Fake ones. I mean, they say. I mean, you can tell. Someone that grew up back then can instantly tell the difference between a real spinner rack and one of these new ones. But they basically, it says the same words on it. Hey kids, it's comics, wholesome, entertaining comic, all that stuff. Most people on YouTube don't have a real one because you just had to have been around a lot of years and to buy one at the right time. But even wealthy people on YouTube that are into comics big time don't tend to have them, or they have reproduction ones because they are hard to find, the real ones. Um, the only people I think I've seen with real ones, well, I've got a real one. My friend Joe Riley had a real one that he used on the Hypnotic Eye public access show, but he's not around anymore. I don't know what happened to his spinner rack. Uh, that Dr. Silver Age has one. You can see it on his comic book memories show. He has a real spinner rack. Um, there's a guy, Comic Book Tropes. He's a real big channel. He does documentaries about comics. I can't remember if he has a real spinner rack or if he has one of the modern reproductions. Um, but it's instantly recognizable. It's not an original. It's just like these facsimile comics. You can tell a real one from uh, from the fake one. What are people saying here? Missing Mars says, I'd love an original spinner rack, but them and the reproduction ones are just ridiculously overpriced. Probably made for like $50. Oh, the spinner racks? I don't think it cost that much to make a spinner rack. They were made in math. I mean, there were a million. Every store had one. I guess they were all just thrown in dumpsters. Does spinner rack and Breen have an original rack? Spinner rack. Uh, he has like I think he might have a Dell one, or something. I never saw a Dell one back when I was a kid in the wild. Um, he does not have in a. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have an original No, I don't think he has an original, the standard one that I grew up with in the 70s. There are other ones. There's one, usually it's on eBay. It's a flat rack that goes against the wall. It doesn't spin, that says Marvel Comic. I think they want over 1,000, probably more than that. It's got a picture of Spider-Man standing there. There are some spinner racks that are made exclusively for one comic company, but I never saw one like that ever when I was a kid. I always saw the "Hey kids, it's comics, wholesome comics." That was the, and that was everywhere. So they were very plentiful, and they're probably in people's collections, and um, they'll probably turn up at estate sales, maybe of baby boomers. I don't know. I seen Gotham City Comics. I saw someone had made just. I saw someone had one made for Omnibus. Just kidding. Yeah, I think that would bend. You know, most of these people on YouTube are very proud of their omnibus collections. I was thinking, do you call them omnibuses or do you call them omnibuy when you're talking about more than one? And they have rack, and it's like I have about 4 or 5 omnibus books. I keep them inside of a cabinet so you can't see them. I kind of think they're ugly looking, just the spines of them. But you know, I had to get the first 100 issues of Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, and I think Hulk. And after that, I mean, they're just very cumbersome. It's hard. I don't know. I'd rather read something a little bit, doesn't weigh 50 pounds. Okay, well, this is a Don Knotts collection, so I'll file it under K. If anyone would like to come on the show, let me put the link here. I would like for someone to come on the show and show movies or comics, please, so I could go spend about 20 minutes eating breakfast. If you could bail me out, man, because if you want this stream to keep going, I better eat. And either that or I could point the camera at the dog for 20 minutes. Here's the link to come on the show. And there's a little thing scrolling at the bottom there. That is GoFundMe. That we, if you could want to donate some money for the thousands, literally many. There's probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 thousand hours of gratu entertainment on YouTube that was all done for free. If you would like to make a donation to help me out in my hour of need, that would be why the cat is here. Um, Running around, man. Running around like he's got no sense. Manster, a fine film, I'll have you know. Japanese. Um, good times begin with Dr. Pepper, ladies and gentlemen. And wouldn't you really rather have a Buick shit than any other car this year? Mark of the devil. I always heard this story. Before I was born, my family my dad was in the army and he was stationed in San Francisco at the Presidio. And then he got orders to go to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, which was my mother's hometown, where my dad had met my mom, and they got married. And um, anyway, they were going back to my mom's hometown. She was going to be stationed at Fort Sam Houston, and I would be born a couple of years later there. So we're talking about maybe a few months after the Kennedy assassination, maybe early '64, the Beatles just becoming big. There, my dad gets in one car and my mom gets in one car and drives from San Francisco to San Antonio. I believe my dad had just bought a new car and it got sandblasted by a sandstorm in the desert. It took all the paint off the car. I heard that, but my brother Mike went with my mom. My oldest brother Steve drove with my dad. And the two boys were used to eating, whatever they wanted, but what my mom would make them. But my dad, when he was going to say, well, you're going to try this new food, and you don't like it, you're going to be, so he was forcing my oldest brother to try new food that he'd never tried before, and he wound up liking it. But my dad always talked about that, how he had him in his power, and he's like, now you're going to learn to like this food that you never tried because you just were too stubborn, because mom bit to your will. But he said my brother, on the voyage across the country, he said it was amazing. He knew every TV commercial and he would just sing the jingles to all the commercials. And I listened to commercials all the time. I majored in advertising in college. I love commercials. I sit and watch movie trailers for hours and old TV commercials and radio commercials. So I have all these things in my head. That's why I can pretend Dr. Pepper's the sponsor of the show and I say, hey, take it from me, Dick Clark and Donna Lauren. Dr. Pepper's the friendly pepper upper. I can give you all they can make. It's like, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick than any other car this year? The new 65 Buick, I can just, just so I'm kind of like channeling my older brother that was able to. But when they started Sesame Street, the idea was they saw all these kids, these inner city kids, had all these commercials memorized because they watched television, but they couldn't read. They didn't know the alphabet numbers and all that because the parents would put them in front of the black and white TV and they'd watch it. But they weren't being taught by the parents. They'd show up at school, didn't know anything. So they came up with the show Sesame Street and they hired all these people that made TV commercials and everything. And they said, okay, so we're going to make all these segments, make them just like the commercials with catchy jingles and just about the same like this a commercial. And then these kids are going to internalize how to count and the alphabet. Here, of course, as I alphabetize these movies, I'm channeling everything I learned from Sesame Street because 1969, I was 4. I was the original Sesame Street generation. And thank God I watched it before they invented what's his face? What is his name? I'm drawing a blank. COVID, is that his name? The little red puppet that's so horrible, effeminate little guy. It's like Grover, it's a effeminate version of his name COVID? What's his name? What is the stupid, horrible one that ruined Sesame Street? Does anyone know? He's red, I think. What are people saying here? We're in the stream and start another one, and you can take your time. I'll probably just have dead air go, man. I guess that's what they deserve. I have 38 minutes of freedom left. Quite, will not quit. Takes a few minutes of preparation as well. Oh no, I don't want you making the food. No, I'll go up there and do it. I'm gonna just probably point the phone at the cat here in a minute and do it. Okay, what is the name of that gosh darn Muppet guy that I hate? Is it? It's not COVID. No, it's Elmo. Why was I thinking COVID was his name? Thank you, Charlton66 Elmo. He ruined the name of Elmo. Elmo Lincoln, the first Tarzan. Now when I hear Elmo, I think of that horrible puppet instead of Elmo Lincoln. Horrible. Those are the only two people in the history of mankind that I've ever heard of named Elmo. Elmo the puppet and Elmo Lincoln. Was that a biblical name? Was there someone in the Bible named Elmo? I ask you biblical scholars that are watching, all 14 of you out there. Have you ever met anyone named Elmo in your life? Oh, this was a fun movie. This is the Lost Waltons episode with where John Boy goes into outer space. Now, Battle Beyond the Stars was a remake of The Magnificent Seven. One of the great. This was a great movie, and the spaceship was a little. But look at this army of crazy mercenaries. They got Sybil Danning. That was a fun movie. This was fun. Battle Beyond the Stars. I saw that at the theater, man. Forum 303 Mall. Hey, where's the Centaur? He hasn't appeared on this show in forever. Um, I used to have to go whenever went on Saturday morning. The Centaur would appear. It seems like that's when he was available. The Centaur, we have not heard from him in a while. I hope all is well with the Centaur. Fear Chamber is one of Boris Karloff's last movies. It was made in Mexico. As I recall, it's a pretty fun movie. Um, Kind of a sad movie because you can tell that Karloff is not in really good health at all. It's like they took him out of his deathbed to film it. You know, you can just tell this guy is not in the condition to be filming movies and that. Um, this is also called Andy Warhol's Frankenstein. It was a 3D movie. It's um, it's a naughty and super gory Frankenstein movie, but it will be filed in my Frankenstein section. Okay, okay. Got to move some Godzilla movies off the shelf. Fit it there. Okay. Did I put the link in the chat? If anyone wants to come on, you can come on. Thank you once again, Charlton66, for that amazing package the other day. That really brightened my day. Um, and okay. This is invite guest copy. Okay. So post comment. Post toasties. This is paste dome dot chat. Okay. The link is now in the chat in order to come on the show. And just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Oh, what? Okay. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is the link if you would like to help help us out a little bit financially. You know, a couple bucks. That is the GoFundMe address right here. How about that? Okay, so you click on that and help us out, man. That'd be great. That'd be really be a blessing. Let's see here. Okay, so file a couple more movies. I'm gonna go grab some grub, man. Um, okay, here's Leave It to Beaver. I'll put that with the TV shows. Here's 2,000 Mules. I'm putting movies that start with numbers at the beginning, which is apparently what normal people do. Here's the Hammer film collection. It has the two faces of Dr. Jekyll, Stop Me Before I Kill, Scream of Fear, the Gorgon, The Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, So this goes in the H's with the Hammer films. Godzilla, Halloween, Hammer films. Fantastic. I really feel like I'm making a lot of progress here. Here's the horror of Hammer, and this is a documentary about Hammer. You ever heard the Kate Bush song, Hammer Horror? There's actually a song about Hammer movies. Leave It to Beaver. I love this show. This will go over here. Here's Lone Ranger. I drink a chain. Okay, after Kolchak, the Night Stalker would be Leave It to Beaver and then Lone Ranger. Incredible. We'll change the Piggly Wiggly logo. Hold on a second. Trying to change it. Why won't that one go on? Come on, Piggly Wiggly. There we go. Okay, do you like that Piggly Wiggly or this Piggly Wiggly? Which one do you prefer, the black or the red? We'll go with the black for right now. Alan, would you entertain the audience, please, while I go eat? Well, food's cooking, and let's see what's going on in the comments section. Red. He likes the red one better. My Ellen. Then she says, "OMG, my mattress. It's white as snow before I got to that basement." Oh, that's cat hair. Okay, I'm looking at it here. I got to vacuum it, then I got to put the mattress protector on it. Then she says, "Great." Yeah, no, it's that'll vacuum right up. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Um, I'm cooking my meal. It's be ready in a moment. Then I will eat it quickly, and then we'll continue. Indeed. So there's some Jack Chick tracks. Oh, vacuum the hell out of it, and before you cover it up, let me see if I have to spot clean it. I'm in trouble for showing that mattress. She says it looks like it's Kent from Kensington Avenue. So my mistake, Liz Joe. I, okay. It's cat in the hat, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Lost City. The complete serial. First, remember Good Times? On VHS, they would give you movies and recorded in the 6 hour speed. Oh, I am in trouble. It's just out of the mattress. It was like new. It took me forever to pay it off. All my stuff gets destroyed. Now I will clean it. Gosh darn. I didn't know the cat would shed hair. Who would have ever thought? Okay. All right. Putting the VHS movie serials over here, down here in this special serial room. Oh, here's some good stuff. The Jack Benny Show and I Married Joan. All you had to do is keep it covered. I will keep it covered. I'm going to do that on camera during this live stream. As soon as I eat, you'll see me. Actually, I just washed the dog bed. I need to take that out of the washing machine. I washed it twice, and I'm going to put it into the dryer. Or did I? I think I already put it in the dryer this morning. Yes, I did. It should be dry now. There should be now a dry dog bed. I'll take it up to the dog, and I'll eat my scrambled egg meal. And no, she says. I don't know what that means. Okay, here's the dog bed has been cleansed. Okay. I'll put this on the first level so the dog has a bed on the first level up here. It better not get covered with all that filth. Hey, Drew, look, it's your bed. I washed your bed here. Dog's hanging out here. I think I'll put this bed where the dog can watch outside. Kind of a cloudy day here. Oh, Drew, would you entertain people while I eat? Oh man, you're not going to entertain them, huh? Okay, there you are. Okay. I gotta clean that mattress. My wife is not happy about the condition of the mattress that Ellen sleeps on. I gotta clean it real well. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How about that? Oof. Okay. Wonderful. Lancelot Link, Secret Chimp, the original TV series. So I guess it's the whole series, huh? It'll be between Cold Shack and Leave It to Beaver. We're 13 people watching, a cat sleeping, and then when I come back, it goes to 10. Here's a complete collection of Josie and the Pussycats. Oh, Gotham City's trying to find some cool stuff. Cool. Oh, what, what is going on here, man? Yep, cool. Okay, Josie and the Pussycats. H-I-J. Oh, wait. What? The complete series, and this is the complete. I have two different versions of. That's why you've got to be careful, man. You have too much, you don't know what you already got. You buy it again. I Married Joan and Jack Benny are going to probably be close to each other in the alphabet. Um, Jack Benny. I Dream of Jeannie. This is before I Married Joan. Um, okay, I see what happened. Okay, so there's some cat hair on this bed that need to be cleansed. Um, I got to do this right. I'm living like I'm some kind of crazy bachelor and has his problems. So take this outside and kind of shake it, I guess. See what the weather's like out here. It's kind of a overcast day. Yeah, nobody's been making videos lately. What I'm seeing all the time lately is what's his name? That guy that is always stirring up stuff. Gosh, what is his name? Sticky Goose has been putting videos up about one a day, but he's not someone that grew up with comic books. He got out into comics when he inherited 5 or 6 boxes from the '60s that were his father's, and he's a he likes to make fun of people on YouTube. But I mean, it doesn't matter that he wasn't into comics since he was a kid. That doesn't mean he can't like comics. It's just that he doesn't have a childhood nostalgia for them. So he looks at comics a little bit differently. It doesn't mean he doesn't love them. So he doesn't really like the older stuff, and that's the stuff I like. Uh, okay. Well, okay. I can probably get some of this cat hair off the bed. The initial stuff, just by wetting my hand and running my hand across it. I'm in so much trouble, man, for letting the cat sleep on this without. And deservedly so. Well, it's all coming up. What I'm pulling up, man. Oh boy, no wonder the wife's mad. There's just this one spot of the bed that wasn't covered. 8 people still watching me cleaning a mattress. Well, thank you, loyal viewers. There's a David Wilcock show, and his shows are. I think he's going to start about 1 o'clock Central. What time is it now? 11:41. I'll probably bow out in the stream. Then I hope that uh, Meyer Greenblatt in San Francisco wakes up because he can show you some comics. He just uncovered a box of 10-cent comics, and that'll be cool um, to look at. And sounds like Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Well, he's not at Gotham City Comics. He owns Gotham City Comics, but they're closed today. He's at his home. He says he's digging up some cool stuff to look at. I don't know if he's digging up movies or comics or who knows what kind of stuff, kind of esoteric memorabilia he'll dig up. Oh, yeah, we're getting this. We're getting it. Lots of cat hair. You getting it all. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. I think it already looks better. I mean, obviously, I'm not finished. But get this hair off. Incredible. All right. Oh, I was supposed to change the Piggly Wiggly to the red one. Okay. All right. Is it Elizabeth Taylor, Cleopatra? Shitty Chitty Bang Bang, coal miner's daughter. Cleopatra would go before coal miner's daughter. Rocky Horror. Oh man, where'd I put this stuff? Okay. Robo Geisha. It's one of those humorous, ultra gory Japanese movies. That would be Road Warrior. Okay. Robo Geisha would go right here. Okay, this is Son of God. That'll go over there in the S's. Oof. Why? I don't know why I got these modern Clash of the Titans movies. Um, yeah, what was I thinking, man? Um, I was just thinking, whatever happened to the band the Bus Boys? They had a song in Ghostbusters, and I think they had a song in 48 Hours. They were like kind of like a modern version of the Coasters, and I saw them live in concert. The first concert I ever went to was Stray Cats with the Coasters. I'm sorry, with the Bus Boys opening when I was in high school, and I just wonder what happened to the Bus Boys. Clash of the Titans. Dirty Harry. Okay. Let's move these over. What are you doing, dog? It's crazy dog. Okay, so Clash. Cool. Cleopatra, Clash. Jason and the Argonauts goes. I had a Harryhausen section I was starting. Should have Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. Um, G. There it is. There's the Harryhausen section. Okay, this is Inglorious Bastards. This is I didn't make a Tarantino section, so this just goes under I. There's Ice Pirates, I Drink Your Blood. Goes here. John Carter. Hollywood took him almost, well, about 100 years to make this movie. First John Carter story was 1912. And when did this come out? About 2010. Jerry Lewis. What is this? Jerry Lewis. Oh, that's Jodorowsky. Okay. Jodorowsky, Sean Carter would go here after Jodorowsky. Okay, King Kong versus Godzilla. King Kong escapes. Go in the King Kong section. JK. Here. King Solomon's Mines, Tonga, King Kong. Okay. The King Kong movies in chronological order. Kingsman: The Secret Service. Kingsman. Where was the other Kingsman thing I put in here? I don't know. Don't see it. Kong Skull Island. Okay, it goes here. Okay. Oh. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Old movies. Sky Captain. Shogun Assassin. The Shadow. Okay, Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm gonna put at the end point I had Night of Living Dead, and I said I was just gonna put all the Romero movies after that. There it is. Okay. Diary of the Dead. That's the remake of Dawn of the Dead. This is the real Dawn of the Dead. Live, Die, Repeat is a great movie. Originally, it was in theaters. It was called Edge of Tomorrow. They changed the movie bombed, so they thought it was the title. It sounds like a soap opera. Like it just sounds like like Edge of Tomorrow. So they changed the title, but it's a great movie. You gotta believe me, this is a great movie, even though it's a Tom Cruise movie. I guess I'll file it under L for its new title. Okay. Lone Ranger is a very not too good movie. Until the last maybe 20 minutes, it suddenly turns into one of the greatest movies you've ever seen. But if you can sit through the whole movie, at the very end, the William Tell overture comes on, and there's a train chase where Lone Ranger and Silver are on, on top of a moving train. It's incredible. It's great at the end. All of a sudden, it's great. But it's one of those. First of all, the Tonto was way over the top, but Lone Ranger's portrayed as kind of dumb, and Tonto's the smart one. I didn't like that. They should be equals, of course. But the end of the movie makes it all worthwhile. JK. You could probably just on YouTube watch the end part. Lord of the Rings. Lone Rangers before Lord of the Rings. Okay. The Longest Day, that's a movie my father helped out with the production of that movie. He was in the Yeah, was in the army and stationed in France. They were filming this movie, and that he was assigned to help with that. Longest Day, that would have been a fun assignment. He Yeah, okay. He was not real thrilled with the rap party. He went to the rap party, and there was like um, crazy Hollywood kind of stuff going on, and like scantily clad or topless women dancing, and my father was not crazy about that. I'll file Elvis movies under E. I'll create another section for Elvis. I haven't encountered an Elvis movie until now. So Elvis would be right after Evil Dead. Walk Hard was a parody of a movie, one of these docudramas about a singer's life. Really, it's kind of a Johnny Cash kind of Roy Orbison kind of guy. It's a parody of those type of things. That would go over there. Okay, here's Kill Bill Volume 2. Still hasn't been taken out of the shrink wrap, and Kill Bill Volume 1. And I thought I saw a deep. No, Drew, don't mess with my water bottle. She wants to cut the head off my water bottle. I need a new shelf for my DVDs. Can you show what you're using for yours? Yes, I can. Give me a second to get all these discs off my lap. What I have is stuff that I got at probably at Target or something. I don't know if they still have stuff like this. Kill Bill, Killer Shrews. Um, they're easy enough to put together. Easy for me. No, Drew, leave me. No, you gotta knock everything down, man. Drew, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Don't mess with that. All right, what's the matter, Drew? Oh yeah, yeah. Just a second. It's just like filing comic books when you got a bunch of long boxes and you have to take some. You run out of room in a box and you got to take some. No, Drew, leave that stuff alone. Don't be eating this stuff. I think she's trying to hint at me that she's hungry. I may need to. Okay, well, basically, I got these shelves like this. Um, I look like that. Damn it. This is a tall one. Trying to give you a perspective. I mean, you can get these DVD shelves, or at least you used to be able to. Um, oh, gosh. Let me see if she's eating her breakfast. She's definitely trying to get my attention. Let me go get her a little. There's still some kibble there in her dish, but I'll go get another little food from upstairs. I'm going to get you some food.
Jesus answered and said unto them, Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also, if ye shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done.
Yeah, well, yeah, probably something. It's gonna be. It looks new now. I've already got it. Yes. Right. It will be. She's super hungry. It's okay. You're showing that that's good. I like that. But I gotta feed Drew. No, it's okay. No, I told them that I put like a bum here. I gotta clean this. They saw me put everything in the. I said, they saw me put everything in the washing machine, everything. They saw me clean it. And I showed all the hair that I got off of it on my hands. Love you, love you. She was apologizing for getting angry on the show about all that cat hair on that mattress, and I said, "No, it's you're right to be angry. I would don't pay attention to stuff like that. I'm feeding the dog some food." So, Drew, Vito said, "Abota, Kota Vita, come on, Drew, come get your food, Vita, be in the car, Ula Soto." Drew, estamos de pinga, el estabo, muy malo, fuego. Fuego está aquí. La biblioteca está muy malo. Let's see what we have here. Gotham City Comics says, I went to the guy's house and did the special practical FX on Kill Bill. He's the one who made the Creep Show ticket taker booth I have. Cool. Yeah, that guy is top notch. He's got an actual life size physical replica of the art you see on the Creep Show poster there in his living room or office. Okay, so there's food left. Drew, eat that grub, man. You'll enjoy it, man. It's good for you. It's nutritious and delicious, bite-sized and ready to eat. Take a tip from Tom Mix. It's the greatest food you've ever tried. Hey, partner. Oh, shit. I'm going to wash my hands here. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Wash your hands at least once a day, ladies and gentlemen, to prevent COVID 21. COVID 24. Yeah, we had COVID 19. Now we're about to get COVID 2024 just in time for the election. Okay, all right, all right, all right. We got some DVDs and Blu-rays to file. We got 14 human beings watching, 14 lost souls. Okay. What's wrong with you? Don't you have a football game to watch? Okay. So you guys drinking enough water? Are you sure that you've washed your hands enough? Make sure you're staying healthy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm moving some VHS out of there so I can maneuver a little bit better. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Oh, I see. X-Men needs to go down here with the TV shows. Top Cat, Twilight Zone, Wonder Woman. X-Men would be going after Wonder Woman. And Dark Shadows goes. Dark Shadows goes before Diver Dan. Okay, I need to move music somewhere. Um, Maybe down here, Badfinger, Ramones. These double feature kind of things. Let's put that over here. Let's move some more VHS out of here. Okay, what else? Oh, Monster Squad is the Saturday morning TV show. Monster Squad that goes after Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger. Have Gun Will Travel is after Lone Ranger. What? Land of the Lost needs to be before Lone Ranger. What is going on here? Lancelot Link. Land of the Lost. Okay. Okay. Have Gun Will Travel. Chai. What goes over here? And then Johnny Quest. Chai. JKL, Josie, Johnny. Johnny goes before Josie. Johnny does not go before Jackson 5. I wonder if they've done a disc of the Osmond Brothers cartoon. That was great. Jackson 5 and the Osmonds were both good cartoons, believe it or not. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Was I creating a martial arts section over here? I thought I was. Where is it? Well, we'll start one then. Okay. Oh. Earth versus the Flying Saucers. Okay, there's Elvis, Evil Dead, Earth, Dracula, Eagle, Elvira. Earth versus the Flying Saucers before Elvira. What? What is going on here? Okay, apparently, oh, this is a color version. They've colorized Earth versus the Flying Saucers. I also have Earth versus the Flying Saucers on Laserdisc. Oh, someone's trying to come on. Who could that be? Why, it's Kevin at Gotham City Comics. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Here's the real Fast and the Furious from the 50s. That would go under F. So what are you digging up? Movies or comics?
I don't really have anything.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's so cool looking. Let's look at that. So you haven't had any more trouble? Those things have been running pretty well.
I haven't turned it on probably since last time we were looking at
Oh
them.
yeah.
So yeah, they seem to be working.
Well, if the stores run them for all day, maybe they do work pretty well. That is pretty cool.
It's very good. Go on in and give it a try. You can hold your breath and try to not die. Close your illusions. Silence your cheeks. Cards never lie. Hands never deceive. If their eyes are glowing, be welcome in the sweet community magician. Are you sure it's me? Don't worry. I've done this a million times.
That was do us. Whoa. What? What am I doing? What happened? Did I just kick him off? No, there he is.
Fine.
I
You
accidentally
can kick
kicked you
it.
off. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to go to shared layout. I didn't mean to kick you off.
It's
Here's the
okay.
narcotics story. That'll go under N.
Did I ever show you these things? These candy containers? Little
I'm
coffins.
not sure, but let's look at them.
They came out in the 80s. They were called Mr. Bones candy. I think it was Fleer put these out. See, it says Mr. Bones.
Yeah.
This one still has candy in it. Let's look at it. Might be all moldy. Don't get scared. It doesn't look too bad. There's some spots on it.
Huh.
You wouldn't want to eat that though. They're little skeleton pieces that you'd build a skeleton out of them.
Aren't there YouTube channels where people do eat old stuff?
Oh, is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
Well, I know that I stumbled on a guy that ate old army rations, like MREs, meals ready to eat, that were like from the Korean War or something, and they would eat stuff, out of cans that was from the '60s and stuff.
There's a skull. Oh, moldy skull.
Hmm.
See, I don't even have enough pieces to build them, probably. Oh, there's a skull. So yeah, you can interlock them.
Yeah, that's something I never knew about, that particular candy.
And then when you're
What
done
year
with
did
the
it come
candy,
out in?
all through the 80s, maybe starting in the late 70s,
Okay.
and then when you're done with them, they sold these over by like the cards. Like when you'd buy Garbage Pail Kids, you would see these right next to them.
Okay.
And when you're done, it's like a toy coffin you get to play with,
Yeah.
and you could hang it on a necklace. See that?
Yeah.
They made these in all different colors, and it wasn't just Halloween. You could get them throughout the whole year.
Are there people on YouTube that collect old candy that do shows about it? Uh-oh. I was not standing by the. That I must have lost him. Oh, that's why you weren't talking.
I
You
heard
weren't
you
on
say.
there.
I heard you say is their channels. I don't know. I've never looked. Here's an orange one,
Oh,
and here's a red one. I got a lot of green ones for some reason.
you ought to start a channel doing it.
There's probably. You think there is one? There has to be. There's a channel for everything.
Well, you would think, but
How many millions of channels are there? Do you know?
I don't know. But things that appeal to older collectors may not do a channel on 'em, you know. I don't know. I mean, are there many channels about big little books? I kind of doubt it.
There's some other candy. They're called Funny Farm egg bubblegum eggs.
Huh.
Here's a good one. It's they're called bed bugs.
Oh shoot.
See that bed? Let's open it up and see what's in it. See, they're supposed to be in the shape of bugs, I guess. Here's a boombox candy.
Huh.
1984 Fleer. Big blast radio. The other one. There's a doghouse candy. It's a bubblegum hot dog inside there. Doesn't look too good anymore.
Huh.
See that bubblegum hot dog?
So who What was the first?
I can't hear you. Starting a robot, I think. You must be in a different room. You must be off Wi-Fi. This one had a KB toy sticker on it.
I'm back. I forgot I had to recharge the phone periodically. Meyer Greenblatt had a late night just getting up.
He's going to show some comics today.
Well, if he feels like coming on, he may need to eat breakfast first. He usually makes a trek down the street in the morning, gets coffee. But I had planned to do a stream yesterday, and he was talking about good. I got some 10-cent comics. I just a box of them that would be fun to look at. So, yeah, if you feel like coming on, Meyer, that'd be cool. But I know you got to eat breakfast or whatever. Or you may not feel like it. I've got to sit up here in the living room while I recharge the phone before I can get back to the DVD and Blu-ray assembly of the collection. This is the link to come on for anyone that's wanting to come on. Oh, wow. What do we have?
Come on up and see yourself fast. And tears ride on the Dad? Is it real love? Oh no, what we got ourselves into? I could have sworn I saw that. This ride is scary enough as it is. I will take your soul. We is here, looking for thrill. Look no further, here you surely will. Come on up and see yourself fast. And tears ride on the castle. Dad? Is that real love? Oh no, what we got ourselves into? I could have sworn I saw that. This ride is scary enough as it is. I will take your soul. We is here, looking for thrill. Look no further, here you surely will. Come on up and save yourself fast.
Dad? Is that real blood?
Oh no! What we got ourselves into? I could have sworn I saw that in the movie.
This ride is scary enough as it is.
I will take your soul. We came forth to live. No further. Here you should. Come on up. Fix that back.
I guess I'm back.
Where did you go?
Uh, nowhere except my battery died, and it.
I just switched my line.
I've been on battery power since 7:30 this morning, and forgot that I need to recharge it occasionally.
Look at this cool aquarium toy I found at Walmart.
Oh,
It's cool, huh?
you found it at Walmart like now?
Yeah. Got it the other day.
Huh.
I got that one, and I got this one was cool too.
Yeah. All you need is an aquarium.
No, that's the easy part. I need someone that'll take care of the aquarium.
Yeah, I know.
So maybe I can work. I know somebody that works at PetSmart, and that's what they do. They clean all those aquariums.
Yeah.
Maybe I can pay her in comics to come.
Was she into comics as well?
Yeah, she buys tons of comics. Maybe I can
Oh,
trade her comics for clean the
sounds like you
tank.
should just marry her. Someone that's into comics and aquarium stuff. Uh, Gosh darn. Wow, your place is really coming along there. You know, that probably looks more real than the one they actually filmed in the movie.
Yeah,
Just the,
it looks more like the actor than the prop they used. Yeah.
yeah. Just, there was a video. There was some on YouTube. I stumbled on a Stephen King interview with David Letterman the other day, and he was talking about that he was just starting to write a script with George Romero. So it was prior to Creepshow. So what is the current Creepshow comic? Is it still being published?
There's 2 volumes, and it'll probably come back for a third. Are we talking about the TV series?
No, not the new TV show that Greg Nicotero's doing, the comic book.
Yeah, the comic's on a break. They did two volumes, like 2 series.
Oh, so it's because these modern comics just make enough to put out in a book. That's okay. Well, what
It's a
I was
lot.
wondering is, I
It's
was
a
wondering
lot
how
like
it could, yeah.
it's like similar to the EC, where some stories are.
I was gonna, that's exactly where I was going with it. I was gonna ask, is it better than the new EC book that just came out?
It's
It's
this
about the
probably
same.
about the same. Maybe you'll get one story for every 4.
Yeah. But you know what it should be is even if the writing is weak, they should have great art. You know, with the Warren magazines, even if there was a story, the writing's not up to snuff. Usually the art was pretty consistently great. Uh, but oh, new stuff from John Goris.
No, this is old.
Old. Have you gotten anything from him recently?
No, that's the only one I think I've ever saved. I gave all the others away.
Yeah, he contacted us the other day. He's had some. He's had to get new. He's had to deal with a bunch of home repairs lately. So he's
Yeah, that's not fun.
yeah, he's
The artist that did this card, I had him at my store a long time ago.
yeah. Was that done while Trump was president? I guess
It was done. Let me see. You read that? I can't read it.
I can't.
2010. 2020. Hold on, let me look at my TV screen. Oh, it's too blurry. I can't read it.
Well, wait. It's got a date right up there. It says 3/15/17. Right below the 2 days.
Okay.
So first
So
100 days. Okay, it was 100 days into his presidency. All right. Well, I wonder how many garbage pail kid Trump cards there have been. Because I bet the
this
first Trump one was before he was president, when he was just a celebrity rich guy.
there was a lot every week they released one, and then they would it was print to order. So this one I think only had a print run of 204.
Oh, okay.
They were you couldn't buy it at a store. You had to buy it. You had to be there that week, order it, and then wait for it to come in the mail. And it was they only got 204 people that ordered it.
So that's Tops doing that, small orders like that.
Yeah, and I guess they have they can't do political cards anymore. I
Really
guess they
interesting.
I think they got orders to for their artists.
Because if they're not doing it equal, if they were making fun of Biden or Kamala Harris, then you could say, okay, they're making fun of everyone. But if they're only going after Trump, then it's real obvious. But if Trump's president, then that's another thing. But
This was the nicest one I think they did. Most of them were brutal to him.
yeah, but that's pretty negative too. In other words, he doesn't care that the world's blowing up around him. And of course, it's
Yeah.
also not true because there weren't wars when he was president.
Yeah.
He,
Well, you should see the other ones. The other ones were terrible. What
oh,
they were.
yeah, yeah.
This one,
Well, it figures
the artist
it's,
was very nice to him. I think.
yeah, it actually looks like a somewhat flattering profile of him. Profile shot of him. Yeah. Is that Burt Reynolds as a wrestler? I don't know wrestlers. Who's that guy?
I think it is Burt Reynolds. Looks like him.
I was in a supermarket yesterday and they had a bunch of wrestling figures of the wrestlers of today, and I don't know any of them. There was one guy that was in a suit, and some angry girl, but I have no idea who the big wrestlers are of today. Do you have any? Do you have a bubble gum machine like where you could put a card like that card behind Burt Reynolds? Have you
Um,
ever
oh, a candy machine. I have one. Yeah,
candy? Yeah, uh,
I have. But
yeah,
I should have about 15 of them.
yeah.
I have a
I
bunch of
have
these.
some of those little guys, those little flesh colored guys that look like wrestlers. Yeah, I have a few of those.
Yeah,
I
those are muscles. Those are muscles.
Oh, okay. Kevin was telling us on the phone, not on the air, but yesterday that you had a really great day at the store yesterday. A lot of customers coming in.
Yeah, it was almost like a free comic book day almost.
Yeah,
I don't know where everybody came from.
they were people you don't normally see, not regulars.
Yeah,
Huh?
maybe people are finally finding out about my store.
Do you what kind of do you do any kind of publicity or any advertising at all?
Publicity stunts.
Well, not publicity stunts, but like, do you have ads anywhere or? Oh, look at that.
I have
Yeah, you showed
ads
me
and
that
stuff, but
once. I'm sorry, what?
I have ads, but I don't think people see them.
Oh, back in the '90s, some stores would have ads that would play in the movie theater before the movie started.
Yeah, I've had those movie theaters reach out and supermarkets and golf courses. Those are the three that call me that want me to advertise with them. And I've tried, those coupons you get in the mail. Do you guys get those? It's
Yeah,
like a
well,
stack of little
well,
flyer
we
coupons.
haven't here, but we used to back in Texas.
Yeah, so I tried that. That didn't work.
Oh, that's right. I was M is saying, did you ever show any of your early price guides? I might have missed it. Yeah, I was supposed to do that, wasn't I? I was, and then I never did. Um, those are upstairs. I'll do that uh, next show. I promise. I have. I don't want to go up there right now because my wife's on the phone doing her job, and I should get self conscious about that. Yeah, you showed me these once. I forgot. I had no idea there was ever Wacky Packages comics, but they're not from the '70s. They're when do you think these were done? About 10 years ago?
I think maybe 20 years ago. Yeah, 2011.
And were they done in small numbers? What?
Yeah, very small. I think they're even like hand numbered on the insides. Even
Oh,
I've never seen anybody else with them.
no, I'm a Wacky Packages fan. I was completely unaware they've ever existed. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow, that's a great cover. I really like that artwork. Yes, Imsh says, I have all the 73, 74 Wackies. Did you buy them when they came out, Imsh? Because if you did, I'm sure that you could agree with me how hard it was to find Truant cigarettes. That was the hard one. I don't know, was that the fifth season? But I was in third grade, man. I bought so many packs trying to. That was the one that was so hard to get. They and I finally got a Truant cigarettes. That's a comic book from my childhood from the same time that I was buying wacky packages. I probably bought that issue there at the same time I bought a handful of wacky package packs. And those were pretty good times, the wacky package years.
There's a big garbage pail kid. The giant one. Have you ever seen the big ones?
No, but I will say I'm one of the few people that saw the Garbage Pail Kids movie in a theater.
I did
That's
too.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and the reel broke. The reel broke.
Oh yeah, you told me that once.
So then we had to wait. We had to wait like 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah,
So it was like a sign. Like this movie's gonna be bad.
yeah, that's something that doesn't happen anymore with digital films. You don't. They're not on. There's no film going into a projector.
What do they get? A DVD or something? Blu-ray?
Oh no. Well, what they do is it's they get a giant box like the hard drive of a a like a computer that would sit, and you have the monitor and then you have the box with all this. They send a box to the theater, and the whole movie all is in that. So all they do is plug it in to whatever projects onto the screen. So that's the new movies do not show up in film reels, but in the form of a box, a computerized. It's all digital. So remember in the old days, there used to be a little dot that would appear at the top right hand part of the screen that would tell the projectionist that the film reel's going to change, and that's when they would splice the film reels together, so you'd have your whole 2 hour movie. All that's gone, and the little scratchy lines that would get on movie print after it played for a while in a movie theater. It would get all scratched up. That's something you don't see anymore either. Yeah, I have the 1976 Overstreet Price Guide, and then I would get it almost every year for a while until
What's the first year? 70 what?
I think it started in 1970 or 71.
They did a facsimile of it.
Oh, did they? Myers
Yeah, they
says a cigarette burn. Actually, that would be fun to get. Is it still available as a facsimile?
they did a second print of the facsimile even.
Oh, yeah. That would be interesting to see what the prices were then. Because in my 76 price guide, Amazing Fantasy 15, you can get it in really nice shape for like $75. John Gora says the film burned up 2 times on me. Once during Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, another time was during Godard's Contempt. The one with Bridget Bardot and Jack Palance. Huh. I guess that's the projector overheating.
I guess they don't even look through the little window anymore.
I don't know um, what's going on in theaters anymore. Um, I just noticed my local theater had a Deadpool poster up, so I guess it's going to come next weekend. So I'll finally get to see that. Oh, it looks like someone's trying to come in. Oh, it's Meyer. Hey, what's up?
Hey man.
What's happening?
Not much. Are you at home or are you out?
No, I'm at home in the carport, standing in the carport.
Yeah.
Entryway to the garage.
Do you guys have Piggly Wiggly from San Francisco?
Do we what?
You guys have Piggly Wiggly out there?
No, no Piggly Wiggly.
I always thought it was because I lived in San Antonio, I figured it was a chain that was specific to South Texas. But I've seen a few Piggly Wigglies in North Texas, like around the Denton area, but
They used to have them
it
in
was
Iowa. They still do.
maybe what's around where I'm at is Hy-Vee, HY-VEE. I'd never heard of that chain before, but that's
Yeah.
What does
I
that
think
even mean?
it's a Mormon owned chain, and it's it's pretty good. Its only problem is it's the only game in town, so there's no competition. If there was another supermarket, then the prices might come down. So I don't know how much it is lack of competition and how much of it is just the wonderful Bidenomics that makes things expensive. But
Well, I can't believe some of the grocery stores out here are going out of business, and I guess Piggly Wiggly's going to take them over.
well, I wouldn't say it's a bad thing because I don't have any negative feelings towards Piggly Wiggly just because it was part of my childhood and I always just thought the sight of a pig with a butcher's cap on was a funny thing
It looks
because
like
that means
Peppa Pig.
he's butchering other pigs and he's got a big smile on his face. Well, I don't know, is that a butcher's cap or is that just the hat of someone that works in the deli? I maybe I
Well,
shouldn't be.
I think if you work in the deli, then you're slicing meat. So I
Oh yeah,
think
which is pigs. Yeah, and he's got such an insane, and he's like almost completely Porky Pig. It's they didn't. So what I'd like is a Piggly Wiggly T-shirt. I think I've seen that they exist, but someday I'll get one.
Do they have restaurants inside the supermarket?
I don't know. My memories are from night. Last time I was in a Piggly Wiggly was 1975, so. Actually, it seems like I went into HEB more than Piggly Wiggly, but because HEB was the supermarket my mom shopped at. The HEB is another chain that, yeah, they had in San Antonio. I don't know how much they're regional, and some supermarkets have different names in different parts of the country, but it's the same place. Like I would like uh, Safeway. They call it Safeway in some parts of the country, and then in South Texas around Houston, it's called Randall's. And I can't. But it's the same place. It's just
right.
I don't know why they changed the name in different places.
I feel like California has three major chains, and two of them are the same, but the names are just changed for Northern and Southern. So Safeway is the main store in all of California, pretty much. And
Yeah,
then there's a store called Lucky's. And then in Northern California, it's called Lucky's. And in Southern California, it's called Ralph's. And it's basically the same store. Even the lettering design is similar. It's just a different name, I think. I don't know for sure, but that's what I always thought. So like in LA, you have Safeway and Ralph's. And in San Francisco, you have Safeway and Lucky. And then all of Northern California, like Northern and Southern California is kind of separated.
it was probably a bunch of different stores that joined together and that kept their name. Uh, and in the 70s there was a chain that came called Skaggs and another one called Albertsons, and then they kind of joined together, and they were Skaggs Albertsons, and then Albertsons split, and there was a Skaggs and an Albertsons, and then Skaggs became Skaggs Alpha Beta, and then there
Right.
was an Albertsons a block over. I never quite could figure out all that.
So
One of
for
the Albert,
here, Alpha Beta
one,
became Albertsons and Albertsons became Lucky here. Like our
Oh,
Luckies used to be Albertsons. Yeah.
weird. You ever heard of Skaggs? That's kind of a horrible name. Skaggs.
Yeah, I've never heard of
sounds like
that.
a scab. Sounds like a scab or something on your body.
Well, the worst one, HEB in San Antonio, was
All right.
called that because it was the guy that founded it was like Howard Edward Butts or something like that, and he didn't want to something like that. His last name was Butts, and he didn't think that would, he knew all the kids would laugh at that name. So, and the
Seymour
adults
Bell.
probably too.
Have you ever heard of Cub Foods? Cub Foods?
No,
No.
It might just be Colorado, but maybe it's some other places around Colorado that have Cub Foods. Or Cub Foods used to be like, it was like the beginning of a big box grocery store. It was like late 80s or mid 80s, and the idea was it was kind of like a Costco before Costco or Sam's Club were invented. It was a large, big tubs of mayonnaise and stuff like that, and lower priced things at Cub Foods. I used to shop there when I lived in Denver.
Missing Mars Skaggs was actually spelled Skagg, but it's still horrible. Yeah,
Oh, I remember seeing that sign, Skaggs, Skagg. Yeah.
yeah, that was it. I mean, you lived in a lot of different areas in the country when you were in the military.
Yeah.
So,
The other place that they have a lot of in the South is Kroger. So they had Kroger. I
oh,
feel like Kroger in Texas too, but Kroger is huge
yes,
in
okay,
North
Kroger.
and Carolinas and Virginia, North,
Yeah,
South Carolina, Virginia. Kroger is the biggest store.
yeah, Kroger's been around for a lot of years. Kroger is the one that was also called Randall's
It's
in
called
South
Clyde right
Texas,
here.
and I think Safeway is the same. And there used to be another one called Winn Dixie, but they
Yeah,
got
I
rid of
used to,
that.
I used to go to Winn Dixie too. Winn Dixie was good. Yeah.
Maybe they got rid of the name because maybe they still have them, but they may have gotten rid of it because it says Dixie, and it was a
Right.
store in the South.
Yeah, I remember Winn Dixie. I used to go there.
Food
We have
Lion, I've heard of Food Lion. There's
Food
another
Lion
one.
also. Sure. I remember Food Lion.
Um, I always liked the supermarkets that had food in their title, like Food
Food City.
Town.
Food
I've seen
City is
some
here.
pretty funny ones.
Because of growing up watching television in the 70s, I always wanted to go to an A&P because they always said that in the shows, I'm going to go to the A&P, right? Like they would say that in the shows from
Yeah,
the East
yeah.
Coast. And I never saw an A&P.
Well, there was an A&P a block from me back growing up in Texas, but it was no longer an A&P. It had become right before we moved there in '76. It had become a hardware store, but it still had the lines. It still looked like an A&P. They always made them look like colonial buildings. Uh, John
My
Goris, Food Lion sounds too much like Food Line. Might just be me. Missing Mars
mom would
says
tell, go ahead, what?
Missing Mars says A&P in the Northeast still around.
Oh, yeah. My mom used to, just like us, my mom used to tell the same stories over and over again. And she used
Oh,
to tell me the stories about when she first went to New York City and how she loved the automat when this would have probably been the late 40s probably, but she told me all about the automat, and then anytime it would show up on TV or in a movie, she'd point it out to me. Oh, there it is. You wouldn't have believed it. The sandwiches were so delicious.
Moondusk is asking Meyer if he remembers Jimco. I think it was on the West Coast. Only had to have a membership card to get in.
I do remember Jimco. I think it kind of was it was before Best Products, and it was like a little bit like Best Products. But yeah,
Yeah. There was a
I used to
store
go to
called
Gemco.
Best.
We used to have a Gemco in San Jose. in the 70s.
Is Best isn't a supermarket though, but wasn't Best like a place where you could get electronics and stuff?
Yes, it was Gemco. Gemco and Best were both similar to Kmart. They had everything, a little bit of
Yeah.
everything.
Best is where I first got my first VCR, and it's different from Best Buy.
Yeah.
John Goris says, I've only seen Automats in the movies. They still got them in Japan, I think. David Wilcock just went live, but I'll watch it later with Cleo when she's off work. But just in case someone wants to defect and go watch him. Let's see. Oh my gosh. You've gone all digital, Meyer. Never seen anything like that.
Oh, it's the feeling.
Your phone scrambled into this amazing Lego pattern that I've never quite seen before.
He went into the Matrix right there.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, I've been scouring the Zillow and different various property management websites.
Yeah.
Last night, that's what I was doing, a lot of talking on the phone. And
Yeah, I remember those days, and then you always on Zillow you can check the crime rate where you're at, I think.
yeah, you can.
Or maybe I'm thinking of, maybe I would look at Zillow and I would type in there were several ones there was one called Area Vibes and something else. I'd always check to see what is the crime rate, around this place I'm looking at. And
It's pretty high. No, it's not really. It's not
but it sounds like the town
low.
you're moving to, you probably almost don't even need to do that. It sounds like a pretty idyllic place.
It appears that way, and you really don't need to. It's a small town.
Did you ever watch the Stargirl TV series?
Yeah, I started it. I'm still on the first season. I haven't finished it. I really like that.
Yeah,
good.
we're trying to finish the third season, but we haven't thought about it in over a year. But the town they live in is like this perfect American town, even though I think they film it probably in Canada. I wonder where that is they filmed that. So what's the story? You found a bunch of 10-cent comics?
Oh yeah, I did. Oh, there's a box that I found. Another short box that happened to have a bunch of 10 centers in it, so I grabbed it.
Oh. She looks so pissed off behind you. That is an angry look on her face.
I was going to change her out and put something, but it's funny because so one time this painting was at some art exhibit, and so the painting had been like, it was out of my possession. You know what I mean? It was like in like an art guild grouping of pieces of art, and it was being like moved around by people, and I wasn't like touching it or seeing it. So it was used in this art show at like the Civic Center or like the City Hall in San Francisco or something. One of those places where like all the long corridors and marble floors, and it was in some boardroom or something. And this painting, because it's so big, was out in the hall on like an easel right next to where the arrow is, art exhibit in here, right? And there's this big painting. And so I'm walking down the hall to go there, and I see the painting down the hall. And so you had to stop, and there were these ladies sitting at this table, and you had to like sign in or talk to them or something. So I stopped there and I told them, I'm an artist. I don't have a ticket. I'm one of the artists. And she said, oh, really? Oh, that's great. And I said, yeah, I actually painted this one right here. And then they all stopped, right? Their eyes kind of, and they were surprised. And one lady she goes, oh my gosh, that's interesting me, because we were looking at that painting and thinking how angry this girl looks, and we were wondering who painted it, but we didn't picture you. That's what she said. So then I'm like, I wonder what they pictured. They must have pictured like some angry girl that looked like this or something. Like maybe they thought it would be a goth person that painted it, so they were kind of surprised.
Oh, look at that! I've seen that a million times. I didn't even realize it was in a frame.
Yeah.
So that's a window card from the original release. What does it say at the bottom? Wednesday at a theater near you.
Yeah, it says Wednesday, April 3rd at a theater near you.
Is
And it's a reproduction that I bought.
Oh, it's a reproduction.
Yeah, it's a reproduction. I don't know the origin of this. I don't know if this is real or you know what I mean. But I bought it. It was like $15 or something.
Oh, so that's how you know it's a reproduction.
Yeah. It was new. When I received it, it was in a tube. But I haven't seen another one like it, so I don't know.
I've never seen it anywhere either. Yeah.
Okay, you want to look at some comics?
Yeah.
I think that this is mostly random, but there might be some organization to it. I think this is Karl Barks cover.
Yeah.
Here's a Donald Duck comic. I don't own very many Donald Duck comics. I have, Disney comics and stories and Uncle Scrooge, but not a lot of this straight Donald Duck title. But this was a really high-selling title. Like I noticed, like at one point a couple of years ago when I started getting into collecting Dell, I was like looking up sales numbers. I was looking up to seeing how well these comics sold when they were new, like in 1954. And this Donald Duck, the monthly Donald Duck title, it was like selling like 700,000 or more than between half and a million copies every month. It's kind of wild. Donald Duck is probably outselling everything that's made now.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at sales is very interesting. Because they say that Marvel was outselling DC, but it really wasn't. DC was beating Marvel all through the 60s, and then they tried to outproduce each other. I remember in the early 70s, both Marvel and DC were putting out so many different titles. They had just reprint titles, just so they had more titles, comics on the stands, so they could overwhelm their competitor.
Right.
And then when comics went from 10 cents to 12 cents, right as 1962 was coming in, uh, the sales of all comics dropped significantly, except for comics aimed at girls. Girls didn't mind paying the extra 2 cents, but boys rebelled, and the sales didn't pick back up until later in the 60s, like 66, 67. The sales started to go back up. In other words, like Superman Action Comics, they went down, but Lois Lane was still selling the same. So it was the girl titles, uh, which is odd to think of.
It is.
And probably Archie, things that are typically girl comics.
Right.
Um,
Oh, here's the one I was looking for. So somewhere I have the lead up to this, but the other day when I found this box, this was one of the first comics that I pulled out. and it's the issue where they announced the 10 free live monkey winners on the inside of this contest. But I have a pretty good run of these, but this box, they're not all here and they're not in any order. But I know I have an issue or two that is part of the lead up to this contest where they explain the contest and they advertise it for, you know, a couple months or maybe like 4 or 6 months they were advertising for this.
Yeah.
But that's a great, it's a funny idea thinking of it about, you know, that you could have entered this contest and then you could have won, and then this little squirrel monkey would arrive and your mom would know nothing about it. You know what I mean? And you're like, suddenly she's like, where did that come from? And you're like, Charles Byro sent it to me.
Yeah, and squirrel monkeys they absolutely destroy your house, from what I understand.
And that's what these were. They weren't, because it even says in here, it says, yeah, we'll send you your very own cousin of Squeaks. So it's not going to be like a spider monkey like Squeaks is, or like a little macaque like Squeaks. It's going to be like a little squirrel marmoset monkey about that big, right? That's what they were. I think that's what the monkeys really were, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the art here is great. The other thing I was thinking about this is that, I mean, it would probably be completely uneventful, but all the 10 people that won the monkeys, their names and their cities or towns where they live, it's all in here. So it would be interesting to see if any of these people remember what they did with the monkey, or if they remember the experience. You know what I mean?
Well, do they give street addresses or just the town?
I think just the town. This is from 1951 also. Yeah, no, they give street addresses. They give street addresses. Look.
Yeah, it'd be cool to look those houses up on the internet to see where
Yeah,
the monkey was sent.
there's 10 of them. Yeah, you could do that. You're right. You could at least go that far to find out where each monkey was sent. And then you could kind of try and look up a little bit. I mean, you would assume all these people are kids, you know, 10 or 12
Yeah.
or something.
Well, they'd all have to be about 80 now, probably.
Yeah, here's what it says. It says, here are the 10 big monkey contest winners. We asked you to write a slogan typifying the American way of life, and you sure came through. Yeah. Out of the many, many thousands of entries, it was most difficult to single out the 10 winners, but here they are. A wonderful monkey, cousin of our own Squeaks, is being sent to these winners. And the prize-winning slogan was USA, and U stands for unity, S stands for security, and A stands for always. It's an interesting, I mean, it must have been random. What were they, just choosing this randomly? You know, because that's not like a great slogan, is it? Look at first prize winning slogan.
Well, it could be the only 10 people that entered also.
Well, it says down here, there were over 8,000 other worthy slogans submitted. We want to
really?
Yeah, that's what it says. We want to thank all contestants and ask you to watch for other contests scheduled to appear in Boy Comics. Better luck next time. Winners will be notified by a personal letter from Lev Gleason, the publisher. I like how it says Lev Gleason, the publisher, down there at the bottom.
Yeah.
1951. Look at the television bank. Look at the TV. Have you seen this before?
I've never seen that particular ad. That's pretty cool.
I don't remember it, and I've never seen one of these little things. It's a bank that's supposed to look like a miniature TV, but it's like from 1951. So that's
I've never seen one either. That looks like it's half radio at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've never had any comics of that title, but
I really like these. This is a perfect example of these Charles Byro covers. That's like just totally just a big mishmash. There's a bunch of stuff going on, right?
Yeah, I've got some of the crime comics, but not the boy title.
That's a cool one.
Yeah, I've seen a picture of that cover. That's great.
A lot of this going on. These are morality tales, even though they're crime and adventure. it's often about, you know, a kid who makes the wrong decision, a guy who rats out his friends, your buddy who's stealing things. It's about like inner dynamics between members on your team, and like one guy's a dick, right? Just like real life type stuff. And but then crime buster, this kid, he's like Batman. He like gets calls from the police commissioner. Him and his monkey, they're like uncostumed superheroes, and he's an orphan. He's similar. He's like Bruce Wayne before he became Batman, but it's kind of a weird thing, the whole crime buster deal. But he doesn't have any money. He's just an orphan kid who, for some reason, ended up working for the police, and he has a pet monkey.
Yeah.
It's a really nice cover, nice book.
Yeah, I like that it's painted.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything on the back of this. It's in really good shape. Oh yeah, there is. Let's see. It's a gatefold.
Oh, wow.
This is Gold Key Donald Duck's Beach Party #1 from 1965, from June of 65. I like this cover. He's doing like the Winky Dink thing, painting on the TV set. This is a nice gold key too. All of this stuff that I'm showing is all inexpensive. If anybody viewing is interested in anything that they see, it's not hard to find this stuff, and it's not expensive stuff. This is a giant from Gold Key. I think these were 96 pages, and they only put them out for a couple of years. This is 1968. And it has the Sorcerer's Apprentice in it.
Huh.
So I'm thinking that Gold Key probably made these giants really only for a couple of years, like maybe from 66 to 68 or something like that. I think Eric Green would probably know, but here's another one. Also a really good shape. Like they must have sold a lot of these. There must be a lot of them out there. This is the one that's got Christmas on Bear Mountain, the first Uncle Scrooge story in here.
Oh,
Reprinted. If you're looking for that story for an inexpensive price in an early reprint, you can find it in this Gold Key Walt Disney's Christmas Parade.
cool.
Here's Barnyard Comics. This is one of my favorite comics that I own in my collection because I just like this cover so much. I think the gag is very funny. I think it's a really funny gag. Here's Yogi and Boo Boo cooking some wieners over the radiator.
Huh.
Wonderland Comics.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Is that Jack Cole art? Maybe.
No, what's his name? What is his name? Is it Don Post? What's the name of this guy? Something Post. It's the same guy that did Anthro. I don't know what Howie. It's Howie Post. It's really good.
Yeah, okay.
And it has kind of this Walt Kelly look to it or feel, right? Let me find the Howie Post art. There it is. This is a Alice in Wonderland parody called Alex in Wonderland.
Okay.
And this is a Prize publication, Prize Comics. June of 1946. Let's look in here. I thought there was a house ad for other Prize comics. See, here's another look at this Howie Post art. You can see it really does kind of have this Walt Kelly look to it. Yeah, here it is.
Oh.
So look at these comics that I could have got that came out this month, and instead I got Wonderland. I mean, Wonderland's great, but look at the other ones that were on here.
Yeah, they're all cool.
They are all cool.
I've got a few issues of Headline.
I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those other titles, I don't think.
Did you get these all through mail order, or did you find them in stores?
Just about everything here is from mycomicshop.com from as long as 10 years ago, probably. Going weird, far back. I probably discovered My Comic Shop in about 2012 or 2014, probably. I think that sounds about right.
Right.
From a Facebook ad. They were advertising on Facebook back when I still did Facebook. And that's when I saw, when I clicked on it, that it was Lone Star Comics, because I remembered seeing the Lone Star Comics ads from back in the 80s, and I recognized Lone Star Comics. Even though I'd never been there, but I just recognized the name. Really nice painted covers on these little beavers. Here's a Red Rider. A very quality comic book that's kind of overlooked. Let's look at this really quick. Red Rider, I think, gets overlooked by things like Lone Ranger or Roy Rogers, but it's high quality stories and art. Got a really cool look to it, a cool golden age Western look to it. The art is this, I think his name is Fred Harmon. It's real loose.
Yeah.
Looks like he's real comfortable drawing all this stuff, and it probably doesn't take him, even though it looks beautiful, it probably doesn't take him that much time. Here's one of these Ben Bowie Mountain Men. This title, I can only make an assumption that this was a popular seller the few times that they did it on 4-color, on Dell 4-color, when this was one of those. And so I guess it must have sold well, because it became a title of its own. This is number 7 from 1956. And this is an action-packed comic that is, I guess, kind of similar to the Daniel Boone series, television series, in that I think it's pre-Revolutionary War. It takes place before the Revolutionary War.
Yeah. But they're going off. That's earlier, so that's contemporary, I guess, with the Davy Crockett series. So they're playing off this coonskin cap, and that's what.
Absolutely. That's why this was selling. That makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. I didn't think about that. That's why they made it into a monthly title. The coonskin caps were selling like crazy, right? And I even got them a couple times in the 70s at Disneyland. They used to sell them in the early 70s, and I would get one as a souvenir.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they were sitting in the back since the 50s, the ones you were buying.
Yeah, you're right. They had a ton of them. It was a great cover.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. There was also a Jim Bowie TV series, so that could have been trying to capitalize on that too. I don't know if there was a Ben Bowie in American history, if that's a character they made up to be half Davy Crockett, half Jim Bowie.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Champion, the
Yeah, I
one.
forgot you've got all these books about the horses of these Western stars.
Yeah, I have a little small horse comic collection.
I don't know what Range Rider is. Was that a TV series?
Yeah, Range Rider was a TV series. This is an actor that played. This is a guy that played Tarzan in one movie and got really sick. What's his name? He lost a bunch of weight.
I don't know. What made
Anyway,
him sick? Swimming in the swamp water?
yeah, I think that he got malaria. Like a bunch of the crew got sick and everything.
I
I
think
learned
you
it on
told me that story once.
AMC back like 20 years ago or 25 years ago when AMC was doing like a Tarzan week, and they would have that guy telling the stories and before the movies and after the movies.
Yeah.
Not Leonard Maltin. I don't know. Anyway, I recorded a bunch of those on VHS, and so a lot of those movies, the only time I've ever seen them was that time that they showed them on AMC. But otherwise, I think because of like licensing, they don't show them. I love this cover. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Amazing lighting. Really good art inside here.
Yeah.
I don't remember for sure, but some of these, this might be one of them because the art kind of looks like it. But some of these, when I was buying them off of my comic shop, I was buying them because they had early John Buscema art in them, or there's a couple other people that were drawing for Dell early on before or while they were drawing for Atlas, or you know what I'm talking about. So there were a couple people,
Yeah.
and John Buscema was one of them that drew a lot of Westerns for Dell. It just looks like at some point, I mean, obviously these are beautiful paintings being created by a commercial artist, but they're just they're running out of angles and ideas of what to put on the cover of Lone Ranger, because this is just an odd kind of mundane cover. It's just a close up of him tackling a guy by the ankle.
Yeah.
This is Cheyenne. This was a television show in the early 60s.
Right.
This guy, Clint Walker, right? I remember him from The Dirty Dozen. That's what I remember him most from, is The Dirty Dozen. Right?
Yeah. And he also fought Killdozer.
Oh yeah, you're right. He did. Kind of a cool Captain Nemo picture down there. This is an interesting title. This was like a Disney anthology title that was a cross-sell for the Wonderful World of Disney, because they're showing adaptations of Wonderful World of Disney features.
Yeah.
And sometimes when I see these, I think that perhaps, I don't know for sure, but it makes me think that some of this stuff was definitely point of purchase cross-sell. Like this would be being sold at the grocery store by the checkout, probably right around the time that this episode with Savage Sam in it was coming on TV.
Right.
Because look, here you got stories about the stuff that was being shown at that time on Disney, like El Fago Baca and the Swamp Fox.
Uh-huh.
Let's just check the year on this and see. You got a guess? You want to guess the year on this from the cover?
Well, it's what are the things on there again? What's the bottom guy?
It's
Swamp
Leslie,
Fox.
It's Leslie Nielsen as the Swamp Fox.
Oh, I'm guessing that's Kennedy era. What's the price? 10 cents?
Still 10 cents.
Oh, it's probably 1961 then. What is isn't there a copyright date at the very bottom right? Or does it just say Walt Disney Productions?
No, it says 1960. 1960 Walt Disney Productions.
Oh, okay.
And it's December 1960.
Yeah. Well, I think they went up to 15 cents and then back down to 10 and then to 12 cents. Or maybe I'm thinking of Gold Key that went to 15 cents in the early 60s and then realized we messed up. That's a cool cover. Wow. That
This
book's
came
probably got some value to it.
It came from Night Tiger. This was one of those Night Tiger contests where you just had to comment in the chat and he would enter you in a giveaway.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I
I've
just
won
ran
a couple of those contests, but
I just randomly won this, one day from Night Tiger.
yeah.
This is one of those reprints. What is it? This company that made these?
Super Comics. Yeah. Yeah, I have that same reprint, but mine's been through a little bit of a fire, though. It has a little bit of a smoky smell.
There's another one of those reprints. This is The Brain. I love this comic. The stories in here are really funny. This is a good comic. If you guys can get a hold of The Brain, I recommend it.
Have you ever checked to see what that Joker is worth?
No, I haven't.
That
Nope.
looks like a good book.
Billy and Buggy Bear. This
Never
is also
heard of that.
It's another one of those. It's a reprint from like low quality, like late 1940s stuff, reprinted and sold as a 12 center in probably 1960, 61.
Okay.
Hmm. The life story of Dwight D. Eisenhower, a great American.
You ever seen Laura Eisenhower on YouTube or Rumble?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of her. She's what do you call it? A extraterrestrial truther or something like that, I guess
Yeah,
you'd call
something
it.
like, yeah, that would be a good way of summing her up.
This is a really good cover. I love this cover. Like the crazy, non-mute clown is pissed off because Howdy Doody made a snowman of him and he's laughing at it. And so now he's going to hit him from behind.
Yeah,
Clarabelle.
looks like it. Yeah.
Clarabelle. Maybe he's pissed because he's a male and he has a female's name, right? Because he's a guy, but he's called Clarabelle, right?
Yeah. And the original Clarabelle became Captain Kangaroo. I'm sure you know that, but oh my gosh, weird.
Isn't that a weird cover?
Yeah, it's a little disturbing.
Lots of food covers in this era from Dell and Gold Key, and I've talked about that before too. I really think that also is a point of purchase decision. These comics are being sold in supermarkets where people are buying food and they're hoping that they're going to buy comics, or they're going to buy comics and they'll buy food. But it was a conscious decision to put food on the covers. Here's some Tom and Jerry. I really like these comics. We'll just pull this first one out. This is Dell is doing Tom and Jerry in the late 40s, early 50s, and every one is 52-page giant, and the art on the inside looks exactly like the cartoons.
Yeah.
Heavy comic, solid comic. They're just really nice. Look at this on the inside of this particular issue. There's nothing on the inside cover. How often do you see that?
No, I don't know if I've ever seen it, except maybe that you know, that's something that you would expect to see like on a Canadian comic where everything's not quite right, you know.
It's May 1954. Some aliens in here, some little mud aliens. Wolf the Prairie Dog is what that story was with the aliens. But there's just a real nice, classy look. I like how these books look when you've got them together. This is a nice looking stack of comics when you have them together.
Yeah.
Just the way
Well,
that.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I like the spine, the border spine on the left side is really cool. They do look classier, and also you're right. The artwork really does look like it was done by animators for the studio, as opposed
It
to
really does. This is a particularly nice issue. It's in a higher grade than some of these other ones I have, and I'm glad because it's just a beautifully designed cover. Look at this.
yeah, that looks beautiful. Now the characters on the left side, are they all characters that have appeared in movies from MGM, film shorts?
I can only assume. I'm not really sure. I don't remember ever seeing these little monkeys that are in here.
Yeah, or that thing at the
Burrow,
bottom, that beaver at the bottom, whatever that is.
the
I
prairie
don't know
dog.
that. Yeah, I
His
don't
name
know
is,
that guy.
yeah, so I don't think that they all made it to the cartoons. I don't know. But just like, I mean, look at the quality of the art here is just top. It's top notch.
Yeah. Well, Harvey always put all the different characters in the comic inside little TV screens on the left side, implying they were all able. You were able to see them all on TV, but some of the characters, like Stumbo the Giant and
Mhm.
Hot Stuff, were never made into cartoons.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're
Unfortunately.
doing. It's meant to look like a film strip, but maybe these weren't all cartoons that people saw.
Robert Harrison says, I have Dell comics that don't have ads in them.
Yeah, most of these don't have ads. Dell Comics, especially the early
Yeah.
ones. They prided themselves on not having advertisements. All
Yeah.
comics.
But see,
And
I love ads.
all
I
comics.
want ads.
There's a nice one that would look good framed up in the bathroom, up in somebody's bathroom. Mickey Mouse in the case of the missing steers.
I like the colors on that. I like the way the colors in the background go from yellow to red
This
as
is another
opposed to
high
one
grade.
solid color.
I feel like this was a 5.0 when I bought it. Most of this stuff when I would buy it, I'm looking at low end comics that I can buy for $4 or $5 that are from the 50s is what I
Yeah.
was doing. And every once in a while I would splurge on something that I saw on my comic shop that looked really cool that was also for a good price. Like I might have paid $8 or $10 for this, but it's in a very high grade. There's like it looks really nice.
And some of these kind of books, they'll say the price is $3, but they won't have a picture of the individual comic because they don't think there's enough collector demand where people want to actually see a photograph of the actual comic, I guess, or they don't have time to do it. That looks like another. Oh yeah, you've shown this before. That's great. This is one of those fake one reprints, right?
It is. It's another one of those reprints that in a lot of cases with this stuff, it's like there's nothing even in here that's remotely like what's happening on the cover. Yeah, none of these characters are inside here. Well, this is a great ad on the back.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that is actually shows you what you get, and
And this footlocker is really like this big, right? And made of paper. You know that they're like you get a whole footlocker with 100 soldiers in it, but the footlocker is about this big, and the they're like little tiny, and they're all jammed
And the
inside there.
figures are tiny, and they're not 3D. They're flat shapes.
See, look at this. So you see this cool looking cover, and you open it up, and you're like, "What is this?" It's that weird puppet comics or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
And everybody's supposed to be like a puppet.
It must be based on some TV show where there were puppets, maybe.
I think too. Well, the children's TV like Kukla, Fran, and Ollie was like a top-rated show at this point, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
You know,
I mean, I don't know when the original comics are from that they're reprinting.
yeah, I don't either. You're right. Kukla, Fran, and Ollie was a weird show. Like, I just heard about it from my older cousins and siblings, but I've watched it recently because it's on YouTube, obviously, and there's somebody that uploads and is archiving all the episodes. It was almost like a puppet version of a daily news show. You understand what I mean? It was like they were talking. It wasn't just for kids. It was almost like they were talking for the moms in the background that were also like ironing or something or folding clothes while the kid was watching it. It wasn't necessarily a kid show, even though it was
Really,
all.
I never really watched it. I've only seen, the later in the 70s when she was older, and they were hosting some
Right. That's what
horrible
I.
European children's films that were unwatchable.
So the black and white original show, you can tell it's taped live, and you can hear like the staff, like cameramen laughing in the background behind the cameras through the audio. It's real rough, and it's real topical,
Cool.
very topical. You can look it up on YouTube, and the episode titles will tell you what's happening. Like it will say, Kukla's birthday or something, or
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That
each
sounds. Is
episode.
that something TV Days has up?
I think so. I think that might have went. It's where I've seen it.
Is
There's
that an Archie comic there?
It is. This is Super Duck, which was an Archie comic.
Is that an expensive comic to buy?
It is not. That's why I have it. It was inexpensive. This is October 1951, and it's a real interesting thing. I have a few of these because they were inexpensive. Clearly, Archie's trying to compete with Dell, with Donald Duck, right? But it's a weird, different dynamic than Donald Duck. He has a girlfriend that has a son who is constantly tormenting Super Duck. You see him right here, like he's trying to get him arrested by the cops right here at this point.
Oh.
Super Duck is really not super. He doesn't have any superpowers, and he's not smart, and he wears lederhosen all the time.
Oh. At least he wears pants, unlike Donald Duck.
Right. Like here, he's getting beat up by that little Lord Fauntleroy, like son of his girlfriend.
Oh boy.
And let me show you his girlfriend. What is her name? Her name is Joanna Duck, which I think is a weird name. But look at her. So she's
Is
like
that-
more angry and nagging to him than
Well,
Daisy.
wasn't that a Groucho Marx thing? Want to buy a duck or something?
I don't know. I mean, that was the secret word, was the duck would plop down like on You Bet Your Life.
Where am I hearing "want to buy a duck" from? I don't know. Someone that's older might know. Yeah. There was. I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing it up.
These are fun. It's a good read. The art is good in here, and some of it's funny, and they're inexpensive. Super Duck, the Cockeyed Wonder.
Yeah, that Scamp you showed, I think I either have that issue or I have a reprint of it from the early 70s. Is that a 10-cent?
Yeah, this is an original.
Oh, yeah, I've got a gold key reprint with the exact same cover. It would have been mine would be 15 cents.
We printed the whole series. Yeah. These are good comics, surprisingly good. Also beautifully drawn and really kind of cool little stories.
So the early 70s Scamp were all reprints of that era.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guess Kevin must have not been on for a while. He's coming back in. Hey, Kevin.
I think my phone just.
I didn't even know you were gone.
I didn't know either.
Yeah, I was. We're looking at these comics Meyer's showing, and so I didn't know if you were still there, just being quiet or not.
I don't know how long the movie's going.
Mouse Musketeers.
We're almost done. Only a couple more.
Yeah, I think I've seen this most of this box before, but that's okay. The audience may not remember. Ooh, that looks good.
This is the Looney Tunes, an early Looney Tunes. Let's pull it out. So I'm not an expert on this. I just have a big collection, and most of my stuff is disorganized at this point, but I'll get it all organized. But you can see a difference in these earlier Dell comics of the whatever trade dress or the cover design. You see there's very little. I mean, it just says a Dell 10-cent magazine in
Yeah.
October, and it doesn't have all the stuff at the top like you would see later, like the things were changing around. All they had is this symbol right here.
Yeah.
And look at this cool. You could, if you subscribed, you would get this print.
That's pretty nice.
8x10 picture of Bugs in full color. But this is, it's got a date stamp on it. It's September 1946.
I liked when Bugs Bunny on those Dell comics was selling a rabbit's foot on the back cover ad. I always
Yeah.
thought that's about as weird as the Piggly Wiggly pig with the butcher cap.
Yeah, it is. It's funny. And again, this is all top quality, really well constructed comic books, not just well made, but the product, the package itself. You can tell this is just a major brand that was purposefully being sold. Looney Tunes, Merry Melodies were just kind of beginning to be shown on television at this time. The only time you knew about this stuff was, in between or before the movies at the movie theater.
Yeah. Yeah, they were getting a new audience with television, right?
Exactly. And that's exactly it. You're right. So this is a new audience with television, and now they really actually have kids, like a captive audience of kids where they can direct these comic books directly at them, See, like this is a later issue. See, remember what I was talking about that trade dress at the top? See, like
Yeah.
it's kind of it's messier now. So this is a little bit later. This is 1950. I think that's good for now, you guys.
Cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I know we've seen a lot of this, if not all of it before, but it's what's handy, and maybe there's new viewers that haven't seen it.
That's
Or
exactly right. Yeah.
the thing is there's a lot of, this is a good example of how to start or make a comic collection of stuff that you like, that you can find that is inexpensive and easy to start a collection. If any of these things look like they interested you, you can find this stuff still, even in today's economy, for, it's probably the best way to start a 1950s comic collection if you're into this stuff. But even if you're not into this stuff, there's other titles that are still inexpensive. Like maybe you're more into Roy Rogers, or maybe you're more into, there's, most of it is affordable, but there's a few titles that are expensive. One of them being Uncle Scrooge. It's the main one that is a sought after, kind of overpriced compared to everything else.
Yeah, well, it's sought after because of one artist that really did amazing things with it. But as popular as Bugs Bunny still is, and Donald Duck, and Tom and Jerry, yeah, those comics you can get them for $5 each. Or
It's exactly right. So I was buying these comics purposefully. So at the time, the price of comics was about the same, like 10 years ago. It was $2.99, $3.99, $4.99. So new comics were $3 or $4 or $5. So my aim was to find comics that were old that were selling for around the same price. And that's how I discovered Lev Gleason and Daredevil and Boy Comics, because nobody is interested in these, because there's like this moral, ethical element to these comics that is kind of preachy, that makes them different than standard comics. They were trying to do something here in a PR way. Lev Gleason was to comply with the comics code, to maybe get away with some other stuff. You know, like everybody was doing it. But
that's post code. I think I see the seal at the
yeah,
top right.
this is post code. Look how big the stamp is. They
Yeah,
really
yeah, because they were one of the main targets of the comics code with crime does not pay, and they had the biggest selling, I think the biggest selling crime comic on the market that everyone else was imitating, because it wasn't just the horror comics. People forget it was also the crime comics
yes.
and the romance comics. Well, it was really everything, but horror and crime were the main
So
problems that Wortham had when he wrote his expose about the comic industry.
even though they're complying, even though Lev Gleason is complying with the code authority, they're still not able to step away from things that might be viewed as kind of oddly inappropriate, where you've got a lot of covers that involve children being placed in violent situations. The main characters are always teenagers or children, and they're always fighting adults still. They're in auto accidents, like he's parachuting. So they were still trying to press something. They're like, they're taking everything, all of the good stuff. We can't show blood. We can't show monsters. We can't. Well, what do we do? We'll have the kids hit the guy with the baseball bat. They'll be fine with that, you know. And so that's kind of what they were doing, you know.
So Apex Comics says it takes a deep search to find some pre-code Golden Age Daredevil comics. Yeah, I wouldn't even think they're affordable. But yeah, I mean the code said criminals can't get away with, they can't. They always have to be punished, and so that's one of the main things. And there were a lot of things that couldn't be shown in comics. Um, so what's up, Kevin? You still there?
You guys haven't already seen it.
What's that?
So I'm just doing chores, trying to find stuff that you guys haven't seen yet.
Oh,
I think you guys have seen pretty much everything I have.
is this where you normally film from? Is it an office?
This is the office I'm in right now, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to show us, but how do you decorate the rest of your place? The same way? Give me a thumbs down. What
No,
causes
this room is the most organized.
it's the most what?
Organized.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have I'm trying to find something I can put my movies on because I hate these kind of shelves, these skinny ones.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You've seen these, right? They barely hold anything. There's garbage
Yeah,
bucket.
yeah.
About that
Oh,
earlier.
there it is. I wonder if I have that. I might have that movie on disc somewhere.
I have a cartoon right here.
Yeah, the cartoon never actually aired. Is that correct?
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I don't know.
The teachers and everybody and parents banded together and got it removed. They bothered the advertisers, got it removed before it even came out.
Weird. Okay.
Oh, let me turn that. Oh,
Where do you store your comic? Where do you store your comic books, and how do you store them?
I don't have that many comics.
Huh. Well, that's one thing. You if you're operating a comic store, and you're hoarding them yourself, it may not be the best thing.
Praise be unto you, and peace from God.
Yeah, very few. I have very few comics. I have very few DVDs.
What is the biggest part of your collection? The weird candy stuff, or do you have a music collection, or what other stuff do you collect?
I have Garbage Pail Kid collection, candy, He-Man, masks,
Yeah.
but not very many comics.
And with comics, you mainly stick to horror and kind of underground kind of stuff or weird stuff.
Yeah, I don't have very many superheroes other than Swamp Thing.
So with superhero, you stick to horror related superheroes.
Yeah, I don't really have any Batman comics or anything.
Okay.
I don't have very many movies.
Hey, I was looking. Hey, Kevin, I was looking for. There was a news. I had a newspaper that came yesterday or the day before that. It's called the Sunset Beacon. It's one, that local paper everywhere that everybody gets in their neighborhoods that come out once a month. Anyway, this one that just came out a couple days ago, I picked it up in the lobby, and there was a whole article in there about the magic shop that's here in San Francisco and on 9th Avenue. I think it's called Misdirections. It's been there for like 40 or 50 years. Anyway, usually all you see here in local news in the paper is all the businesses are closing, but whenever they show they'll be like, look, here's a business that's still open, right? And so they were like, look at this great magic shop. In this article, they interviewed the owner and everything, and then at the end of the article it says the hours for the magic shop are Tuesday through Saturday, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. And I was like, what? They're open 3 hours a day? And they were open 3 hours a day, and I was like, what the? They're like a whole article selling the shop, and they're only open 3 hours a day. I was surprised by that.
That's what I
Sounds like
should
a
do.
retired guy operating it that doesn't
Those are
really.
almost the same hours that I have. I'm the same way. I'm Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 6.
Yeah, but that's still 7 hours.
Yeah, but I get all my people don't get off work until 4 or 5.
There's definite reason. It's an economical decision because
You can track on Google your busiest hours.
Exactly, and so you can see when the business is happening. And it turns out to be a loss to be open for these extra 5 hours where no one comes in typically.
Yeah, and if you're paying somebody to be there, yeah.
Yes.
You're
Which is,
not
I'm sure,
earning.
I don't know. I've been to that shop a couple times, but last time I was there was probably 8 or 10 years ago, and it is very much an old style magic and trick store, similar to like from Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure. They had everything. They had magic, tricks, professional stuff, and then also gags and novelties and masks and a lot of posters. That place, this particular shop has a lot of history, and there's a lot of, he does business. It said it in the article, especially in the past. So this guy's done business with big names like David Copperfield and other people. And
Yeah, magic poster.
Yes, that was the thing I was going to tell you. When I was there, one of the things that stood out the most is this guy sells authentic vintage magic posters as well as reproductions, but he has high-end magic poster work, like the type of stuff that Fibes collects, that is like posters from the 20s and 30s and 40s, stuff like that.
That's cool. I'd like one of those.
Missing Mars is asking if you still have older comics for sale, Kevin.
Yes.
I don't know what he means by older, but 60s maybe. Maybe that's what he means.
I got lots of comics and stuff. If I was at the store, I could go through boxes.
Yeah. He means, oh, he's saying 70s and older.
Yeah.
What titles are you looking for, Missing Mars? Just anything old? Missing Mars, you get a lot of stuff from those claim sales. It seems like whenever I tune in, I see your name a lot. I saw you buying a Marvel Tales with a yellow cover. Um, just blew my allowance on cheap comic collectors claim sale yesterday. What I do they have older stuff? Mainly when I tune in, it's I did see they had an All-Star Comics from the 70s with Solomon Grundy. It looked like it was in bad shape, uh, but usually when I tune in, they're more. Yeah, the only time I saw some, oh, got a lot of Commandy. They're selling that for $2. Okay, yeah.
I
Um,
found a command yesterday. It's I think it had Batman in it. Did that ever happen? Batman and Commandy to get or no, not Batman. It was a crossover with Commandy and somebody.
was it Brave and the Bold?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I got some older stuff yesterday. I didn't show anybody yet.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Brave and then I found a cool Christmas cover. Had like Robin on it. He was like getting kicked out of the sleigh or something.
An old what now?
Had Santa Claus on the cover, and
Uh,
like Robin's getting kicked out of the sleigh. He's like falling.
What was the name of the title of the comic?
I can't remember.
Huh. That sounds like something I might be interested in. Missing Mars says you got to wait for it though, as it's peppered in with a lot of modern stuff. Yuck. Yeah, I don't know if I have the patience. I mean, I've tried to watch those claim sales, but it's I've been around too many modern comics. It kind of, I don't know. The sight of them kind of makes me ill. Not looking for any titles in particular, but the year and cover price I look for. Okay. I would recommend that you go to Missing Mars, that you go to I Love Comics on Saturday night. They have, I try not to look at it because I don't want to get tempted to buy stuff, but that's an auction. It's not a claim sale where they sell everything for $2. But usually most of the stuff on there goes for $5. Sometimes he has $10 on more nicer, older stuff. But I did stop by there for a few seconds last night, and there was some pretty great stuff. Yeah, I Love Comics is. I'm not knocking the claim sales of these guys. Uh, what's his name? Psychotronic Squirt Gun and Cheap Comic Collector. But if you want, yeah, I don't know. They're fine. They're great. But the other, I would check out the Saturday night sale. Um, let's see, what are people saying here? Charlton's here. He says Sticky Goose is not a comic fan. I don't think. No, he isn't. It's about clicks for him. Plus, making fun of others just to get likes, clicks, or whatever is pretty mean spirited to me. Not a fan at all. Yeah, Sticky Goose is interesting in that just what he stirs up. Um, what he's done recently is he did a video. Yeah, well, what happened with Sticky Goose? I think about 5 or 6 years ago, his father always talked about having some old comics, and so he went and Sticky Goose was like a Magic the Gathering card guy. He was into the tangential things that you get at comic stores nowadays, but not the comics themselves. But he knew his
He
dad
wasn't
had some, and he got all these
a reader.
books that had been his dad's, and they were a bunch of 60s Silver Age books. And he got interested in buying comics and getting them slabbed, and he started his show and it on YouTube. And then he went into a comic store and was like, I want to see your key issues, because he was a key issue guy. And the guy said, well, you'll have to look through everything. And he says, what? And he got real mad at the owner for not having his key issues separated. And he was filming it. And then he got kicked out of that store, and he got kicked out of another store for going in there with a camera and then trying to sell slabbed books he had in his bag to other customers, because you don't go into a store and try to make deals with the customers. That the store owners don't like that. So he got kicked out of two stores, and that became a big deal. He became a celebrity for the guy that got kicked out of stores, and he has argument, and then he does videos about people at Comic Cons, the dealers, and then the dealers get mad, and when he comes to the Comic Con, they kick him out. So anyway, he had this image of this guy that causes problems, and then he did a video roasting different people in the comic and different people on YouTube. And that video got taken down for copyright claims from someone that was offended. He didn't really insult anyone really badly, except for a couple of people. He said things that, ooh, it was pretty brutal. It was him and his wife just kind of laughing at these people. And then he did a video about his video being taken down. And then he did the most recent thing. Um, he started talking about probably us, the group that we hang out with, and the people we kind of hang out. He calls them sticker people. He's talking about older comic fans that have channels that don't have many viewers, unlike him, and how they have he's basically what did he say? I don't know if you guys saw this video. He calls them sticker people because they make stickers and t-shirts and promote each other and then put the stickers behind them. And he's talking about how they have an awards show where they vote and give themselves awards for how he was laughing at the whole thing. Um and he was saying a lot, most of them aren't funny and they're not original enough to ever get more subscribers. He was pretty brutal about it. And he says the king of the sticker people has 4,000 subscribers and he's worshipped. And I'm I don't know, he's kind I don't know exactly who exactly he's talking about, but I think I know some of the people he's talking about. But Um, that's kind of what he was doing. Um, so I don't know. It's, yeah, I've always kind of, there's a lot of stuff to hate on YouTube, but I don't really, I'm trying. I'm trying to stay away from some of it. Missing Mars says quality and price value. Quality and price value. For $2 each, shipping included, you can't beat it. They have something you'd like to have. Humans love drama, moon dust. Yeah, I think he found that he did videos about slabbing books, but when he did videos about problems he was having with people, then he got more views. I don't know exactly. But he did show recently, I've been buying comics just for people to like me. And he showed I've been buying comics I didn't really like just because I was told when I become a comic collector, these are the books I'm supposed to get. He held up a bunch of Jack Kirby era 1960s Fantastic Fours. He says, I was buying these. I didn't even like these. I like these more modern books where Batman's getting his back broken and all this dark stuff and the heroes are, questionable and all that. He likes the more 1990s stuff and the older stuff, like the stuff he inherited. Well, I don't know if his father was dead, but the stuff he got from his father, he doesn't like that old stuff. He doesn't have any nostalgia for it because he wasn't reading comic books as a kid. He's someone that got into it in recent years. One of these people that got into it because of the pandemic and they had extra money, and he's got. And then he did a video. It's like, how are you guys wondering how I buy all these comics? I want you to guess what job I have. And he was
No,
saying, here are the jobs I might have. You guys guess what my job is.
did he tell
It's
what his
very
job
sweet.
was? Did he say what
Huh?
his job was or not? Did he say what his job was? I
No, I
saw
don't
the.
think I'm not sure if he's done an answer video to that. No, he never told, but I assume he's going to tell you at a future date, maybe. I know he's married to a lawyer, so they've got some money. He's got this spiral staircase that goes down into his little man cave, and it's kind of like wrapped around a pole. They live in a nice house. So I don't know. Everything's weird. It's just a lot of people on YouTube kind of flipping out and realizing that they made bad investments, and now these comics they have slabbed are worth about half of what they were worth. A lot of that stuff happening, it seems like, on YouTube.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question, totally off topic? I'm only going to ask because I feel like I've heard you mention this before. What's the square footage on the hotel? Is it 6,000?
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
I think you said 6,000 something.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's
Because
over six
the
that.
places I'm
Yeah,
looking, I mean, I'm real close to moving, but I haven't made a decision, and I've got a real wide choice. And some places, so this place where I've been living for 14 years is 1,000 square feet, and everything fits. But I have an opportunity to go up to, like, I can afford like 2,000 square feet up there, and so I wanted to gauge it in my head how much
okay,
space I need
well,
compared to
where I used to live was about, I think, 2,500 square feet. The two-story house I lived in Texas. This has a lot of square footage. I mean, it's not in very good repair. it's it's uh, it's not like it's not like uh, I mean, it was a very inexpensive house, but uh,
I'm looking to spread out. It's looking like I might be able to have more square footage there, which is ideal for my collection because my collection is like
yeah,
a small version of yours. I just don't have jukeboxes uh, and pinball machines, and I probably have less than a quarter of what you have when it comes to books and comics and toys. But it's still substantial, and I still want to be able to display it all. And I want to do it similar to yours, where I want to have all the Japanese stuff in one spot. I want to have all the monster stuff in one spot, and then the superhero, the Marvel, and then DC, and then horror and models. And then I've got all the die-cast cars. I have a huge collection of Hot Wheels stuff, and I would love to be able to actually display my tracks. And I've got like the big
yeah,
drag strip, and all my cars. It would be neat to be able to have a Hot Wheels room. Um,
yeah.
that's what I'm looking at here the next
Well,
last couple days in this upcoming week is making decisions on houses.
are you looking at houses or just apartments?
So at first I was looking at apartments, but really I need a house. The apartments are too small, and
Yeah,
they're it's below my financial bracket. It would make no sense for me to rent an apartment when my income is affording me the ability to rent a house. That's where I'm at.
could you buy a house with the same plan that you're on? With
No.
no,
Well,
it's
there's
only
another
for rent.
Well, there's another plan. I mean, I already used my so there's a VA home and business loan that exists that is available to me that's like 100%, and I've done it in the past, and I did it and then fulfilled it and then made equity off the house when I sold the house. So when you use it and then fulfill it, it's still available. So if I wanted to, I could, but I'm 60 years old. I don't know that I want to sign a 30-year mortgage when I have the ability to rent. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm not gaining any equity or making any money, but do I really need it? Do I really want it? Not necessarily. My kids are set already from, financially and whatever you want to call, like generational wealth wise. There's property that exists that they're going to be inheriting. So yeah. So like their mother owns like substantial property and homes. So they're gonna inherit property and homes that are close to where I'm moving eventually.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't really need to buy, and I don't know that I want to, because in addition, insurance is ridiculous where I'm moving. Like home insurance is almost hard to get in some cases because it's a wildfire area. It's the mountains where they have fires, and there's also earthquakes. And that's the one thing that people are complaining about most when it comes to buying right now in California is the insurance rates have gone super sky high. So when I bought a house in 1997, I think is when I bought my house. And so at that time, everything was smooth and easy. And then when I turned around and sold it, I made some substantial gains. But now I think it's completely switched around. So it kind of makes more sense for me to be renting. That's where I'm at. Not kind of, it totally makes more sense. It's like 100% an economical decision.
Well,
but what's funny is, so the same price that I've been paying for this 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment that's 4 blocks from the beach in San Francisco, for that same monthly rent price up there, 2,000 square foot, 4-bedroom, 2-bath Victorian house that's been renovated.
Oh, yeah. Victorian, nice. Okay.
A lot of them, and then all different types of mountain abodes of all different types. And so a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment up there is like a third of what I've been paying for rent here. So it's like I can't I can afford a much larger place. I can afford an actual house with a yard and
oh boy,
enough room for my collection, as opposed, it's mind blowing how expensive it is in San Francisco by compared to where I moved. Like, I mean, totally mind blowing.
Cleo would have a lot of fun if you were to contact us later off the air and looking at these houses you're looking at and trying to find help. She would have a lot of fun looking for one and sending you,
I sent her the best one I found so far. I sent her a couple days ago, the one that I was like, wow, this would be great. And then after I did more searching, I realized that's just one. There's a ton to choose from. Then I looked up and I discovered, and I realized that what I need to do is what I did when I moved into this place, and I completely forgot about it until Friday. So on Friday, when I'm looking, I'm thinking it, noodling it through and thinking about looking at these apartment complexes. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. I need to just go to a property management office like I did here in San Francisco and have some lady show me all these different houses that are in their you know what I mean? It's because there's this thing, you know about it, where people buy real estate, they buy homes, and then they turn them into rentals, and the amount that they're renting it for is more than the amount of what their mortgage is, right? You know what I mean? It's like a thing that people do here. And so there's these homes that they're looking to rent on a long term because they're paying the mortgage with the rental. So I noodled that through, and I realized I just need to call one of these ladies at this property management. So that's what I'm looking. I've already discovered the 2 best property management offices, and I looked through it all and noodled it through financially and realized that I make too much money to be in a flea bag apartment. I need a better place.
Yeah, that would be sure cool if you had a house and
Yeah, I
just
hope
have
so.
to mow the lawn. I guess that's
Yeah, some of them don't even do that. Some of them, they take care of everything. You just have to pay the utilities. I've been looking into it. Some of these places, they do the yard work. The owners have a gardener already. You know, I mean, it's like included.
yeah.
But anyway, I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm just, everything's just kind of looking, as I'm noodling of the financial situation through, I'm realizing that because I've lived here in this kind of, you know, dirtbag apartment built in the mid 50s, but its location, the reason why it's so expensive is it's 4 blocks from the ocean. It's like I can hear the ocean through my windows and with my windows open. And so that is a huge thing. And so I I've taken it for granted because I've lived here so long. I never thought about the financial comparisons and realized how inexpensive everything is if you don't live on the coastal fucking California elite zone.
So
Because I've
you're looking at Victorian mansions that are less than what you're paying now. Well, that sounds pretty good.
yeah, I am. I am. I wouldn't say
Um,
mansions. I would say refurbished little Victorian homes and also some industrial looking places that they've renovated into larger studio spaces and like
okay.
loft type situation that are like large square footage. Um, but yes, comparatively, some of those places are still even. I'm looking at houses that are still less than what I pay for a monthly rent here in this little apartment, like full houses, like 3 bedroom, 2 bath, like twice the square footage. Whoa, that's sick, man. I've never seen that before. What is that?
I was about to say the
What the
same
hell is
thing.
that? That's a custom. That's a original art toy.
Yeah. You see his, you know who it is, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Alfred
Alfred
Newman
Newman.
in a monster hand.
My
I love the
gosh.
color too. So it reminds me of a creepy crawler. Like you used to be able to mix the creepy crawler goop. Remember that, Gratu?
Yeah, but I've never seen anything like what I'm looking at here in my life. It's like what the hell? Uh,
That's dope, man. I really love that. They did a great job. Whoever made this, and you got this where from like Etsy or Instagram or something.
No, this was a guy named. He passed away, but he was just the guy.
Oh, it's a thing. Muscle Things Laboratories. I've never seen that. That's the card it came on.
Yeah.
wow.
Wow. Are those still out there somewhere, you think, or what?
Probably, but he died pretty badly. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That looks really cool. He did a really interesting thing here. This is an art toy, they would call this, right?
I hope it
Yeah.
wasn't.
This is
I
like
hope it wasn't from dealing with the
2014.
chemicals. Sometimes people that do special effects work, they get exposed to a lot of chemicals and stuff that cause them health problems.
No, it wasn't that. It was a lot worse than that.
Oh,
How long ago? What is this from? I mean, how long ago did he make this Mad Claw,
I think
Kevin?
this is 2014, probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is right around the time when that psychedelic was getting big. Simon is into all of this. He buys these. You've seen, like, you saw some of that stuff that he collects. It reminds me
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, it
what
was
is
Also,
weird.
psychedelic? I don't know what that is.
it's an artist that is very popular that does what this is. Like Simon gave me a set of these muscle figures that are kind of like homages to the original muscle figures, and I made a video of them, and like in a day the video got 800 views and like 30 likes because it turned out that if you hashtag psychedelic and uh, whatever I put art figures or something, all of these young people like are into collecting this. A lot of them, right, Kevin? Oh yeah, there it is. So it surprised
So
me at how many people clicked onto that video. People that I don't normally have watch my video.
So I've got you were telling me that hashtags are the secret to getting viewers, huh?
I don't know. It helps me like when I make videos of like those Marvel Legends action figures that I make. I
Yeah.
always put a hashtag on there, and overnight it'll typically get 100 views. And then if I didn't have a hashtag and I was just making making a video of me walking on the beach or talking about something that doesn't have a hashtag, I might get 40 views. So
So
I don't get a lot
so
of
in the
views on it.
description under the show, you put hashtag and whatever it is. Is that what does it?
Yes, that's what does it. And sometimes, so the idea is you want to find popular hashtags. When you find one, it will autofill. Like, so you type
Oh,
in hashtag Marvel and a bunch of other, and then it'll give you options to click on during the autofill. And in that options, it will show you how many videos or how many channels have used that hashtag. So like if I'm making something about Marvel Legends and I type in hashtag Marvel Legends, it's a huge amount. It's like, 600,000, other videos with the same hashtag. So that's what you want to do is you want to find hashtags that have the highest number of other videos that are using the same hashtag. After you enter the hashtag into the description, so you need to put a brief description, like just a real brief one. And then under that, you do the hashtag. And then when you post the video, YouTube will automatically move that hashtag out of the description up onto into the fill area below the video title. You understand what I'm saying? So
oh,
uh, so the hashtag is available to click by a viewer without clicking on the description and expanding it and seeing the hashtags. And the reason that's there is so that it's like a networking thing. So it like a person that just clicks, that maybe a person has a YouTube account where they've typed that in so much that every time their recommended comes up when they turn YouTube on, it's filled with videos that have that hashtag. And that's the idea, is tapping into that. And you could do that with your channel. You should start trying to find different hashtags that have a bunch of videos connected to them. Things like nostalgia, things like vintage comic books, things like
yeah.
pinball machines, whatever you can think of, movies, all the stuff that we
Yeah,
talk.
I tried that, but I didn't put the description. That little common writer guy, the green one at the
These are
top
great.
underneath the word creature, I've got that. That's a common writer.
You've been showing great stuff, Kevin. I love all of this.
That's
This stuff.
another common writer.
I love these, carded, bubble packed rack toys still unopened like this. This is like a beautiful piece. Look, 20 foot. So cool.
This goes on the vending machine on the front of it,
Right.
Yeah,
on the
it
inside.
does. It's on the inside of the vent of the bubble machine.
You get to see what you could potentially get for your quarter.
Did you say
That
you've
is,
got some vending machines? Are they in the house?
No, I don't have any here. I have some at the store.
Oh,
I used to have some Japanese vending machines, but I sold them before I moved.
oh, you know what else? Another hashtag to use, Gratu, that I've gotten views when I make videos that are clearly just vlogs, and I'll put in hashtag San Francisco vlog or hashtag vlog, different types of vlogs. That will pull up views too. It's worked for me. So
well, I
a
didn't know
lot of what
about
you
putting a
do,
description and then putting the hashtags. I tried
yeah,
just putting hashtags a couple of times, but without a
you have to do a
description.
description. You got to do a description. If you do a description, it does something to the algorithm. It increases the movement of the video. I just know this because when I researched it, I part of what you have, there's like a number of things that you need to do to increase traffic in your channel, and those are the two main things: is descriptions and hashtag. I don't
So
know whether
you
that's true. That's just what I read.
so you put some space after the description and then you put hashtags.
Yeah, you click that button, that enter button, the one that's shaped like the crooked arrow there on your keyboard, and it drops it down another, like hitting the return on typewriter. That's what you
Yeah.
do. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I'll experiment with that because yeah. So I just figure I'm not ever gonna get over 1,000 subscribers, but
It'll happen.
yeah, it would take a couple of years though, at the rate I'm going.
There'll probably be a new kind of YouTube coming out soon, I would think.
Like a new competitor to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Rumble is difficult to work. I put yesterday's episode up on Rumble, but if a show's too long, it's real hard to get it up on Rumble. They don't allow a show over a certain number of gigabytes to go up. So I think if it shows over 2 hours and 30 minutes, it's all. I don't think I can upload it to Rumble, and it takes a long time. It takes longer to upload it to Rumble, and there's not really a big audience there yet. But and on the other hand, you're like one of the first pioneers there with this kind of subject matter. I don't want to say content. I hate that word. And you could potentially start something over there, but Rumble's where you go to watch stuff that YouTube doesn't allow, basically. Um, I don't know. I probably have enough charge where I can go back and organize Blu-rays again.
I found this cool little like rack I can use.
Oh yeah, that's
That's nice.
good.
Yeah, that's nice.
You can hang it on the wall.
Yes, that looks good.
How big are the holes there? Is that about the size of a He-Man figure or something?
Let me see. Yeah, it's kind of a weird size. Yeah, He-Man, exactly. He-Man.
Oh, that's good. That would be good for kaiju for vinyl. This would be a good shelf for vinyl too. For the small ones, you know what I mean? For the 5-inch size.
Mm-hmm. Be a good He-Man shelf.
What other old comics have you found digging around? Did you find any '60s comics?
Talking to me or Meyer?
Oh no, you said that you found some old comics at the shop.
Oh, I bought a little collection yesterday.
Oh, you did? You didn't tell me that. Um, it was anything? Does it anything that screams my name in there?
I think maybe.
Huh. Okay.
Might be.
Well, you'll be at the shop tomorrow, just not open, right?
No, I think I'm gonna go and get my eyes checked tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna maybe get some glasses.
You ever worn them?
No.
Oh, really? You're just now, are you having visual changes and feeling like you need glasses?
Yeah.
It's because we're staring at these frickin' phones too much. That's what's doing it to me.
I've had glasses since 5th grade. I had to start in 5th grade. It sucked. I hated them because I was a real active, athletic kid. So I would break my glasses constantly. My glasses were always getting broken. I saw a good movie last night. I watched Cannonball, the Paul Bartel movie with David Carradine. You know that one. It's got an all-star cast in it. It's got basically all the people from Death Race, right? You know the movie I'm talking about?
No, I mean, I remember Cannonball Run and Gumball Rally, but I don't know Cannonball.
So Cannonball, it's the title is Cannonball exclamation point, I think, and that's the name of David Carradine's character. It came out in 1976. I saw it in the theater in 76 with my sister, and then I just rewatched it last night for the first time from beginning to end. It's got Mary Warnoff in it. It's got some softcore nudity. It's got a lot of the same actors that played the racers from Death Race are also, obviously, because it's a Paul Bartel movie, you know, his same group of people. And Carradine is the lead. Instead of him being like Frankenstein, instead he's like a renegade cop. It's like a cross country race from California to New York. There's no speed limit and no vehicle restrictions, so you can use any kind of vehicle that you want. But it's not like in a dystopian society like Death Race. It's in like the regular world. And David Carradine does a lot of kung fu fighting and stuff. He does his like slow motion. Remember how he would fight like that ridiculous stuff that at the time we thought it looked so cool and we thought it was real. So he does a lot, you know, where he stands there and waits for the guy to punch, and then he counters with some sweeping, spinning wheel kick in slow motion, right?
Right.
But it was really good, very funny, a lot of humor in it. Real good movie, Cannonball. I recommend. I like all the Paul Bartel, Mary Warnoff stuff. I like, especially Eating Raoul. That's I loved Eating Raoul. Such a great movie, and the comic as well was great. The comic adaptation. Did you ever see that? Ever see Eating Raoul?
I've never heard of it.
It's good. It's like a comedy crime movie about murder and cannibalism. And I think you get to see Mary Warnoff without her clothes on multiple times.
Here's a Mars Attack statue.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
It's nice.
He's a little weird looking, I think. Doesn't look like the normal.
No, it looks more like a human skull.
Yeah, that looks better. This is Super 7? Is that what that is?
This is
Or NECA?
no, what it's this one. I think it's Tops made it, maybe.
Oh, okay. That's a nice
Or maybe
thing.
it might have been from around, let's see, maybe around 20 years ago.
Yeah, the late 90s or early 2000s.
Oh, it's Mezco and Tops.
Oh, okay. 2012. That's a nice looking figure. Hey, what's the frequency of that? Remember that last toy convention that you went to, the one where there was the Starbird, and where you first found the horror motorized light ups? How often do they have to go?
That one's twice a year.
Twice a year. Okay.
Here's a cool.
Yeah, I like
here's
that
a cool-
channel 66. I watched that too.
This is a
Oh
designer
man,
toy.
look at that thing. You've never shown us that.
Wow,
It's a designer toy.
that is awesome. How tall is that?
That little guy's like 6 inch, so
Oh, wow, so it's big.
yeah, maybe
Like
10 or 12 inch.
10 to 12 inches tall. That's awesome. Wow. Is that and it's solid vinyl
I think it's a hollow.
or hollow vinyl
Yeah, like a
and
maybe a rotocast.
hand painted, right?
Yeah, hand
Awesome.
painted rotocast.
Wow, that's sick. That's really awesome.
Then this is a model kit right here.
Wow.
Never seen that. And that's a vinyl model kit, obviously.
It's like a, what do they call them? Garage kits when people make them.
Yeah. Back in the 90s or late 80s, they were made out of resin, right?
I have a couple of them, a couple of the
That's a
resin ones, and
garage
then
kit.
also one of the vinyl ones.
And then these are made out of clay. Somebody made these for me. It's a prototype candy container. It never came out unproduced. There's an unproduced Harry and the Hendersons figure. Scooby-Doo villain's little bust. It's a cool Swamp Thing statue. This one's newer. Maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, or maybe longer, 7.
I got a really cool Swamp Thing figure that came with a Swamp Thing head. Do you have that one?
Let me see. The one that came with the this one right here.
Swamp Thing.
That one right there.
Maybe, but it came inside a styrofoam Swamp Thing head.
Yeah, that's that one.
Okay. That was pretty cool. I think I got it real cheap.
Yeah, there's 2 versions of it too. One that comes with the little unmen figures. These guys. See that?
Oh, wow.
Grow too. If yours came with this, then it's the special one. It came with that and this other guy. Grab him. Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. If it came with that guy and this guy.
It's like George Stephanopoulos. George Slopadopoulos.
Yeah, Meyer, this is probably one of the best Swamp Thing figures. It's part of the DC Universe line, but it was a San Diego exclusive. They're cheap now. They're like maybe $30 or $40.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't have that figure. And that's about, what is that, about 8 inches tall or something? How?
He's probably 10.
Okay. So it's close to the same size as the most recent McFarlane that they came out with. I have the McFarlane one that came out like 5 years ago.
Yeah, the one with the wings.
I don't think he has. Does he have wings? I don't. He doesn't have. The
I
one
don't
I
really
have.
like that. The one
one
with
I have-
wings.
Yeah, it doesn't have wings. It came in. It was the DC McFarlane DC multiverse in the big box. They came out with some exclusives that were like glow in the dark or something, but the one I have is just the basic one. It's a good figure. I like it, but that looks like a better figure. This is great stuff, Kevin. I've never seen you show any of this before. This is
That
really
one's
cool.
the first. I think that's one of the first. No, it's not the first because the first Swamp Thing was that Kenner one.
Yeah, I have a couple of the little Kenner ones from the TV show.
I
They're
need to
cool.
get those. I still need those.
I've got a Swamp Thing, I think, that where his fist is attached by a string, and I can't get the fist to go back or something. I don't
Yeah,
know why
that's the
he had
Kenner.
a. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the Kenner. They made
Okay,
multiple versions of them with different action features,
Yes.
and they made like a play set too. I think for them.
Yeah, there was a
okay.
vehicle. There was like a swamp vehicle or something that was kind of cool.
Yeah, they made I think maybe a tree or something, or some kind of a swamp tree or bush. It was like a trap or something. I think this is the best statue they made.
Yeah, that's good.
Those things have "break me" written all over it. These little roses will break off.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, John Constantine's pretty good too.
How much is that first Constantine comic worth now?
Not sure.
That was one of the few Vertigo titles that I really liked at the beginning was that Hellblazer. I liked some of those.
There's my House of Secrets. So 15-cent cover price I had.
Oh, okay.
Remember we were wondering about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was 15.
Brought to here's those skulls I was showing you when you fell asleep.
Oh yeah. I wasn't falling asleep because they were boring. It was just I was tired.
These are great. These remind me of the souvenir shop in Disneyland that's right near Pirates of the Caribbean in the French Quarter. You know what I'm talking about?
That's exactly where they're from.
They specialize in these skulls.
These are Granddaddy
Yeah.
skulls. That one was sold in the Magic Shop right there. See, they
Do they
still have the
still sell
different.
them there?
No, I went there maybe 6 years ago, and he told me. I said, "Where's the skulls?" And he goes, "Oh, you haven't been here in about 20 years, have you?" And I said, "No." He goes, "We got rid of them 20 years ago."
Wow.
So it's been like 25 years or something since they've had those. Minimum 25 years.
Wow.
But there's a lady that she took over the estate, and she still has them to this day. She's still selling them
Oh, well.
because they had so many on their property. They had their factory was on their property.
Oh.
It wasn't really a factory. It was them making them by hand.
Yeah, just some molds and a kiln and a set of kilns, and they were just doing it by hand, probably.
I just found a Swamp Thing cartoon VHS that actually explains why he had the string. Let me show you real quick. It's this must be why he had that feature. It's the Unmen Unleashed. Here's the Groovy Ghoulies. And this was a custom made by Joe Riley. Yikes. I'm gonna give myself full screen for a second.
He made the packaging for that.
For which what now?
He made that box art. Everything.
No, what I'm about to show you, Joe Riley, the Hypnotic Eye guy, made a disc of Spectre Man. You know, now you can watch all the Spectre Man episodes on YouTube for free, but he designed this, and it's a wraparound. That's what that is.
He drew that.
Yeah, he drew it. This was the high class VHS cassette, TDK Hi-Fi. I wanted my Spectre Man on the very best quality tape, and so he writes in the Japanese lettering, and then here's I can't show it. John Michael McCarthy did this for the Mexican Monsters on the March from Something Weird. I had to cover it up because there's nudity. I got a lot of Something Weird here, VHS and DVD stuff. So this is a fun movie. Anyway, let me go back to you because I feel like I'm missing stuff.
I don't have anything.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll continue organizing.
Yeah, I want to see those. Yes.
This is collection 29 different police TV shows, and Dragnet, Racket Squad. I'll file it over. I'm putting my TV shows over here. I already got a bunch of Dragnets. I'll just file it under Dragnet.
Do you remember when you first saw Henry, the DVD?
Yes, I saw it about a year before it came out because my friend Tom, he had some dealings with Herschel Gordon Lewis because he came to our college to do a lecture on direct marketing and basically sending people junk mail was his new thing. The gore movies being what he used to do. And so we went to the lecture, and then Tom invited him back to town to talk about a script where he would host a horror anthology movie. Anyway, so there was a guy, I think his name was Roy Kinneram, that was a special effects guy, and he worshipped Henry. He worshipped Herschel Gordon Lewis. He wrote letters to Herschel Gordon Lewis, and Herschel told him, "Hey, this guy down in Texas is about to make a movie. Maybe you should in other words, don't bother me, go bother him." And so he wrote to Tom or called him up or something and showed examples of his special effects, makeup stuff, hoping he'd get a job with my friend Tom. And I think it was through him. I don't remember. Somehow we got a copy of Henry, like a work print of it, long before, at least maybe it was 6-8 months, but it was long before it got released on VHS. We had it on we had an early copy of it, and we were just amazed by how good it was. And we were telling people, and then eventually it did come out. But yeah, I remember seeing it for the first time. It was something. Um, oh my gosh. Got some Hercules movies. Let's see. Here's Hercules in the Haunted World. This is where he goes to Hades. Hercules in New York is the first Schwarzenegger movie. It said he was called Arnold Strong in this. And then the guy that did the voice of Top Cat was with him, Arnold Stang. So it was Arnold Stang and Arnold Strong. Here's the Lou Ferrigno Hercules movies. Here's the Heroic Trio. This is a good martial arts movie. I'm putting those over here. Yikes, man, I'm really dropping stuff today. Okay, that goes over there. I hate dropping these. I have to make sure the disc isn't dislodged inside. Okay. What is this? I don't remember this. It's called Let Sleeping Corpses Lie. It's from Blue Underground, one of the best zombie films ever, it says here, from Blue Underground. Okay, well, okay, I don't remember that, but Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. File these over here. Yeah, people are starting to collect VHS tapes. They're starting to slab them even.
Yeah, they slab everything now.
Oh boy.
This
Having to move stuff around here. I was
these aquariums.
alphabetizing earlier, and I hadn't eaten breakfast, and I was getting stuff way out of order because I wasn't thinking what I was doing, and I'm realizing it.
These aquarium toys fit perfectly in this thing.
Oh, let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's look at this. Yeah, wow, that's fantastic.
Oh, these are great. Oh, it's cool. Do you have an aquarium, or did you used to have an aquarium ever, Kevin?
No, I've always wanted one, but never had one. Other than Sea Monkey Aquarium.
I imagine that aquarium. I don't have an aquarium. My youngest son is into it though, and he has an aquarium, and he's been into it for years. But I imagine the technology involving aquariums has improved, and maybe you don't. Cause in the 70s, I remember thinking it was kind of labor intensive and kind of it smelled, and the filter thing didn't work that great. The pump thing didn't, you know what I mean? Everything I think is probably must have improved, right?
I don't know. Maybe I remember my dad was always had this giant aquarium. He had two of them, and it did seem like it was a problem.
Yeah,
Sometimes the
that's
fish would jump out of the tank, and you'd have to catch them in time to put them back in before they died. And then they'd
yeah,
wind up with this disease called ick.
yes, yeah. It's a constant struggle because you're like having to maintain this abnormal environment for these fish.
I was thinking that was a great name for a disease. They should have called COVID-19 ick. That
Yeah, it was ichthyosis or something, right? It
is
was
that
like
what it is?
fin.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
it
I
was some sort
didn't
of
know what
fin
it
rot.
meant. I
The
just thought
fins
that's a
would
hell
rub
of a
around.
name for a disease. Ick.
They should call it cooties.
Yeah.
See if he can glow. Oh wow, he's gonna glow good. Wow, this guy's super
Yeah,
glowy.
that's really good.
Oh, the card glows.
Okay, let's see. We've got Bella Lugosi and the mysterious Mr. Wong. I'll go over under M. The night Evelyn came out of the grave, back when they made a big point of letting you know it was letterboxed. And Ursula Andress, Stacy Keach, and Slave of the Cannibal God. That could probably go right here. Let's see. Where would that go? Oh, this stuff's all out of order.
Here, I found some custom muscles here.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh no.
It's an outhouse. That's cool.
He's like a shit monster.
Yeah, he is. He is a shit monster.
Let's see who else. Oh, here. Here's the toilet paper. What's it say?
Oh, I have that one. Ass wipe. That's a psychedelic. I have that same one.
He goes good with the shit monster.
You know the flies. The flies are so bad in Saudi Arabia and Iraq. They're like waiting for it to come out of your butt when you poop. Like I mean, they're like, and there's so many of them that you can't brush them off. It's a horrible situation to live in. And then you get used to the flies, and then you end up being like those kids on those commercials with Sally Struthers, where you're not even brushing them off your face and stuff. It's a bad, sad situation. That Tim Walls never experienced it. That's really, what is he doing? He's like a castle.
Yeah, he's a castle. Oh, look at this guy. He's cool. He's all just skulls.
Oh man, are these all psychedelic?
They might be OMFG.
Okay, yeah. I haven't seen this figure before. That's amazing. I wonder if Simon has that. I love that figure. Wow.
Yeah, I think these are OMFG. Fruity Punch.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, OMFG.
That's this guy. I don't know what's going on here. Is that a mushroom head?
Yeah, it is a mushroom head.
Yeah. Here's like a kind of crustacean crab or something.
Cool. He's a pirate too, kind of. Huh. Trash can. How do these smell? Oh wow, that's amazing looking. They look like they smell to me, like petroleum.
No, they don't really smell.
They've been out for long enough that this dissipated a bit.
They're hard. They're not rubber enough, you know.
Yeah.
If they're rubbery, yeah. I think these might be psychedelic.
Yeah, I have that figure. I have that one
This one.
and that one. Yeah, I have that one too.
Oh, look, it's he has like the MF Doom.
Yeah, Doomcock, or whatever that guy's name is.
Well, there's a
The guy
rapper
who-
MF Doom that has like a Doctor Doom mask too.
Oh, okay.
That might be him. Oh, here's like Boba
Yeah,
Fett.
that's psychedelic right there. That's the main kind of figure. That's his thing that he was doing.
He's the main guy. Yeah. Here's a stormtrooper. No shirt on.
Yeah, I think that's the gay stormtrooper, I think is what it's
Yeah.
called.
What's she have going on? Is it a droid head or something?
Yeah, I don't know. She's weird looking.
Oh, here's another. But he has a suit on. And another one. Toilet paper. Here's a beet.
I haven't seen that. Cool.
Here's a clear phantom guy.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that either. Do you have any? What is that toy line where it's pieces of food? They're really expensive. You know what is that called? The Food Crusaders or something?
Oh, food fighters.
Food, yeah, Food Fighters.
Yeah, I've had some of those in the past.
That's a neat piece.
I think I've got a cookie that's like a soldier with a helmet.
Yeah, that's one of them. That
Yeah,
chocolate
that's
chip
food
cookie is
one.
one of them. Those are expensive on the secondary market right now.
Really?
Yeah, they're pretty sought after, aren't they? Oh, look at this. He's like a centaur.
He's a two-part figure.
Yeah.
They call this guy Satan Cross. I think this might actually be a muscle, but a red one.
looks like my wife is watching. She's on her lunch break, so she can watch for a little bit.
Let me see if I got any more custom. These tackle boxes are cool to hold them in. Oh, look at here's a pug.
Huh. That's cool. I've seen that.
I think it's like some kind of Bigfoot. Oh, here's He-Man.
Well, that's
He's
cool.
rubber. He's super rubbery.
That's a neat figure, man.
Yeah, he's rubbery. You could tell he was a custom. There's another Bigfoot. He's hard to see. Sometimes when they're clear, they're hard to see the sculpt. There's Beast Man. Who's this, Skeletor?
Nice.
These are original gumball machine
Oh, I
Skeletor.
haven't seen this. That's cool.
Here's some Japanese different monsters.
Nice.
Let me know if you recognize any of them. I don't know who any of these guys are.
I don't know. I don't recognize that.
This guy's familiar.
Yeah, that's from Ultraman. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think
Um,
so.
I'm probably getting hungry. Yes, I'm talking to my wife here.
This guy's
Um,
familiar.
all right, I'll come up and cook something in a minute.
This guy's cool.
Yeah.
This guy's familiar looking. Oh, what this guy's supposed to be.
I don't know. I've
Beats
never
me.
seen it before. Maybe
Oh,
a
it's
charm?
growing out of something's growing
Maybe
out
it's
of his leg.
a necklace, like as a charm, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's must be what that is, because there's a hot dog.
Oh, okay.
Is that the little guys from Zoids?
Yeah, I think so. I have one of those that is it's a wind up and it's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex and the head and it comes apart and the head is like a little shuttlecraft thing that one of those guys fits in. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
I have that somewhere. I'm thinking about if depending on this new place, I'm thinking about getting a dog for the first time in 15 years, and I'm
That would
happy
be
about it.
cool.
And also, it's cold up there in the wintertime, and it's nice to have a dog sleeping at the foot of the bed to keep your bed warm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to keep your minifigure. That's why I have these in here. My dog would eat these things.
You got to be aware of of everything. It's like having a kid.
My dogs love eating these things.
Especially when they're puppies. Some of that they outgrow. Drew used to immediately, when my wife got new sandals, would immediately destroy them like within seconds. But now I think Drew will leave them alone.
These are custom Garbage Pail Kids.
Man at
This
Arms.
one, I think it's Fisto.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is Fisto. It is.
Check it out. He can even has a
Has a
sword.
sword. Oh, and it's Fisto's sword. It is definitely Fisto. It's the same sword he has.
There's a guy
Here's
named
one.
Fisto. Is that right?
Yeah, and he has a big fist.
Oh, that
Big
makes
metal
sense.
fist.
I think I'm actually going to run upstairs and eat with my wife real quick. If you guys can entertain people for a little bit.
Yeah, we can look at these. We got more boxes of these.
Oh, there's Man at Arms right there.
Yeah, I've never seen these with the actual weapons at that scale, and they stay in the hand good too. He-Man with his axe.
Wow, that's really neat. If you had doubles, you could paint these up the same way that the Garbage Pail Kids are.
Yeah. Here's an original. This is a gumball.
That's
figure.
nice. Ram Man.
Yeah. The names were easy to remember because you just basically just remember what they do and add man at the end or whatever.
Yeah.
That's an original gumball figure.
Is that Tila? Is that right? That's who that
Yeah.
is?
Yeah. It's Tila. Yeah.
Manny Faces or Many Faces, right?
Yeah. I think this is a an actual recent figure that Mattel and Muscle teamed up to make.
Oh, neat. That's cool.
This one too. An official.
Buzz,
Recent official.
what's his name? Is that his
Buzz,
name? What's his name?
Buzz Off, yeah. Buzz
Off.
Off or Buzz Orient. One of the two. Buzz Off, yeah. Ram Man. Here's the old gumball figure.
Nice.
Another one. Looks just like the toy, the way the legs are and everything.
Yeah. Super 7 did a good job like making those muscle figures. I have the WWE set. It's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, like those. They might be a little too big, maybe.
Yeah, they're a little big. They've got big heads, these large, oversized
Yeah.
heads.
I got more. This one's got some weird stuff in it. I found this case and it had all these letters in it. Everything's lettered. I don't know where this is from. It's pretty cool. I wish I had more.
That's really cool. That lucha is really cool.
Maybe this is from Simpsons.
Yeah, or Family Guy, maybe? Is that the monkey that scares Chris? It's not. It's a different monkey.
I'm not sure. Not sure who he is.
That's interesting. I don't know.
This is
That's a
Ninja
freaky.
Turtle.
Oh, is it a
I think
Ninja
Ninja-
Turtles? It looks like it's made to look like a freaky.
Yeah.
Do you have any freakies? Any of those original freaky figures?
I can't remember if I do. I might.
I used to
So-
have them, but they're gone now. Oh, that's interesting looking.
Beetlejuice, yeah. Beetlejuice toy. Here's another one.
Nice. I want to get that one Beetlejuice figure. I think you have it. The one with the kebabs in it. That's the only one I really
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, I like that one. These were little accessories that came with those figures. I don't know which ones they come with. But each one came with a Beetlejuice accessory figure like this.
That's really neat. These are cool.
I think these are just like vending machine aliens.
Yeah, the tackle box is a perfect setup for this. These little tackle boxes.
Yeah,
Oh, look
here's
at that. Frankenberry pencil topper.
yeah. I wonder if he came in a cereal box, probably, yeah.
Yeah, unless he's a reproduction, he's just like the ones that came in the cereal boxes. That I think the one I had was pink, maybe. I don't know though. I had one.
Yeah, he
And
seems like a real one.
I have a set of these that are repros that are glow in the dark.
Oh, here's the ghost.
Yeah, it's got that's the one so the set I have is all like that. And maybe they're not reproductions, I don't know, but the whole set I have is just like that, and it's Count Chocula's head. It's Count Chocula, Boo-Berry, the one you just showed, Frankenberry, and
Oh,
maybe one other.
Here's Dracula.
Yeah, that's the Count Chocula.
Yeah, I would say these are real because this kind of material those custom
I
guys, they
think
don't have this kind of material.
I think they are real, and it just so happens the ones I got are all that glow in the dark kind of translucent series.
You
of
have a
Blueberry.
matching set. That's
Mine
pretty
are all
good. That
like-
you have a matching set. Here's another weird little alien.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't looked for this stuff recently, but like when I was buying this stuff 5 years ago or so, it was pretty inexpensive, and I was finding it, from like on eBay or Mercari, and it was pretty cheap. That's cool. Never seen that. Purple. Very nice looking figure. Kind of looks like Predator a little bit. Is
Yeah, he looks familiar. I don't know what he is.
that a mummy? What is that?
Yeah, he's wrapped up like a mummy. I don't know what he is or why he's in this cup.
Oh, you know what? Maybe he's supposed to be wrapped up like he's at the doctor's office, and that's a piece that fits together. When you pull him out, he's covered in bandages.
Yeah.
Like that's supposed to go in your medicine cabinet, maybe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is a bootleg one that you would find in a quarter machine. Someone started painting them too.
Oh, that looks like some even though it isn't, but it looks like a something old, like a Billiken, like a weird thing from like the turn of the century or the 20s or 30s, like a little, you know what I mean? Like
Carved
an early
stone.
gen carnival prize totem of some sort. Look, he's got the T-back. What is that, a thong? But have you ever heard what a Billiken is? Have you heard of that before?
Yeah. Yeah, like he's carved out of stone or something.
Yeah, a little totem of some sort. Oh wow, that's cool.
This is old, I think.
Yeah, it definitely looks old. That represents a larger toy that snapped together that was like a building toy, but they were animals. It's from the late 50s, early 60s. I don't remember what the names of these are, but Gratu will recognize it.
Oh wow, he just came apart.
Oh, there you go. So that was actually like larger and it came in different pieces and different colors. There was a dog and a cat, maybe an elephant, maybe an alligator. But look, it's a capsule.
I didn't know he came apart.
That's cool. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that piece. I would say that that's early 60s.
He's he's that kind of plastic where it's waxy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's like a prize. And when I was a kid, you used to go to the doctor's office, and when you were done at the doctor's office, there would be a little treasure chest where the receptionist's office was, an actual little like pirate chest, and you were allowed to open it up and pick something out of it, and this would be the kind of things that would be inside of the prize chest at the pediatrician's office in 1968. Maybe there's viewers that identify with it, remember the treasure chest at the doctor.
That's cool. I could do that. I could say pick a letter, and then you get whatever's in that letter.
Cool. That's neat. They're labeled like that.
Oh, look at this. This is a pog I saved. It was from when look at it says OJ and his number.
Oh, that's cool. It just happens to be an OJ Pog. I didn't know they did that.
Oh yeah, OJ Simpson. Yeah, I
I
saved
have a
them
few
all.
Pogs. Yeah. What were the plastic ones called? Slammers? Is that what they were?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this. Oh, she's stuck in there. Look at this miniature Spice Girl.
That's awesome. That's really cool, dude. That's really neat. I've never seen that. I
So
can't find it.
your
Gotta
toy
assume
can hold a toy.
there was a whole set of them. If they had one, then maybe they had all the Spice Girls in miniature form like that. Yeah, a toy of a toy, and you could have it next to it. You could display it next to a toy. So it
Yeah,
could
there
be a
they
toy
are.
with a toy.
Oh, it's just small. I can't even see it.
Did you watch? I didn't watch that. All of that Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Big Adventure MTV premiere special. I just watched like the first 10 minutes, and it popped up on my recommended. So I sent it to you because I knew that you really liked that movie and that maybe you
Yeah,
had never
I've
seen that.
never seen that, and I want to
hadn't
watch
either.
it. It's like an hour long. I can't believe how long that thing
Yeah.
is.
Drunken Head. Yeah, I haven't watched it all, but I do remember when I first saw that movie, just like you remember when you first saw it.
I
was an
never
adult.
knew when that movie came out. I didn't probably even know what MTV was, maybe. Because that was
Really?
MTV. MTV was talking about the movie release, right? That's what it was, like a party.
Yeah, it was the premiere in Hollywood. It was a party of the first showing of the movie when it first came out with a bunch of, and MTV was hosting it, bunch of guests, bunch of stars, and they filmed the exterior of the theater and everything.
I didn't know what MTV was. The first time I watched MTV was the Thriller video. And that might have been around the same time, even.
It was a couple of years later. This was 1985.
And the
And
Thriller was when?
probably 82.
Oh, okay. So I did know what MTV was. But I just wasn't watching it. Maybe my mom wasn't putting that on for me. That's a Garbage Pail Kid. Vulture.
Huh.
It's hard to see the details. But it's rubbery.
Oh, cool.
This is a Garbage Pail Kid.
What is she?
She's called Distorted Dot. She's like a funhouse mirror
Oh, I
kid that
get it.
came to life, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Who's that? Conan O'Brien? Is that who that is?
I don't know who that is. Oh, Conan O'Brien.
I think so.
Yeah, never liked him.
I think I liked him when I first seen him. He was
Maybe
like a
at the
Simpsons writer.
very, very beginning.
Yeah.
At the time, I think I preferred Craig Ferguson. I liked Craig Ferguson better, I think.
These are weird.
What is that? Is that a wrestler?
Yeah, they're wrestlers. They're real small.
I haven't seen that. Tiny little
Little chibi guys with big heads and no
bubble.
body.
Yeah.
But it's kind of neat that they come in these little miniature capsules, like super miniature capsules.
I used to work with a couple different guys over the years that had side hustles that were, trinket and gumball machine. You know what I mean? That did exactly that. It owned a bunch of them and had contracts with different laundromats and convenience stores. And sometimes in the back of his truck there would be stuff. You know what I mean? And or stuff like, I've got to go refill these machines, and he'd have all this type of stuff. At the time, I wasn't really interested in it, but there's Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah, that one's cool.
But yeah, it would be like a side hustle. Like you'd invest in, in different types of machines, and then you would, the hospital. I remember at one point I worked at a hospital with a guy that I worked with, and he owned the machines that were in the lobby. Like it was one of those 6 double tiered 6 and 3 and 3 on top of 3, the rectangular ones. Yeah.
You should watch the there's a documentary on YouTube about, remember the Homies vending machine toys?
Yeah, yeah, I've got a whole collection of them. I've got a bunch.
Have you seen the documentary about the guy that had all the machines in New York, like on
I
every
have
street
not.
corner? He
No,
made
I
like
didn't.
he made like $1 million selling them, and then lost all his money.
So there used to be a place here in San Francisco about 10 years ago that sold them, that had a huge bin, Kevin. Like, I mean, like a Rubbermaid plastic trash can filled, and they were out of the bubbles. They were loose, and I think they were $1 each, maybe, which, you know, it was probably pretty steep. But you could go pick through and pick out whatever. So I almost, you know, I came close to completing the collection. I wasn't even trying to, because there were so many and they were available. I was just picking out the coolest ones and made a collection out of that. But the place is completely closed down and boarded up and shuttered now. It doesn't exist. It was called Jeffrey's Toys, is what the place was called. It was a really cool place. They sold comics too.
Yeah, the documentary, the guy, he made so much money, then he reinvested it on other stuff that weren't Homies, and they stopped selling, like nobody was buying them.
Oh, they're big on the resale market. So there's the toy that's based on.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
So like vending machine toys aren't even like nearly as cool as they used to be.
No, not even close. Not, it's a whole other animal.
So because they can't make them that cheap, they can't even make cool stuff that cheap anymore. So see that finger right there with the face on it?
Yeah.
So this guy made a finger bat based on that finger, that one fingerlet.
Oh, that's great.
You could tell it's 3D printed though.
Oh yeah, you can see
Those
layers.
lines,
Yeah.
it looks like a hologram or something. I don't like 3D printed with those lines. See that weird light it
Yeah.
produces?
Yeah.
That's why I don't like 3D printed stuff at all.
Yeah, you prefer it to be molded. You know, you want it to be cast.
Yeah, you look, you couldn't even take a picture of this
Yeah.
without it looking weird. So that was his first time, I think, 3D printing something. I don't think he ever did it after that either. That was 2014. That was for 3D printing might have been like pretty new, but right then, huh?
Right. Yeah, it was the beginning. It was still new at that point.
So maybe it's gotten better. These are cool, guys. They're from Rocks, Bugs, and Things.
Huh, never seen it.
It's a toy line, and these like rocks will come to life and turn into monsters and eat these guys. This was their food source. It's an obscure figure line. That's rubbery, so that's a gumball one. Here's another one. That one glows.
Cool. Glow in the dark.
Yeah. Here's another one. But the hand is the coolest, I think.
Yeah, it's
One of the
pretty neat.
coolest.
Yeah. Nice.
He gets his own little case.
You found a box, a little case that it fits perfectly in. It's great.
This guy's cool too. He's a real.
I do what you do as well. I have cases and everything is separated and stuff. It's a dreidel, like you, and it's kind of this satisfying feeling to organize all these special little trinkets. It's pretty cool. Yeah, is that a dreidel, right? That's what that is, right?
Yeah, he's that muscle guy. He's the muscle guy that can transform into anything.
Yeah, but he doesn't. It's not the sided like a dreidel. It's like an octagon or something. That's not that.
Yeah, he's like a top. You could spin him, I'm sure.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, here's a custom ghoulie. Yeah, ghoulie.
Oh, it's nice.
He was the one that came out of the toilet in that movie.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen Ghoulies?
Yeah, I saw it years ago. I haven't seen it probably since like 1986 or whenever it came out.
There's I think I can't remember, but I think the second one's better, if I'm not mistaken. Did we look at this one? Yeah, we looked at this one. I think I have a couple more. Okay, this one's just all garbage. Garbage Pail Kids.
Wow.
This is how you got them in these little bags. They came with candy.
What year is this from? When were these coming out?
86.
Wow. Oh man, these are really cool. So each bag had one figure and a piece of candy?
One figure and like a pack of candy like this.
Oh, okay. Does Garbage Pail Kids on the candy too?
Yeah.
These are cool.
Yeah, you just get one figure in a bag. I remember KB had them. They were blowing them out 4 for $1.
Are these easy to find? I mean, are these out there? I might look for some of these.
Yeah, they're definitely out there. And the only expensive ones are rare colors. These are the
Okay.
common colors. Then they did neon ones. Those are rares.
These are really cool. I'm gonna.
This guy's cool. She's cool.
Nice.
I wasn't really happy with him as much as I wanted to be. I thought he was weird when because
he's like 2-dimensional a little bit by comparison to that other figure where he's fully 3-dimensional, the painted one that
yeah,
you sent me.
and he's not sitting.
Yeah,
Like you should.
I like you. He's sitting with the controller in his hand. You can clearly see it.
Yeah, he's not sitting, so. Oh, those are empty. I got 2 empty ones. Fill.
I was looking at a place last night that's within my range, Kevin, that was I mean, I'm not going to take it because it's not in town, but
Yeah.
bro, it was like a secluded mountain house. Like, I mean, like probably 15 minutes out of town, but just a single road just winding up into the forest. I was like, holy crap, man. It was pretty, with a big deck area and, you know, the a whole area, you know, land and outbuildings and like, holy crap. Way too, you know, whole garden area, way too much. And, you know, I don't want to live that far out of town, but I was like, my mind was blown that it's so secluded up there.
My friend who lives up there, he's had to evacuate a few times from wildfires.
Right.
But he throws some pretty cool parties out there.
Is that the same guy that has an area, a stall at Booktown?
Yeah, he sells out of some of those stores out there. I think he probably has 2 different spots where he sells out of.
Okay. So my son gets a lot, you know, he buys a lot of stuff up there, and the type of stuff that he buys and what seems to be, you know, a lot of what's there is kind of alternative, and like the type of things that feel like it came from Bud Plant books. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, my son just bought like a big tabletop Frazetta book with a bunch, you know, it's all color plates of book covers and things. He got that at that Booktown sale. And then a bunch of R. Crumb sketchbook ones from like 20 years ago, you know, those large format graphic novel compilations. And so it makes me wonder if the reason why a lot of this stuff is there, you know, harkens all the way back to Bud Plant buying it all. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if that's how it all got there. Does that make sense?
I know my friend, he does all the shows too, Comic Cons and stuff, and he buys for his store. I'll buy stuff at Comic Cons and then resell it. And we used to go to Bud Plant's. He used to have booths at Comic Con. I don't know if he still does.
Yeah, I don't either. There used to be a big, you know, the Bud Plant store used to be there, but now it doesn't exist anymore, and they're just mail order. And I guess he's got to be in his 80s or something when you think about how old he must be, right?
Yeah. But
So
yeah,
I don't know
those
if it's family that's taken over the business. I'm not sure. I'll find out more about it when I get up there.
Yeah, but I'm sure your son has bought from my buddy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he has too. Yeah.
He has such cool stuff. He sells
And I mean, like,
DVDs,
I just
books.
you've seen what my son is into, and so the stuff that he's buying is a little bit more the stuff that it's more counter, you know, it's not typical, right?
Yeah, not the stuff you're gonna find in a new comic shop. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, just the weird stuff that nobody orders or that you can't even order. Yeah. Yeah, these tackle boxes are cool.
Yeah, I have the ones that I have are sewing boxes. I bought them on Amazon, and they're like the plastic, and they're double-sided. And I think they're made to hold, obviously, to make spools of thread or sewing supplies, I guess.
I'm back, by the way.
I missed this one. Oh, there's one case I missed. Oh, maybe there's a couple I missed. Oh, here's that OMFG card.
Bruce, get over. Let's get over, Drew. Let's get over a little
Here's
bit.
a swamp thing pug.
That's cool.
Bruce, get over a little bit. Just a little bit. Thank you.
Oh, I like that. What's that header card look like? That's great, man. Pugnacious. Shoe Toy Artist Edition.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about this. I won this in a contest.
Look at that contest edition. Pugs and Kisses Valentine's Day set.
Yeah, I won that. They sent me a card too. Let's see what the card says.
Nice. I think a pug is a good dog. You know, it's a good mix. A pug Chihuahua mix is a good mix.
Yeah.
If you like small dogs.
See, I won the contest.
Oh, that's cool, man. Congratulations. Hugs and kisses.
Yeah. And look at, they sent me all kinds of stuff. Here's more of an action figure one that moves.
Oh wow. You got the you got the special edition. That's cool. He's like what is that? Some Japanese robot.
This one's like a battle beast.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, here's another one.
Nice. He's a mech. Or he's more like that's like a battle armor.
Battle beast. Yeah. Yeah, battle beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, those little holograms right here. You push. Oh, look at that. It actually worked. Huh? Yeah, that was a cool contest. They sent me all that stuff.
That's great. Man. Really cool.
Forgot about that. That was 10 years ago.
I just read that chat comment, Steve. Jock Mahoney, you're right. Thank you. And he's so I believe he made one Tarzan movie and he got really sick during the filming of that Tarzan movie and he lost a lot of weight. So when you watch the movie, there's parts of the movie where he looks normal and other parts of the movie where he looks really thin.
Yeah.
Jock Mahoney, thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Anything else? Look at this little coffee mug.
Oh gosh.
Martin, is that his name?
The artist signed it too.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's great, man. What did he used to? This kid had some catchphrases. Isn't that Chief Wiggum's son?
Yeah, that's Ralph. Yeah, Ralph Wiggum.
Ralph Wiggum's. Yeah. So, what was that game? Was it called Simpsons Road Rage? The one where you were like a Uber driver and you had to pick people off and drop them off.
Yeah, I have that game.
Remember that?
That's actually a game I own.
It's such a great game, and everybody had these catchphrases. Yeah. Every time you would pick them up, they would say like one of 3 or 4 different things.
Yeah.
Take me to the Quickie Mart.
Oh, right, right.
At the store, I just got the Simpsons phone. It's Moe's phone, the red phone from Moe's, where he gets prank called all the time.
That's
Uh-huh.
great.
And when you push the buttons, it does the prank calls.
Have you ever
Call for a
heard
man to
the
kiss and
original
hug.
calls that's
I
based
need a
on?
man to kiss and hug.
I used to listen to the Jerky Boys, and they used to do prank calls.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but there's an
We did too.
actual the prank calls that The Simpsons is based on are the tube bar calls. There used to be a bar in the Bowery called the Tube Bar in New York, and there was an old guy that sounded like Popeye, and his name was Red, and this guy kept prank calling him, and he'd get so incredibly mad, and yeah, you gotta. I don't know if those would be on YouTube. The Tube Bar calls. Someone that's watching, search on YouTube and see if you can find the Tube Bar calls. I've got. We people used to trade audio cassettes of prank calls, and then they were out on CD when CD came along. But the Tube Bar calls are classic.
Wow. What is going on here? These are awesome, dude. What is this? Is this?
I was hoarding. I was hoarding him anytime I found him.
Yeah, it's like I'm hoarding. Yeah, this is like the next level achievement right here. Top tier collecting achievement. Those are sick, man. I want one of those. Not one of yours, but I want one of my own. Those are sick. I want multiples of my own as well. Yeah. Oh, they're soft.
He's hollow, so
Oh,
he's not.
they're like foam, like
When
stress
is
ball
the
type thing.
when is the Democrat convention? Because that kind of looks like probably what it's going to look like. Is that next week?
Yeah, it looks like one of those panels on CNN where they're all sitting, and they're asking them who you're going to vote for.
Yeah, I need to check. Seriously, I don't know when that Democrat convention is. Um,
Yeah, this one was always the hardest one to find, and so anytime I found one, I kept it.
Yeah, you've struck gold.
it's going to be in Chicago. Oh my gosh, the Clintons will be there and Obama. But when is it going to be? They don't frickin' tell you a thing on the New York Times. Let's see. I swear, when I was a kid, it was the Democrats. It wasn't the Democratic Party. It was the Democrat Party. But everyone, all the media seems to say I'm wrong. But there are other people that remember it that way. Even Trump has said that, I think, in the past, that it used to be the Democrat Party, not the Democratic Party. But it's crap. Damn. Let's see here. News. I can't find the date. It's amazing how journalists don't remember how to write articles. Um, you're supposed to give who, what, where, why, and when pretty much in the first paragraph. I pulled out my Garbage Pail Kids stickers. Um,
You have them with you right now?
yeah, I was gonna see if I, you would be the authority to be able to tell me what I actually have.
Yeah, let's check them out.
Let me, I got the dog next to me. I don't want to upset her. Oh man, hold on. Mm.
Last night I was searching, trying to find old ads for, well, I really just wanted to find the entertainment schedule for Harrah's Tahoe from like 73, 74, 75, because I wanted to get a list of all these shows that I know that I went to when I was a kid, but I saw so many that I don't remember them all because my mother had these VIP season tickets to Harrah's dinner theater and then also dinner and show. And so I saw a ton of people when I was a kid. Like I saw Liza Minnelli, Sammy Davis. I shook Sammy Davis Jr.'s hand because we would
Yeah,
always be in the front row and it'd be like a table, like with they would serve you food. It would be like dinner. And other people like but I found one last night that had some of the shows that I went to. I saw Rich Little, but I couldn't find, I wish that there was like it was more comprehensive, like I could see. So I'm thinking that probably I have to go to Harrah's to, and then they probably have like a historical, area set up so you could look back and see whoever,
yeah,
all the different
yeah.
people that played. But it was a very cool time to be you. It was like a opportunity to be able to see all these big stars right in front of you. I saw Barry Manilow there in concert when he was huge, like 75 or something like that.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see here. Um, I've got Beaky, Becky, Snooty Sam. These are probably common cards. Babbling Brook. Let's see. Wait, where are the other ones? I had a whole bunch of pages. Here's just some of my ugly stickers.
These are great.
Um,
I'm not watching.
huh?
I said, hold on, I'm not watching.
Oh, okay. I'm still trying to find them here.
Oh,
I know they're in this album.
Really
It's got all
nice.
my wacky packages. Actually, maybe they're in a different album. No, they can't be. I remember them being in this one. Oh, I see what. Wait, maybe I don't see. Oh man.
Meyer, we used to go to Harris Tahoe, the casino, when we go snowboarding up there.
Yeah, it's real nice.
There
There
was a
used to be a,
mountain. I think it was called Heavenly. It
yeah,
was a
Heavenly
resort.
Mountain. Yeah.
We used to go to that one, and there was a few others we used to go to.
So it's absolutely beautiful there. Like the
Yeah.
way it's set up now with there's a full like mall and outdoor mall that's connected to the casinos, that's connected to the chairlifts, that's connected to upscale shops and restaurants. And it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
But in the 70s it was just buildings and the Harvey's across the street from Harrah's and just snow and ice and mountains surrounding you and stuff. But I used to go there a lot because my mom was there all the time, and there was a lockdown. I've told you guys about it before. There was a lockdown childcare facility on premises that all the kids that were in there, like your mom would sign you in, and then you'd be stuck in there for 4 or 5 or 6 hours. and they had a movie theater and old school games, just the old ones, the not the video games, and then everything. But it was like just children of people that worked for the casino, and then also children of gamblers, of
Mhm.
degenerate people that have club cards, that have VIP status, and then so she would check me in, and I'd be in there all day while she's gambling. And that's where I saw a lot of movies. Like that's where I first saw Jason and the Argonauts, because they had like an actual theater inside there with a projectionist, and they showed films. I don't know how the fuck they had movies, but they had like big movies they showed there, like Disney movies and Harryhausen. It was cool.
Their
Oh yeah,
hotels
maybe
are
there
crazy
might
out
be
there.
there might be a second book because this one only has 3 of them in it. And the other day, on a show, I was showing page after page of them. It must be another book that's up there in the. I just grabbed this one. I thought it was the right one, but it has some cool stuff in it. Some of these odd rod stickers,
Oh man, these are so cool.
bunch of these.
I saw some Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah, these are the 3, but they're paid that are just in this one. But I know there's another.
Those are third series.
Their
There's
third
that
series.
vulture.
What
He's
series
got a
are
card of
they?
the vulture.
The third.
Is most of them that I have are probably going to be from this series. Um,
Yeah, that's when everybody started getting them. Was then.
yeah, so it's what I've got is not going to be anything, I'm sure.
I remember. I love these ones. What were these called with the names? People's
Well, they
names?
were called ugly stickers, I believe, but that you could get them with different names. They
Yeah, yeah,
printed them with different names on them.
yeah. It would come in the pack, and it would all be random. Right?
Um, this is the Robert Tilton fan club. My friend ran it, and he made his own cards for that. There's the
Oh, there's
Invasion
the
of the
The
top
Saucer
Saucer
one.
Man
Man.
guy, whatever that. He's the guy that spoke in tongues.
Yeah, there's a real Mars Attacks card.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that Susan Day?
Yeah,
Nice.
Penny's Pets. I've got a few Lost in Space, not many. I was trying to get all the Adams Family cards, and this is what I used to make that painting in the other room. This card,
Mhm. Right.
I
Oh
Yeah.
uh,
yeah.
I blew
Yeah.
it up so I could look at it better, and then I got the ViewMaster reel that shows an episode in. The pictures on the ViewMaster reel are in color, so I could see the actual color scheme of the painting. That's what I worked from is my reference, that card there. This is
Yeah. TV show. One of the apes.
yeah, that's the George Reeves Superman, and
Oh, I got a
uh,
Batman.
there's a few Green Hornet ones. I don't have
Oh.
many of that. That's a That's a Planet of the Apes movie card. There's Outer Limits. These things came with the toys that came out in the '90s or whenever. But this is a TV show card, Super Chimp. Um, but that's a movie one. Um, there's some more Outer Limits. These are original Batman cards. I've got 2 sets of replica Batman cards from 1989. Here's a bunch of these are. I think you were talking about these baseball ones the other week.
Yeah.
Uh, that's what these are, and they give you information on the back. I always like this one here. I don't know how well you guys can see this. I'm holding the phone up by my forehead. I'm not able to see what I'm filming. These were horoscope cards that were, like you're going to write a book, but if it's on toilet paper, they're insulting horoscope cards. Then there's the Marvel stuff from about 1975. These were right after Wacky Packages. They were like these wanted posters, and I think some of them have Wally Wood art. Pretty sure that looks like
Those
Wally
wanted
Wood.
posters, they took those and they put them on the back of the Garbage Pail Kids.
Yeah, yeah, and they also had full size wanted posters that unfolded. I have some of those. Here's the some of the Marvel stickers. Um, and
Yeah, you got all the best cards.
this is Weird Wheels. It's more 80s probably. Then there's Dinosaurs Attack. I've got a whole set of these.
Got any?
Um,
Oh, I like those shitty King Kong ones. Any CB cards? Remember the ones that were about the CB radios? Remember those?
no, I don't think I ever got any of those. I never really got into that CB craze. Just more Marvel. Yeah, the King Kong ones. Um, okay, so then this is my Wacky Package collection, and that was the hard one to get. Truant cigarettes. That took me forever. But
These are so good.
yeah, this is.
They didn't make the cards in even numbers.
They didn't what?
Make them in the equal numbers, you don't think?
Oh no, no, no! They would make certain stickers. Just they probably printed 12 of them, so you have to buy a million packs. To yeah, isn't that how Topps always did things? If they do it equal numbers now, that's not fair to us because they were definitely making very few. And there's certain cards I would get dozens and dozens of them. Cards or stickers is what I mean. Um, anyway,
What
I've
if
got them all
you,
by series.
maybe, yeah, because back then you would just buy a few packs at a time instead of buying the whole box.
Oh yeah, I never bought a whole box. Oh, someone's trying to come on, I think. Oh, it's Imsh. Let's see. Hello there. How should I pronounce your name? Not Imsh, right?
Exactly right. Emsh
Oh,
is exactly
yeah,
right.
Imsh is right. Okay. Oh, you came on because I'm showing Wacky Packages, I think. That's what you were asking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
Of course, on the real package, that was Marilyn Chambers on the Ivory Snow package. But uh, yeah, this is my third and fourth grade year and everything. Looks
Nice.
like I have almost that whole puzzle put together. You had the checklist, and then you could assemble it into a. There's almost the Planet of the Apes, Planet of the Grapes, I should say. They were make fun of their own stuff. Uh, there's the real sticker, Planet of the Grapes. This series rather, they started doing magazines. So there's their Mud parody, and there's the parody of Creepy. They expanded the products to include magazines.
Do you have the spit and spill with the spick and span on top that was removed on later printings?
I think so. Why did they remove it?
Because there was some copyright stuff on using the actual word spick and span.
Was it? I
So
wonder if.
the main art had spit and spill, but then at the top of the box, if you look at it, if you have an early edition of it, I think it's 1973, it still says spick and span on the top. And
Oh,
Top's got a little
let me
trouble for
see.
that.
Let me see. I'll look for it. 73. That would have been okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I might have it. Is it super valuable or something?
Not crazy valuable, but it's one of the rarer ones.
I'll look for it here. Um,
My kid, who's 30, is into this, and he has almost a complete set of like every series. Like there's 2 or 3 the early series that he has, but he's purchased them all like over the internet in the last 5 years, basically.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the way to do it. Just get a whole series at once. I don't. I'm sure he has a better collection than I have, buying them at the time they came out.
I feel like I showed him some, or maybe I just told Kevin about him, or I showed him to Kevin or something. I don't. We were looking at him at some point when I was up there, when I was visiting a couple months ago.
Oh, man, I don't know, man. I might have it. I haven't. I'd have to look more carefully. It sounds familiar. Um,
Here's a wonky packages.
oh, what is that? Oh, I'm not full screen. You guys can't see a thing I'm showing you. I didn't realize that. Oh, I'm not full screen because I brought in IMSH.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
welcome.
take a look at what you got. Solo layout. Okay. Um, okay, that looks pretty authentic, like a real wacky package. Who makes those?
2013.
Oh, Tops makes them.
It was from the comic, I think. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think one came inside the comic, but one of the comics I showed you earlier.
Right, yeah, okay. Pretty neat.
I think it's the only wacky package I have.
It looks like it might be an early one that maybe wasn't used. I don't know. It looks like early wacky package art. Or maybe it's a newly produced one, but it has an authentic look almost.
Yeah, that's the only one I have.
I think the original painting by Norm Saunders of the Band Ache artwork
Yeah,
sold for something like $1 million.
really.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Norman Saunders did tons of these. He did tons of these. There's extra checklist cards. I didn't throw anything away. This was a cheap imitation called Crazy Covers, and they were parodies of magazines and comic books. Blandy, Bullfinkel. They weren't very well drawn for the most part at all. There's Underhog, Jarhead's jokes. There's a couple of them that are somewhat funny. There's the Banana Spits instead of Banana Splits, Gerbil instead of Journal, but they're pretty amateurish. Business Freak, Play Toy. There's a G.I. Joe getting married to a Barbie, and Evil Knievel's jealous. There's Blunder Woman. Expire instead of Esquire. They even did Penthouse. It's Penthouse. Rolling Stone.
The new filter.
And there was, anyway, then it gets to the TV show Planet of the Apes ones. Oh, here's some more. These might be, these are later period, when they started reprinting the old ones. Like, I don't know when. There's Playbug, Gums. These aren't authentic. You know, you can tell by the these are not real ones. And then these are from the late 80s or early 90s, because there's a 1989 Batman toy parody and a Ghostbusters Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's Old Age Mutant Nasty Turkeys. That would be a good name for a show. Old Age Mutant Nasty Turkeys. That's actually, there's the Sane Ball instead of the Mad Ball.
Sounds like a comic book panel show.
Yeah, it would be a good show. These were pretty good. There's a Pee Wee Herman toy parody, Flea Wee's Flophouse. These were well done. They just didn't have any Norman Saunders art.
What is that? Does that say snow? No, snot and blow. For sweet and low.
Snot and Blow. They did some toy parody. There's a Garfield parody, and then this is Toxic High. Some of the gross. This was Drew Friedman stuff, as I recall. It's about a high school where they're all mutated, and then there's some. Looks like Batman Returns. Oh, these are good ones. These little tiny ones. There's the Astounding She Monster, and I forget that monster is from what monster that's from movie that's from. Yeah, well, I had more. Oh, it's called Monster Laughs. I don't remember the where my other Garbage Pail Kids are. Um, Here I have a whole puzzle put together of the Hunchback of Notre Drag. Um, that was Weird Wheels. So anyway, let's see. Imps, did you come from Toddy Walnut's recommendation, or have you been watching for a while, or?
I've been watching for a while. I think I saw your name first pop up on a channel by that comic collector geek, the guy from Canada,
Yeah,
the guy that buys all kinds of Golden Age comics and
yeah.
has all kinds of original ECs and stuff. He mentioned you in one of his airings.
He
And I was like,
did?
oh. I was like, oh, that sounds familiar because I think he said you mentioned something about Creepy and Eerie and Warren and Vampirella and stuff. I was like, okay, I gotta go check this guy out.
Wow, I didn't know that guy recommended me.
Yeah.
I've
So,
interacted with him a couple of times on a show, Four Color Fossils. He came on as a guest, and so, but he kind of has a different group of people that he hangs out with that are very are able to buy high dollar books, and
yeah.
Night Tiger goes on his show and vice versa. Night Tiger buys a lot of Golden Age books, but he gets them cheaply. And Comic Collector Geek gets a lot of Golden Age books, but he can afford them.
Yeah, well, I can't. So, but anyway, I mean, I go to his channel once in a while, but as soon as he turned me on to you, I've been watching you almost every time you come on. So
Yeah.
and I really like what you do.
Oh well, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Comic Collector Geek. I saw him the other day doing a response video to Sticky Goose's video, because that roast video where Sticky Goose and his wife were talking about, I think they were talking about 50 different YouTube channels. Comic Collector Geek was one of them that they were talking about, and they kind of were a little bit mean to him, but he took it well and was just saying, I'm a big free speech advocate, and I wasn't bothered by it. But I think he was a little bit more bothered by Sticky Goose insulting people that make stickers and T-shirts, because he does that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know who Sticky Goose is, but
Sticky Goose is kind of a troll. It's
okay.
probably not worth your time. He's not.
Okay.
He's a comic book collector, but he doesn't really like most comic books. Well, he doesn't like the older. He likes newer stuff. He's like a younger. I think I think the guy was born about 2000, so I could be his father.
Wow.
So he doesn't have the same perspective on comics. Any nostalgic. He was selling off all his Tomb of Dracula, saying, "I don't really like these things." And he had a complete collection of Werewolf by Night. Said, "I don't really care about these either." So I was selling these off, and it's like, geez, man, I love those comics, and I
Wow.
was a kid when those were coming out, and I wasn't able to get a complete collection. But this younger guy, now if you have enough inclination and time and money, you can just buy a whole collection of everything in a couple of
Yeah.
strokes, punches of keys.
Yep.
But he's kind of starting to make a name for himself on the internet by kind of troll videos, and um, he he can be interesting, or annoying. It depends on your mood. Um, um, so what kind of stuff do you collect?
Mostly DC horror. Of course, I'm a big Warren guy. I have most of the runs of Creepy, Eerie, and Vampy, and some of the the one-off publications that Warren did.
Yeah,
I love Godzilla figures.
yeah,
Like Sofubi. I have a bunch of Godzilla. You know, everything from '62 to 1970. From Gigabrain and Bandai and all those the old school Japanese figure makers.
Yeah, that's
Um,
good. That's good too.
I collect Ace paperbacks. Not only Ace, but I'm a big sci-fi horror paperback collector. But in terms of comics, I have, if I have 2,000 comics, I would say maybe 100 of them are superhero. Everything else is like
okay,
horror or weird romance or war. I really like GI Combat, Our Army at War, all that kind of stuff. And I'll pick up antiques here and there,
yeah.
and
That's
that's
so
about
how
it.
I was always with comics as a kid. I liked the horror stuff, but then in fourth grade I branched out to the superhero stuff. But usually when I was reading a superhero comic, it had some kind of. I mean, I guess I discovered that through the Fantastic Four, but there's a monster as a member of the Fantastic Four. I think that's what got me into that.
Hmm.
That guy, Comic Collector Geek, has the complete set of every Warren magazine and everything they
Yeah,
ever sold in the Captain Company. He owns
yeah.
everything. It's
He's
all in his
got some.
closet.
He's got some crazy stuff, man. He's got some crazy stuff. He's got that ultra rare Heidi Saha book, and
Yeah, but I don't know if I'd want to own that.
I,
That's a
I, I,
little
I, I
creepy.
absolutely would not want to own that, and I do not look for it. But he's also got that what was it called? House of Horror. I think they printed like 300 or 400 of them with that
Oh,
Frankenstein
yeah, I've heard of that.
on the cover. That's really rare. I mean, the rarest Warren stuff I have Comics International #1. I think all the Comics International, there were only 5 issues. I think #1 was mail order only, but
Nice.
they all might have been. I'm not quite sure. And I
Yeah, I
got
don't know how. I never saw them on the newsstand. I bought a few, later on,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't know how they were sold.
And there was
yeah. I'm
time
pretty
needed.
sure that they might all have been mail order only. Not that I'm thinking of it, but I never did that. I bought them later on. But they're
And
really great.
you're the target audience for this show. Like when you were just naming off the things that you're into, you named off all the stuff that we love so much. Your taste in comics, you're not a superhero guy, horror and war, and I pick up antiques here and there. So it's like exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost very close. It's have you ever seen when Dr. Phibes has appeared on this show? Not the real
I
the guy who calls
you
himself
don't mean
Dr.
Vincent Price, right?
No, no, there's a guy that calls himself Dr. Phibes. That's
I
just his internet
I
name.
don't think so. I don't think so.
He has a great collection. He He hasn't, but he used to come on like every time I was on, but now he occasionally appears in the chat. I don't know. If I could figure out what episode he, well, you need to go to his channel and look at some of his house tours. Uh, I think his channel is Dr. Fibes and then Vibes, Vibes. If you look up that channel, he's got a great collection. He's something else.
Is he like today's Forrest J. Ackerman?
Oh no. He's more like well, he's got a really cool house. He most mainly has horror movie posters, European ones, but he collects some really great comics. But he's not really a comic collector more than music and movie collector, and he's a musician, and he's an interesting person I met on this show through the show. He just came on, and he's because there are people that are really into comics, and that's the only and they have amazing collections, but that's the only thing they've ever been into, and they've only been into superhero comics, and I can relate to them on some levels, but they're not really into horror movies, and they don't really know anything about music, and it's like, well, I can talk to you about this, but there's a lot of others. Amanda's not living. Missing Mars says he has his own channel. Yes, he does have. That's what I was just recommending. Yes. Um. So anyway, he's pretty great. I'm looking at what Gotham City Comics is doing there in the bottom right corner. Oh, you in a garage? Let's see. Hey, Can I give you full screen there, Imsh?
Sure.
Okay, is it possible to turn your camera sideways so we get the movie, the letterbox? There we go. Oh, wow, look at this, man. Okay. We might have a new Dr. Fibes. That's great, man. Look at this. What part of the country are you in? What region?
I'm in actually New Jersey.
Oh, New Jersey. Cool.
From Brooklyn, but in New Jersey now.
Wow.
That's
So
my,
what's the story behind the car? How long have you had it?
I've had that for about a year and a half.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm not good at doing this.
No, your photography's great.
Coronet? Is that a Coronet?
No, it's a 63 and a half Galaxy
Oh, okay.
with a 427.
I think my
Beautiful.
dad had a car like that before I was born.
If I can get over here, show you some of this.
What year were you born, Imsh?
66.
Okay. I feel like I'm Sean Connery when I say your name, Imsh. Is there a better way to? What does it stand for again? I keep forgetting. You told me once.
I kind of stole it from the last name of Ed M. Shriller. He's kind of a fairly famous paperback artist on the Ace paperbacks.
Right. So how do you actually pronounce it, or have you ever actually tried to pronounce it?
It's just Emsh.
Emsh. Okay, you really do pronounce it that way. I thought I was being funny. Okay. Oh, look at that. You've got that's great.
And you got Jet Jaguar and Gorosaurus, some Godzillas, some Bazooka Soda.
Has anyone ever made Inframan toys? Silence. Maybe not. I would love to have. You guys have all seen Inframan, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't. Myra, are you still there? Have you seen Inframan? He may not be there. Have you seen Inframan?
Yes, I have seen Inframan. I have a lot, and I'm sorry, I'm muted. I'm in the kitchen doing dishes, but I'm looking. I can see the screen, and we have a lot of the same interests. Amsh, I have a lot of those Bondi figures that you just showed. Those
Ultraman,
they're great. 100 figures. But I've seen Inframan, yeah.
I just wonder if anyone's ever made figures because they're it would be cool that especially the villainous Princess Dragon Mom. Oh, look at you got everything. That's amazing there. That's Ultimate Garage.
Got Cousin Erie and Uncle Creepy right by the American flag.
Yeah, those posters nobody has.
Can't even
Those are
go
the
in my
ones that
garage.
they sold through the Captain Company.
Yes.
Wow.
I don't know what the hell I'm looking at over here. I'm looking at the front and trying to. What am I doing? What am I going over here? There you go.
Oh, look at that payphone.
There's The Spirit by somebody. I don't know who drew that.
Yeah, I loved when Warren was doing the Spirit magazine. I thought it was really well handled. Will Eisner wasn't thrilled with how they were doing it. He didn't like all the coloring, the shading that Richard Corbin was putting in. I thought it was great. I thought it was wonderful. And
I think Warren did the absolute best presentation of Eisner's work ever. I
yeah,
mean, way better than
yeah.
Kitchen Sink. There's a couple by. There were 2 issues. Oh boy, was it? No, it wasn't Dell. Who the hell printed those? There were 2 issues printed in. Oh man. Wow. Wasn't Charlton? Wasn't Dell?
Harvey,
Yes,
Harvey.
Harvey. Yes.
Those were
Harvey.
great too. I got those too. Yeah.
Those are really nice too. But
And then there were 2. Have you ever seen the 2 that came out from, I think, maybe Kitchen Sink Underground when they were Underground Comics?
no.
Okay, Harvey did 2 issues in the 60s. And then there were 2 issues that came out from an Underground Comics company before Spirit came out from Warren. And they had kind of very suggestive covers that Will Eisner did new covers, but covers that would appeal to people in a head shop looking for. It was all reprints of his original 1940 stuff inside, but the cover
Right.
made you think you were going to get something kind of risque, like something Wally Wood would have drawn for
Okay.
that market. And those are
Didn't know
good
about
too.
those.
But when Warren stopped and then Kitchen Sink took over again and put it out in magazine format, kept the numbering, it seemed like something was lacking because I was used to that shading and everything that Warren put in. Okay, let's see what you got here, Kevin.
I saw
Oh
his
my gosh.
Grateful Dead poster, so I wanted to show him this.
Oh, is it one from his collection?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Jerry was a big EC fan. He loved
That's
Bill
what I've
Eldridge.
always heard.
Yeah, that was from his collection.
Wow.
Wow.
That's probably more valuable than something from Bill Gaines' collection.
Yeah, I don't know. What was did Jerry Garcia keep his stuff in? Well, Gaines's collection is probably going to be rated higher than 5.0 because
Yeah.
they were unopened copies that he kept sealed for 70 years. But Jerry Garcia probably really read the books, but that looks like it's in pretty nice shape.
That's really cool.
I wonder if it smells of marijuana if you were to take it out of the pack, out of the plastic.
Let me smell. Hold on, let me open it up right here on the side. Yeah, these cases you can open them on the side. See that?
Well, how
I
is
was
that?
wondering
How
if
is
missing
that?
finger affected how he read comics. You know, if there was something different about maybe how he turned the page.
So you mean these things aren't airtight?
No, well, maybe the inner well is, but the sides aren't.
Oh, okay. Well, oh man. Well, that's pretty neat. I guess I'd leave it in the plastic just because it's historical, because it was Jerry Garcia's copy. Was that super expensive? I mean, you don't have to tell us what you paid, but was it very expensive?
No, it was actually they didn't even advertise it as being his book.
Really?
And it
Wow,
was I didn't even know I was buying his book until I got it in the mail.
that's like that's like really heavy 20th century provenance right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As far
Whoever
as
was
collectibles
selling
go,
it didn't
that's a really
realize.
important piece because of that right there.
Yeah, because that has value not just to comic collectors and historians, but it has a whole nother market because of to people into that band, which there are a lot of people into that band. But
Yeah.
okay, well it's not CGC, it's another company. Yeah, cool. That's great.
Yeah, it is. Impressive.
Um, I don't have many EC comics. Wait, did Imsh go away? What happened to Imsh? Is he hiding back there? No, maybe his phone died. I was going to ask Imsh if he had any. Well, that's cool. Uh, maybe I should put the link again there. Um, that's a cool new addition to the Whack Pack or whatever we want to call the people that watch the show.
Yeah, his garage was loaded. It looked awesome. That was a great setup.
Yeah,
I wish I could hang out in my garage. It's like 120 degrees inside mine.
yeah. Well, not if you live in Arizona. The garage is not the place to hang out. But um, yeah, he was in New Jersey, so it's
I would crack
probably
this slab if it wasn't Jerry Garcia's book. I would.
no. You can't crack the slab if it says that it's Jerry Garcia's, because once it's out of that, you can't prove
Right.
that it's his, and that's important. I have never. I need to be careful what I say, but I've never been a big fan of the Grateful Dead. But maybe I haven't heard enough of their music to make that judgment. But to me, it's always I I've always been more into garage rock, and like I'd rather listen to the Standells, or I don't know. Maybe they're great. I just haven't heard enough of their music. But
There's a lot of good songs. I kind of grew up with a lot of it. Like I like that.
okay, well then I just need someone to make me a good mix. I never grew up with the Grateful Dead. That's
Little
not
Sam's
something.
Blues, I think, is one of them, and that other song, Ripple. There's a lot of really good stuff, but the stuff that I like is that older stuff, and because I kind of had older friends that I hung out with in high school that were listening to it, that I was exposed to it. I worked with a guy when I was doing painting when I was like in my senior year of high school, and that's all we listened to was Grateful Dead in the van on the way to the job site and on the way home on the job site. It was Grateful Dead cassettes.
Well, I
So
bet they're probably great. All I know is the song "Truckin'" and the Casey Jones song and everything
there
else.
you
I
go.
just
All
think
of those were on the tapes that we would listen to. All the songs that I've named and you named were on those tapes we listened to.
I guess I just figure it's just 30-40 minutes of them doing a song, just improvising, and I mean, I don't know. I'm just making
There's a
judgments.
whole multi-layered deep stuff. Then I worked with this guy who was a total deadhead, who was a physician, and he was one of those Harley Davidson riding doctors, right? Like a stereotype. Anyway, he was an old deadhead, and he was still going to shows and stuff in the early 2000s with different people like that were remaining members. But then he had a giant cassette collection in his office at work. Well, he had like a sound system taped through the whole office or tapped through the whole office, but he had a whole collection of cassettes that were bootleg concert shows. And he was so deep into it, man. Like yeah, super deep into it.
Look at this one. These are where all the Piggly Wigglies are all in the same spot right over here.
Hold on, let me take. Let me see this.
South Carolina.
There's no Piggly Wigglies in Texas anymore?
No, they're all right here.
Oh boy, man, that's a shame. I guess they got run out of San Antonio by HEB. Okay, well, hopefully they can spread across the country again.
That looks it almost looks like the poop map of my neighborhood.
I was just thinking it, they look a little. The band that I really hate is U2. I don't understand why people like that singer, but I'm probably going to lose subscriptions saying that.
Look at there's 38 of them, so they're going to keep moving west. It looks like.
Well, okay. Hopefully they come here.
They just need to keep going west.
Yeah, I wonder how.
There's 39. There's the 39th one.
Okay. That's good. Well, Oh, yeah, because I've got the Piggly Wiggly symbol at the top of the video. I had the EC symbol, but then it looks like I'm promoting these horrible new EC comics. I don't want to make it look like
you
that.
should wait until that. Wait until all those 12 issues are out and then do it.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm really impressed with Imsh. Hopefully he'll return someday, like Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah, that was some great stuff in there.
Yeah, because he could come on. We could compare Warren. He's usually watching on Thursday night when we do the live stream. It seems like he appeared a couple of weeks ago. It seems like. I didn't have any idea Comic Collector Geek would have mentioned me. Because that's interesting. That means he's been watching my show. I mean, I do see, that sometimes I have views from Canada, but I need to be careful when I make fun of Canada because I do that on almost every episode. Now that I know someone from Canada is saying good things about me, I need to. But Comic Collector Geek has great taste in comics. I wish he didn't collect all the slab comics. I wish he'd break them out of the slabs. I'm against slabs. He loves slabs, but he has really good taste in comics. He, very good taste in comics, and he has good political values. I know occasionally he's mentioned his politics, and people get mad at him, but I appreciate that. And what are you looking at there?
I'm looking at their weekly specials here.
You're pretty sure they're taking over your local supermarket, huh?
That's what I've heard. That's kind of weird because there's none over here at all.
Do they still use the pig logo that I've got up there?
Yeah, look.
Oh, excellent.
That's delightful. That's nice to see.
Yeah, I want a T-shirt of that little guy, man.
See if they have any special stuff.
I need to be careful because StreamYard will let you just keep going, but they only save a certain amount of show. Like, I think I don't remember if it's 10 or 12 hours. At a certain point, they just, your show just ends abruptly if you try to watch it on a replay. So I may end the show around the 10-hour 10-hour mark. I haven't done one of these in forever, a 10-hour marathon. It makes some people angry and they unsubscribe because, no, I've got to watch. No, you don't have to watch all 10 hours. What are you, a mental patient? I better unsubscribe because I have other things to do than to watch 10 hours. I'm going to unsubscribe. Just don't watch, you stupid cretin. Uh,
Oh,
anyway.
they have a history section here.
Where did they start? Because I thought they were starting in South Texas, but I could be
It was
wrong.
founded in Memphis, Tennessee in 1916 by Clarence Saunders.
Oh, shoot. It's older than the house I'm in. This house was built in 1918, I think. Clarence Saunders. Piggly Wiggly. What a name. Actually, there was an old Piggly Wiggly near where I used to work in Fort Worth. It was an old building, but you could still see it had Piggly Wiggly painted on it.
It says
Yeah,
they were one of the first ones to have shopping baskets, open shelves, and no clerks to shop for the customer.
that's right. That's right. I remember that. I remember reading about that. It was very small. The building was very small compared to a modern supermarket. And yeah, they
You
came
would
up
help
with the
yourself,
idea of aisles like we
and
have
you help
now
yourself. Yeah.
and the carts. And
Before
before,
that, you would tell the clerk what you want, and they would get it for you.
right, exactly. Yeah. So Piggly Wiggly invented the concept of the modern supermarket. I remember reading that now. Thanks. Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. Wow. And and I have a lot of respect for HEB supermarkets because that's where I used to read the first part of the Jaws paperback with the shark attack scene, and that's where I remember seeing the Doctor Strange Marvel Treasury edition back in the early '70s, which my wife bought. I never got it, but my wife bought me it as a present back when we first met, and she got one from eBay of that Doctor. I'd wanted that for years,
Here's
decades.
the reason why he called it Piggly Wiggly.
Why's that?
Well, there's there's two different answers.
Okay.
One was that so you would ask why you named it that.
Yeah.
There was no reason why you named it that, but then there was another. Somebody else said that one story is that he saw little pigs struggling to get under a fence. So they were wiggling around trying to get under this fence. He said Piggly Wiggly.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I always thought it was like a children's book or children's, but no, it's one
Yeah,
little piggy.
There was Uncle Wiggly, and
I was
I
thinking
was,
Uncle Wiggly. Yeah, it was a rabbit though.
yeah,
But that predated that. That goes back probably turn of the century. That series, that Uncle Wiggly stuff, right?
They probably had the
Piggly
best
Wiggly.
bacon at this point.
I wonder when they created the Piggly Wiggly mascot because he does look very derivative of Porky Pig, but maybe he predates Porky Pig. I doubt it. But I wonder if that's
yes. The design is very similar with the exception of the hat. He looks exactly like Porky, doesn't he?
yeah, maybe
Almost.
someone could Google
Slight,
that.
slight differences in how the nose
Yeah.
is.
Here's a list of their firsts. They were the first to provide checkout stands,
Okay.
first to price mark every item in the store,
Wow.
give shoppers more for their food dollar through high volume, low profit margin retailing,
Yeah.
feature a full line of nationally advertised brands, use refrigerated cases to keep produce fresher longer, put
Okay.
employees in uniforms for cleaner, more sanitary food handling,
Well, you
design
put
and
someone in a
use
uniform, but
pattern
they could still be
fixtures.
dirty. But yeah.
Yeah. Design and use patented fixtures and equipment throughout the store. Franchise independent grocers to operate under the self-service method of food merchandising.
Yeah.
Didn't say anything about their logo though.
Is there, it would be interesting if there was a database for mentions or film moments of Piggly Wiggly in movies or television. You know what I'm saying? To see
Yeah, I
how
don't know.
how the wide consciousness grew to understand or learn about Piggly Wiggly without living in the South. You know what I mean? Where did we first hear about? Was it Driving Miss Daisy? Did she go to Piggly Wiggly? You know what I mean? I'm trying to.
I don't know.
I'm
It's just
serious. I'm
something I've
serious.
always known as a kid because there were Piggly Wigglies in San Antonio. I guess there
Yeah,
aren't
but not
anymore.
everybody. A large. I mean, I never saw one until I was in the Army. I didn't know it existed until like 1984.
Okay.
And I don't think
Well,
I ever heard about it. I don't think I ever heard of it in media at that time.
yeah,
Look,
it's just some.
it's got meat right there.
He looks awesome.
That's
I
always
love
great
how
when an
Anthony
animal is
works with
serving
him.
you food
He's
that's
like a
made from an
person with
animal.
a pig head, kind of, and 3 fingers. But I mean, he's like a standing upright, shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's just I've always loved that pig since I was a kid. I can't explain it, but how can you not love that pig?
They have pig perks.
And he's so happy. It just cheers you up looking at his grinning face.
Yes, I agree.
Um,
Do they have merch? Is there a way to see if they have hats or T-shirts?
there has to
Hoodies?
be.
I couldn't find anything.
Well,
They have
I'm sure
recipes.
maybe you look on Amazon or eBay or something.
Contact them.
And we had 20 people watching a second ago. It's pretty good. They probably came here thinking we were going to show them comic books. Uh,
Oh, we're gonna look at biscuits and dough.
why do I not give you the full screen? What is wrong with me?
We should look up bacon, huh?
Bacon or ham, and see if you've got him pictured with the bacon and ham. That's oh man. I
See
wish
if they
that
have
I
their own
wish that all
brand.
this delicious stuff did not actually come from animals. I wish ham and bacon would just grow out of the ground so we don't have to eat animals. I mean, because pigs, once you see Charlotte's Web, you feel bad, eating bacon, but you also feel bad killing a spider. They're really nice, the spider. But yeah, I mean, if I, I I completely understand vegetarians, whatever, not wanting to hurt animals. It's a horrible thing, that we do that, but they taste so good. Oh shit. I just try not to think about it when I'm eating it. Um, but I'll walk out of my way to not step on ants or spiders or roly poly bugs on the sidewalk. I mean, that's kind of like a Buddhist monk or something. I really don't like to kill any living creature. They've got a right to live. I mean, if it's unless it's something that's gonna destroy, I you have to get rid of it. But
A fly or a mosquito.
yeah, my goodness.
Still a lot of ham product there.
Well, I just have always liked Piggly Wiggly, but it's mainly for the logo, for the little mascot guy. I think it's probably just like any other supermarket. Honestly, today this is my childhood memories. I have a lot of childhood memories of HEB as well. But there are
Maybe I could,
places. Huh?
maybe I could incorporate that logo into mine. Because if you look at it, to spell Gotham, you have to write Got Ham.
Got ham. Oh, there you go. Never thought of that.
And then put him in the O or something.
Well, yeah, you don't want to.
No, it was just a joke, like a joke
No, I
sticker.
know. I'm taking you too seriously, but um, man, how many of those Gotham City comic stickers do you think John produced for you?
I mean, hundreds probably.
Oh man, that guy's a machine, an art machine. Ooh, someone's coming in the chat. Oh no, there aren't. I saw a little dot like someone was trying to come in. Um, Mr. Mars Piggly Wiggly logo is him with ham steaks. Oh. Um, so you're gonna get your eyes checked tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, that's the plan. They have a place where you can get them checked and you get new glasses all in one day.
Oh wow! In one day?
Mm-hmm. Same day they'll have your glasses ready.
Well,
How long does it usually take?
I would I would think a week, but I don't know. I guess I don't know. It seems like it usually takes a little while. Um, wow. Uh,
I can see far, I just can't see up close.
oh, okay. Well, yeah. Then you get to the point where you really can't see either, and then you want to get if you go to the Dollar Tree, you can get these little reader glasses, and you can just put on just when you're reading. Sorry for disappearing. Something came up. That's cool. We figured you were somewhere. I it'd be cool if you could come on sometime. Like we do a show on a Thursday night. Maybe you could. I don't know what your schedule is, but it'd be great if you could visit, hang out, because yeah, you seem to share a hell of a lot of interest with us. That's great. Um, Drew, I'm gonna get up real quick. Drew, hey Drew, I'm gonna get up. I have to tell Drew I'm gonna get up because if I get up and wake her up and she can be she can kind of snap at you because she thinks she doesn't know what's happening. I think the when Drew was a puppy, she was um there were two little boys. The mom got Drew for these two little boys, or was it one little boy? I don't remember. But anyway, I don't think they were really thrilled with the puppy, and they probably abused Drew because when Drew has always had this tendency. If she's awakened, she's like she might bite you. She doesn't know what's going on, and then she realizes, oh, well, I'm safe. It's just my master. But she wakes up and she's startled awake. She can so my old dog Daisy, a beagle, would sleep with us, and everything was cool. If we move in the middle of the night, she's cool with it. But with Drew, and she would sleep with us. If one of us rolled in the middle of the night moves, you, of course you move while you're sleeping. She, is bitting our toes, and so we had to make it where Drew has a little bed of her own down at the foot of the bed, which I hate because I wanted to always have her sleep with us. But when she does, you can, being awakened by teeth chomping down on your toes is not a fun experience. So but it's just one of those quirks. Everybody's got things psychologically messed up. Wow, what a live stream this has been. Almost 10 hours of fun, but I have a feeling that I've got unlimited StreamYard, but I don't know if they let you go, that you can't just broadcast forever. I need to run to the supermarket to get some more dog food, speaking of dogs. And every time I try to organize those Blu-rays, I'm gonna go live with it. It might be at 5 in the morning. You might see that I'm live, and the only reason I'm streaming is just so that I can, when someone's watching, I can't stop working. I've got to keep. So I'm gonna get all those movies organized, and Imsh was the one that wanted me to show my old Overstreet price guides. I'll do that with the next show too.
Get out those Garbage Pail Kids, the other book too.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll find those and I'll show them in the next show. And then you're not going to be at your store at all tomorrow, huh?
I might. There's a chance I might.
Well, if you are, why don't you send me a text so I could look at some of those new old books you got, and real quick. And if not, I guess I'll call you on your next day open, which would be Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, and Meyer, are you still there?
He's in Phantom.
He might be in the kitchen.
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to keep going, but I feel like I need to go to the restroom and go to the supermarket and just relax because I'm half asleep. But I'll see you guys soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Take care. See you,
All right.
everybody.
Bye bye.